Failed to post the tweet.
Aww.
Shame that.
Yep. Gotta see.
Do need to get that other account.
Yeah.
How
about what a camera looks like?
I don't want to do that yet. We're on break.
Well, it's one after though.
I don't have a drink.
That's something you should have thought of before we started this.
Before we sat down, no, we haven't really started yet. We're on break.
Yes,
I am
but
looking
it's time to
for
start.
something. Steam. Is your Steam mic on?
No. Right there. You just passed over it. It's right there. Winter sale.
Till January 5th. That's still going on.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Yeah, I probably have a good drink.
Why don't you start this?
All right.
We've got hours and hours to do this.
Welcome to the stream.
Happy New Year's Eve, everyone.
Is it new? Is it already the new year where you are, brother the drummer? It is 6 o'clock p.m. on the 31st of December, 2022. We're counting down another 6 hours until we hit the new year here. But many of you are already there, like all of our friends down under.
Yes. Oh, suddenly have a breeze blowing through here. Don't know why. At any rate, well, I hope you're all ready for a new year that is more exciting and better than the last year.
Oh, not more exciting, please.
Not more exciting. You think that was exciting enough?
Yeah, we had enough excitement last year. Let's have a nice, quiet, happy 4 hours for David and less than 3 hours for
Brady,
OSU, of course. 4 hours for David, so that would be Midwestern U.S. or somewhere down the line from there into
OSU versus Georgia. Yes, it's obvious which one you're rooting for, Brainiac. Yes. I think you're rooting for Brainiac.
Georgia on my mind. How does that go?
That's about it. Yeah. No, I can't.
Georgia.
Yeah, that's about all I can think of. So, at any rate, I hope you guys have survived the holiday season and had some good times. It was quiet here.
Quiet here.
We had a friend over we had Richard Aronson, in fact, over for 3 days over Christmas.
I really only have 5 viewers. I obviously didn't announce this well enough.
I guess not. It's always hard to say, and we need to make
And
sure.
we're at an unusual time.
Yes, we are.
And
people do things on New Year's Eve that don't involve standing in front of your computer watching people things. Oh, Brainiac's not well. That's sad. That's a good way to end the new year. Yeah.
A nasty bug. I squashed a few nasty bugs in my time.
Yeah, well, we went through nasty bugs this year, too.
Amuzel may have been one of them. So now.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, what do we have planned for the new year?
This year?
Yeah.
As far as I can tell, we have absolutely nothing planned.
There's a game.
Well, other than that, there's 2 games, but that's not, in the terms of a life.
January 31st, we are planning on releasing Summer Days Tilly's Tale.
Okay.
Which
yes.
Was our entire life and focus for about 2 years, and then about 2 more years we've been being distracted away from it.
Mm-hmm.
But it is done. It will be released on the end of January, which I carefully picked out as being a Tuesday, because I hear that's a good day to release a game.
And we send it over to Silesia. What was Silesia does, so that everybody can know Silesia by name.
Silesia Games of Poland is a specialist in consoles, and especially the Nintendo Switch. And they did our Hero U Road to Redemption conversion for the Switch. And they have just started working on the converting Tilly's Tale to the Switch. And have come through with some very cogent comments on it to me that we need to quickly come up with fixes for.
Yes.
It's hidden away. Players can't get to it, but somewhere buried in there, we've apparently accidentally left Whiz Bang from Summer Days of Eo's Adventure into Tilly's Tale.
Oh, yes.
It'd be interesting if you could find a way to get to
You
it.
can't get to it. It's just there.
It's just
So
there. It's
because
just taking,
at one
but
time-
it takes up resources.
Right. At one time, all of the games were together, Eo's game and Tilly's Tale, and we had art resources for both of them in there. And when we split them apart, well, not all the splitting got split, obviously.
All right, Ricky DeRocher, I think it's probably close to right, says, "Ooh, watch out, a poisonous New Year's Eve stream."
We'll try not to be too poisonous. And Magic Pig Detective says, I keep acting like I'm going to leave the house. Every hour that goes by makes it clearer that I'm staying home.
Yep, that's been my case for the last, yes, 3 years.
3 years? We've always stayed, other than the fact
All right, pretty much all the time, but
yeah.
recently I've been sick twice this year, and for 6 weeks each time. So that was three of the last 4 months gone, and no longer being sick. It's still kind of hard to get myself to move.
When was the last time that we actually were out for New Year's? I can remember New Year's camp, music camp, and that was
in Malibu
30, 40 years ago.
something like that. It was after we started at Sierra because we hadn't met Ellen Guan prior to that, and she was
Okay.
And she was
Okay,
there.
yeah. So, yeah.
Uh,
All right, guys, I can't hear because I'm in a noisy bar. All right, well, we'll just wave to you, Yosh.
All right,
and
should we
have
turn
a
up?
great-
Should we
great
turn up
time.
our microphone
No,
volume? No,
Dave,
that's
in a
loud.
noisy bar, you won't be able to hear anyway. Yes. So you want to
The
celebrate the,
nose
New
bar.
Year? Yes.
Steve Moretsky did the game called
DeRocher.
DeRocher. Yeah.
Jacobine,
Oh,
subscribe.
sure.
Yeah. Sure thing.
Hey, that's 5 months for Jacobine. Thank
Thank
you.
you. Happy New Year's. That's a good present. Yes. And let's see.
What else are we doing? Later on this year, in 2023, around end of March or sometime in April, which is the proper time when a Summer Days game should be coming out. Summer Days Tilly's Tale will be coming out for the Switch, thanks to Silesia.
Thanks, Silesia. Yes.
They are also looking at converting Hero U Road Redemption to the PlayStation 4 and 5.
So who knows? Maybe we'll actually be on a real game machine.
Yeah, so things are happening.
Jacobine did a Shadows of Darkness playthrough blindfolded. Was crazy cool. Cool.
Oh, fun.
Well, that's neat. And it's an interesting concept.
I woke up early this morning, so expect me to take a nap during the stream.
Yeah, you'll just fall asleep.
I've been known to
Everything
do
except
that.
the key puzzle, right? Huh. Interesting. That's fun. We are...
Key puzzle? Was there a key puzzle in Quest for Lily 4 Shadows of Darkness?
Must have been. Which key puzzle, though? Do you count the... the sound puzzle, the one to get into...
the Dr. Cranium.
Yes, Dr. Cranium, you can get in by, by sound. You wouldn't need to see that. But trying to do the Antwerp
The Antwerp
puzzle
maze,
thing,
that would be kind of
tough.
hard without sight.
Yeah. Real game machines. So there's going to be an Atari 2600 port? Not likely.
Well, as most of you know, I got my job at Sierra in the first place because I had been working on a non-game project for the Atari ST. So I have an Atari connection. Lori, you had a VCS, didn't you? Atari 2600?
No.
Yeah. No?
No.
What did you have?
We had, what was the earliest?
I think that was the first.
The first cartridge?
Yeah, it was the
Was
first
it?
Atari one. That was
Whichever
about
one
the first. I think you'd had the
Okay, I don't know
Atari
what
VCS
number it
was
was.
called. That was the
We had
2600.
the ones with the what is it? Adventure that you tried to get the thing and the bat would take your treasure away, or the Pong, or
Something I learned this year because, of course, we knew the original Colossal Cave Adventure, and we also knew of the Atari VCS Adventure. And actually, it turns out that even though I see almost no relationship between the games, that the author of Adventure for Atari VCS, Atari 2600, was actually trying to make a video game version of Colossal Cave.
Okay.
He was making his own version of Adventure.
That was 2600. Okay. Real game machine. Yes. Exactly.
So it was 577 years in the future.
Gotcha. Advent.
Yes.
Yes.
So I had Advent on my CP/M-based machine. Well, my first discovery of Advent was I went to an open house at UCLA, and I had actually been going to a street fair in Westwood, and somebody kind of waved me over towards the campus and said, "Oh, you should come. We're doing a engineering fair." So I said, "Oh, okay," and I wandered into.
They must have seen you and said, "Gee,
Hey, this guy's
that
like a
guy's
nerd."
got to be a nerd."
Oh,
Yes.
I had a long beard and stuff.
Yes.
So. Anyway, so I went up there, and they had a room with a bunch of teletypes and long, rolls of paper streaming through them, and they were connected to the ARPANET, which was the predecessor to the Internet. And at that point, it's Advanced Research Projects Administration from Department of Defense. And at that point, they only had 5 nodes on it. UC Santa Barbara was one of the first, along with UCLA and was MIT. There's one commercial one, which is Volt, Beranek, and Newman, BBN. There was University of Utah, and I think, anyway, these very few sites. So we were connected up to, I believe, University in Colorado, and they had Greenblatt's chess program there. You could play chess against. And then they had this thing called Advent. So the guy sat me down and says, okay, here's what you do is you type in commands here. And, you got to be 1 or 2 word commands. And you're trying to, find treasures and get them out. Yes, take lamp, go south. And at one point, you meet up with a fierce dragon. And he says, I'll bet you don't know what you're going to do. How are you going to get past that dragon? And he then proceeded to completely spoil the puzzle for me. So I will never know if I could have solved it on my own. I won't spoil it for you.
With what?
Yes, with what?
Your bare hands, yes. All of
That
us.
puzzle.
Spoiler alerts, yes.
Oh, that's what
with
the text.
what? Yep.
Yeah. Slay Dragon, I typed.
That
I didn't
was-
type Skill Dragon.
The first real computer game, that I had ever played, courtesy of him.
Yeah, so I later got that for my my homebrew S100 bus CPM system, and
Hey, Ray, it's a
And Drew
stream.
Slurry to it.
Yes. Molly, welcome.
thank you, Molly. Molly
Yes.
has resubscribed 20 months now. That's a lot.
Yes, and Bill Cohn says that Happy New Year's Eve. I've been working on a lot of vintage computers and simple electronics repairs this week. I got my mom's laundry dryer working again and her touch lamp.
Oh, excellent,
Yes,
excellent.
we need you.
My
We
brother
need your
tried to fix
skills.
our toaster and left it in pieces. And
And so we
so
have
we
a new
tossed it out and I
toaster.
bought a new toaster.
Yes, that's how good we are around here. We are not the best.
Well, my brother is actually the hardware type. In fact, if you have and you almost certainly do, a flat screen monitor with LCDs in it, the original version of that was probably designed by my brother.
Yep.
So he did most of the first generation LCD flat screens.
I baked a lot this weekend. Probably not gruesome enough for Baba Yaga, but definitely better than the gnome cooked meals.
Oh, I wanted to comment on previously. Well, the pizzas don't do any damage, so I'm feeling like the pizza does a little damage to me.
Yes.
Although we
The
don't-
pizza. I don't think it was a pizza
Wasn't
this
a
time.
pizza.
It was the 4 types of cookies that we had for Christmas.
Yeah, it was all the cookies, and then I've been snacking. I always snack on pecans, so it's probably relatively
Yes,
safe.
as opposed to, I made 4 different kinds of cookies this year. I made a disastrous chocolate chip cookie thing with mints that tasted really
Disastrous?
good. Yeah, it was disastrous because we cooked it on the wrong pan.
Oh,
yes.
yeah, one batch of it.
One batch.
One
yes.
batch of it we lost an entire batch, and didn't quite poison ourselves, but
Probably
we
we
tried.
could have, gas all over the place.
We pulled the extra cookie sheet off of the top of the refrigerator. Didn't realize it was actually like a cafeteria plate that had probably been used in my father's electronics business.
So if we die
soaked
of
with chemicals.
heavy metal poisoning, you'll know why.
Yes.
We did not actually eat those cookies, but we certainly breathed the gas.
They breathed in the fumes, and that permeated the house for hours.
Yes. But we had...
Poisonous cookies!
Yes, poisonous cookies. There we go, indeed.
But the rest of the batch was pretty good. They were pretty good. They weren't perfect, but they were good.
Well, I liked them
Full House
all.
cookies.
I think
My favorite was the one that you had the Hershey's
the
Kisses
Hershey
in the
Kisses
center.
and the non-peanut butter Hershey Kiss cookie that just had a single Hershey's Kiss, whether it was one with an almond, whether it was peppermint, or whether it was cookies and cream. I think was the one. Other one.
Are those basically a sugar cookie, or what would you call those?
They're very puffy sugar cookie. I really like that dough.
Yeah.
I will definitely make those again.
Yeah, I like cookies that are chewy.
Well, the cowboy cookie certainly did that. Cowboy cookie.
Well, cowboys have a different quality chew.
It has the oatmeal chew.
Yeah, the oatmeal chew, which is a little more work.
It is oatmeal, coconut, pecans, tiny M&Ms because I had
mini M&Ms.
And let's see, that's possibly.
Ooh, Honey Boo Boo is here.
Welcome.
Hi,
Let's see.
Honey
Just
Boo Boo.
dropped in to say Happy New Year's. Yes. And I'm so sorry, Molly, that you lost your dog. There's
What? Oh no.
That's terribly tragic. Yes, ready for 2022 to go away. There were
That topic just came up on Facebook saying make sure your pets are secured because they can be terrified by the fireworks. And we did, in fact, lose a dog. Was it 4th of July? Or
it was 4th of July.
Yeah. Had been locked up in our tack room, but there was a doggy door with a latch on. The dog managed to work out how to open the latch and escape.
Jump a fence.
And then jump a fence and then get away, yeah.
And was gone for 2 weeks before we found her at a...
No, that was a different dog.
No, we didn't lose...
The dog
we didn't lose the dog for going out the dog door in Oakhurst because of fireworks.
Oh, was that because of gunfire?
Gunfire, yes,
Gunfire,
not
yes.
fireworks.
And that just shows you that guns are evil.
Yes.
Fred was over and we did some target practice.
Yeah. When working on computers and part inventory and repairs, painter's tape for labeling is even more your best friend. Yes, than your multimeter. That's a good point.
Well, yeah, putting some kind of... my father always had the Dymo label makers and used them for everything. But putting some kind of colored tape or labels or something on all of your cords as you're disassembling and putting stuff back together really helps them figure out which one's which.
Oh, thank you, Datavar. Just subscribe for 36 months.
That's
My gosh.
3 consecutive years.
And we'll try to continue for the next 20 years. So you could actually give us 20 years subscription if you were so advanced, crazy.
Have we streamed Shanara? I think we did once. We probably should do more of it.
Yes, we should. Let's see.
We could, of course, do that instead of what I have planned.
No, we'll do what we've got planned because we have all sorts of interesting things to do today.
Actually, I'm
Molly
trying to remember if I had a
Metroid said
problem
the
with
dog
that.
used to come to her when there were fireworks. I was the safest person somehow. Most of our dogs have always been terrified of fireworks, so they really are. And brother to drummer says, I adore your games to the moon and back, but I have to ask in regard to Dragonfire, was Hades intended to be as tricky as it came out? I don't know. I don't think it was supposed to be tricky. I thought it was supposed to be challenging, but I had no idea how bad it was because I haven't actually played it.
If I play really, really fast, do you think we'll get there today?
No, I don't think so. I haven't seen the game except for bits and pieces since it came out.
It's probably up on YouTube.
Again, like so many games, like Quest for Glory 4 was a major disaster when it released, and I couldn't stand the game for another 6 months because it was a disaster. And Quest for Glory 5, everything imploded. Then the company went down. We all were left, fired and everything like that. So
Lori's talked about every game we did for Sierra was an adventure.
Yes.
In more ways than one, and that we would finally get comfortable with the process and working with our team and come up with techniques that worked. and then they would throw the curveballs at us.
Yes, always. And it was always the release day. Once it was released, it's like, oh, then all the shit hits the fan too. So, oh well.
Used to be Edward.
I did. While working on computers yesterday, I had Tron Legacy playing in the background. I wanted Real Genius, but I realized I didn't own it. Real Genius was a lot of fun. I don't know that we saw Tron Legacy. We did see Tron, the original.
Was Real Genius the college one with the guy that lived in the passages?
I think it was, and the popcorn and everything, and the jerky professor that was also No Neck from Ghostbusters. I think that was the A Weird Science, I think, was the one where they made a woman. Yes. I know that because I can.
Made a perfect girlfriend.
I hear the song by Oingo
Weird
Boingo.
Science.
Yes. I used to work in TV tech support for a cable subscriber back in the old composite. It scrolled off because it went back too fast. Composite cables were the way to hook things in, and I used to tell people to label those cables with masking tape because for some reason red to red, white to white, yellow to yellow was really hard for some people. Yes, well, it wasn't that so much as where did you stick them in, because sometimes the places you stuck them in weren't marked. How about that?
Oh, on the connector.
Computer. Yes.
So yeah, if you had the actual wires and then you had to put them in a connector, then the question is, just because you know that it's the red wire doesn't mean you know.
It never mattered which colors were, as long as you plugged them into the right match. Yeah, well.
So when I worked at my job as an intern that I worked at for a year for GIAC Computers of Canada. We had a colorblind engineer who was in charge of the data center and going up and putting in all the wiring. And later on, somebody went in to maintain it and discovered that everything was random, and in fact that he had spliced, might have spliced a red wire to a blue one and stuff like that because he couldn't tell the difference. They all looked alike to him. And it was... They had a hairy time with running meters and stuff and trying to figure out which wire was which.
Real Genius is a better film than Tron Legacy. Is that the one where they also they made a was it a skating rink or a slip and slide down the halls of their dormitory?
Oh, that was in Real Genius, yeah.
Yeah.
So we've seen Tron. I don't think we saw Tron Legacy.
You didn't see Tron Legacy.
Did you?
No.
Yeah.
And let's see.
I like Tron. I thought it was kind of a fun film.
I sent you over some QFG fan art over Twitter. I don't know if your accounts are still working.
They're not.
They are not.
We have canceled both of our Twitter accounts so about a month ago.
Year,
a few weeks ago.
Yes. So
we decided we just did not want to participate in the madness.
Yes. So we did not. But we are active on Facebook. So if you want to get over on Facebook and find us there, you will be able to get hold of us that way, and I'll be love to see them.
I think we can actually get to the Quest for Glory and Transorted Games accounts on Twitter via TweetDeck, but we don't know the passwords.
Right. We don't know our own passwords. It's like crazy.
Somebody else set those accounts up for us and never gave us the information.
Bad. Weird Science, Dr. Cranium's personal inspiration.
There we go.
Yes.
Weird Science. Oh, that's true, yeah, because he's got Frankie.
Yes, College Lasers, Steam Tunnel, William Atherton as the villain.
Now, see, I don't know the name William Atherton.
I do. That was No Neck. That was No Neck. I.e., he was the villain. He was the villain in Ghostbusters. He was the idiot, asshole. Correct word for him. Asshole. EPA.
Dickless.
Yes. That guy. So yes. Code of Kai status photo.
Yeah, I'm going to share that.
Well, yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, let's do that.
We will
click
show
on
that.
desktop. And
there we go.
Make it
Quest for
full
Glory.
click on it, maybe it'll go full screen.
There we go. The
Those
Quest
are
for
cool.
Glory from the which program is this? Ooh. How heroic. My gosh, he's got long red hair all of a sudden. Let's see. This was doesn't actually.
Large language model tech. Nope,
Okay,
that's his account.
that's its
I
account.
marry beautiful words and images together.
Yeah, nice. Very
so
nice.
if we scroll down, we can find out what
Maybe
it
we
was.
can find
maybe.
it. Red equals right. Yellow
Yellow
equals video.
Oh, okay.
all
There
right.
we go.
All right.
Ever seen The Last Starfighter? Yes, we did. I liked it.
Yes, I did. I thought it was kind of.
It had some heart. It really
It
had some
did.
heart.
It could have been better. I'd like to see a remake of that film. I thought it had a lot of possibilities. Yes. Yes. Twitter is a strange place, even more so than usual these days. Yes.
So is that Midjourney? Was that what was used
Yes,
for this?
maybe Midjourney. I was thinking it looks like Midjourney.
Yeah. that's-
It means I need to have a mini that I can paint as a hero. Rad cape. Yes. No capes.
So who's
That's,
where's Code of Kai?
We haven't. I haven't found him yet. So there.
Code of Kai.
Let's see. We did miss
The
something.
AI is faulty
Ah.
because the cape is red.
Well, no, but
Red's a perfectly good color for a cape.
not enough video games that use an African setting. Yes, well, VGA is lies, EGA is truth. Okay, all right.
Well, there was this theory at the time we were doing Quest for Glory that games were played entirely by white males from about age 8 to 13 or something like that, and that was the entire game audience. And so if you made a game with women in it or with people of color, that you would offend your audience. What about it?
He said, "What are the games in the background?" Well, they're a little of everything of ours, the original.
There's Quest.
Yep.
There's a Quest for Glory 1 VGA.
There's a Shanara. There's a Quest for Glory 5.
Oh, I do have a Shanara. Okay, so if I could use that new
Oh, yeah.
CD-ROM.
There's all the hint books that we wrote.
Oh, okay.
We had a whole box of those. I don't know what happened to them. We lost
Really?
them. We did.
Well, we got 2 copies anyway.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
No.
You wouldn't want any more.
We
I've got multiple copies of Hero Your Road Redemption. They're just
And
clutter,
then- The
Quest
Quest for Glory Dragonfire, is that the promo one?
This is the sneak preview CD.
Yes, the one that had the multiplayer version on it.
Something there.
I think so.
Quest for Glory Dragonfire.
And some of the music off of
It
it.
says that Corey should put on some glasses. On this Quest for Glory 5 Dragonfire sneak preview CD, you'll find a browser-based kiosk with 8 panoramas with CD quality music to explore. And
We
audio
really
CD
should
sampler.
put that on the computer if you had a way of putting it on the
Well,
computer.
we do now because
We do.
for Christmas, our
Richard
friend,
Erickson?
Richard Erickson, the voice of Cedric,
Yes.
gave us a CD/DVD.
So we could put this on our computer and
external
actually
drive.
show it off next time, which actually has the original artwork for it.
Combat Loop and Victory Tag.
Yes. I had that CD back in the day. Well, great.
This has the hybrid demo.
Is it true that the soundtrack sold better than the game? I don't know if it did, but since they were released, the soundtrack was released in a year before the game did, a year
Or
and
two.
a half.
So Quest for Glory 5 Dragonfire hybrid demo, that probably has the voxels.
Yes, that's what I was saying.
Okay.
It's got voxels. It's got the
Wow,
multiplayer
glad you
characters.
found that.
Yeah.
Don't lose it again. Where does it
It
go?
got knocked off. It was right here.
Put it with the CDs there.
All right, I'll put it here.
We'll never find it again.
We'll never find it again. Yes. Yeah. Oh well. Let's see. All right. Is it true that the VJ said no clue? But yes. Quest for multiplayer. Quest for Glory 5. Yes.
I do not believe that the Quest for Glory 5 soundtrack CD sold better than the game
Well,
itself.
it did sell differently, though. As I said, it was a year and a half or two before the game actually came out, and it was at a time when Sierra
the
didn't have a
game's-
lot of things coming out.
Yeah,
So,
but the game itself sold about 200,000 copies,
Yes.
and they don't usually sell that much music.
how much of Arana's character and story did you have planned throughout the game? She was always a huge enigma in the games. So 4 and 5, she started to make her a more defined character.
Okay, so
when
let's-
did that idea start? That idea kind of started with the idea of having the map. When we drew out the map, the idea was it would get more dangerous the farther you got from the town. And my thought was, well, you could get caught back there, and you couldn't get back by nighttime, which
So we
was
decided
even
to
more
make
dangerous.
A safe area.
Right. So we wanted a safe area, and then we had to justify the safe area. Why was this particular spot safe? And that created, that was the inspiration of
Irana's piece.
Of Irana's piece. And so that was the
So then you had to come up with the character.
Right, I had to justify that.
And there was also the question of why can't you use spells or attack people in the town. And of course, there are several reasons for that, one of which is it would have involved a heck of a lot of game writing to handle that.
Yeah.
Second is that it wouldn't be very heroic. And third is that we couldn't make it work.
We could not. No, physically we couldn't make it work. Putting that stuff in the town on discs.
Yeah, because
wouldn't have worked.
Because remember, back at the time of Heroes
in those
Quest,
dark old days of yore.
We had like huge, 10 or 20 megabyte hard drive, but a lot of our players did not have any hard drive at all.
And
so they literally swapped from floppy to floppy, and most of the Sierra games were between 2 and 4 discs. And that was kind of manageable, but we sort of went crazy, and I think we had 8 or 9 floppies in the 5 1/4 inch version, and just 4 3.5. And the next game we swapped it around, so the 3.5 inch, the 5 1/4 inch discs for the PC went to high density and had fewer of those.
Yes, it's just that, physically we couldn't have done it, but it made more sense. So therefore, everything has to be justified. Everything has to come together and fit together. And so that was the idea that a mage had made this place as a sanctuary. And so therefore, why did this mage make this as a random sanctuary? Well...
And then why was the alley excluded? But never mind that.
Well, he didn't, yes.
So we had an excuse for it.
Well...
But... I just got, since I did say this is the dev talk as part of this.
Okay,
stream,
yeah.
If you have a game that is, say, let's say the whole game is 2 megabytes and your disk holds 500K. Okay, so 2 megabytes divided by 500, that means you can fit it in 4 disks, right? Wrong! Why can't you fit it on 4 discs? And the answer is that there's a lot of stuff that has to be on every single disc, or at least on multiple discs. So all of the system code, everything handles sound drivers and graphics and stuff like that has to be on every single disc. The animation of the character, which we called the ego, the hero is the ego. All that animation had to be on every single disc, except for if you had specialized animation that only applied to one scene, then you could put it just on a disc with that scene. But there was a lot of stuff that, probably close to half of every floppy disk was material that was on every single floppy. And so that meant that if you added just a few 100K more to the game, you might have to go to 2 more discs instead of 1. Because, you ran out of space very quickly. And so part of the art of designing games at that point was trying to figure out how to split it up so that players didn't have to switch floppies constantly.
Yep.
I thought that Leisure Suit Larry 2, I guess it was, that I worked on at that point, 2, 3, 4, probably 2, was absolutely brilliant because Alan set it up so there were different places you went in the game, and it was designed so that, like, you got on a cruise ship, and once you got on the cruise ship, you could never go back to the town. So therefore, the town was in one disc, the cruise ship was in the next disc, and so on.
Let's see. I remember my father getting the first family computer, a 286 with 10 meg, saying, "We'll never fill that up." Yeah, well, we all went through that. Yes, exactly. Any game less than 7 discs wasn't worth playing. Yes.
Clearly. So what is our best Facebook page? We have our personal Facebooks, and then we have one.
Yeah, the School for Heroes.
Yeah, Hero U.
Yeah, Hero U. Hero U is the school.
The School for Heroes. Okay, so I will put that in the sidebar here. And there's the desktop. So Hero U, the
to the
School for
actual
Heroes.
page. You have to switch.
I have to click on Hero
Yeah.
U. Dun, 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 dun.
Slowly.
Oh, that's brilliant.
There we go. There we go. And that advertises this evening.
Yeah, that's most of what we put up there,
Yes.
so I'm not sure
Really?
you'll get that much information from there.
No, well, we keep people informed about our live streams mostly.
So the real best place to go is Discord.
Okay, that's true.
And our Discord, you simply search on Discord for Trans-Solar Games. So that's us on Discord.
And that is where everything goes, you know.
Yeah, that's all the exciting stuff happens there, and that's where I actually spend time. Okay, invite people. I can make a. This link is good for probably only a day or 2 or 3.
Happy New Year's.
Oh, no, that's a permanent link.
Okay.
Discord.gg/transsolar. There we go.
And join us there. You'll get to talk to all sorts of people and all sorts of subjects.
And I just recently introduced the Politics Plus channel, and that one's sort of NSFW at times.
Don't go there unless you really care about politics.
But the most important one is hashtag penitentiary.
Yeah, you keep up on these things. So where's the penitentiary?
Let's see, spot them.
Oh, it's
Scroll
at
down.
the bottom.
They're all categorized, yeah.
Oh, okay, fine.
Eurozone, no, it's right
Penitentiary.
there.
There we go. This is the best place.
Yeah.
Yes, there's your joke. From Jacobine.
Hashtag penitentiary. I gotta spell it now. Once you're there.
Jacobine said, I got a sweater for Christmas and it was picking up static electricity, so I returned it to the store. They gave me another one free of charge. So, yes.
Now you gotta have that pause there. They give me another one. Free of charge.
Okay. So,
So we get all kinds of
so
puns.
this is how you can get a hold of us, and there is no Christmas.
Only
Yule. Yes. It's a way to get a hold of us. It's a way to have fun. It's a way to talk to people and other fans. And it's a way to get really angry if you're into politics. So
whatever you believe
whatever
in.
you care about. Yes. So that's how to get a hold of us.
I'm on Quora occasionally, and my bio there says former libertarian turned liberal. So it's all Lori's fault.
Yeah. Any rate, let's see. Oh, we were talking about Arana. So Arana basically had a basic concept for her in game 1.
Okay, now the question is, when did you come up with the personality of Arana? Was that before you made the game or while you were making the game?
I would say while I was making the game, and because I do know there were references to her and how Zara was not exactly, enamored of Arana. And so, therefore, we had to also. Erasmus makes a comment about her or two. So, all in all, we started to
that goody. So, yes,
fill things out as we go.
Now,
bears. We have bears to fear. Yes.
Now we also have Baba Yaga in the first game, who is a major major plot thread of the game, and we knew all along that. The hero was going to be able to defeat Baba Yaga, but that she would reappear in a future game in Mordavia. So we certainly had it worked out that far.
Yeah, the first game was kind of a kitchen sink of, I would say a refrigerator soup of ideas. So we put in all the things we really liked, like Baba Yaga, and that not necessarily consistent with the territory. I mean, we had a lot of different people and things that were all in this little town that's in the middle of Nowhereville. So
Dark's bunch of 7s and an 8, 4 7s and an 8 says your depiction of Baba Yaga was brilliant, and I think it was. I mean, you really came up with a different take on the. That's one of the things that all the games do is they subvert the tropes.
Yes.
So Lori took
before there were tropes, or we even knew what that word meant, at any rate.
Yeah.
We tried to subvert the tropes. We tried to make you think here you are a hero. It's a straightforward tale. Save the princess, the prince, and the baroness, and the baronet, and his baron's daughter, and all will be well. Defeat the baddie, which had to be Baba Yaga. And it's only as you keep playing that you realize there's nuances. Yes. It's not so, the brigand leader. You're going to go.
Brigands are not as simple as you think.
You're going to destroy that brigand leader, who clearly is really the bad guy. Once you realize Baba Yaga isn't necessarily the only bad guy.
Baba Yaga did some bad things, but kind of had reasons for them, and you learn a little bit about the reasons.
So yeah.
And Lori actually took that from reading. I mean, she loves reading. Has always loved reading mythology, and we both read a lot of Greek mythology, and I was into Egyptology for a while. But Baba Yaga had come up, and in the Baba Yaga stories, there's really kind of two versions of them. One of which is, the hostile, nasty hag, the wicked witch, the wicked witch of the East.
Wicked witch. And the others are the neutral. And the one who, if you treat her right and treat her pets and things right, then you get rewarded. And you can have gold coming out of your mouth whenever you speak, as opposed to snakes and rats when you're nasty and that. So, yes.
So one of the oldest tropes in fairy tales is the idea of, you find an animal or a creature in trouble and you help it for no good reason, but because you did that good deed, later on it helps you.
Yes.
And that appears in the Baba Yaga stories.
Yes, the Baba Yaga story of you help the mice, you help the tree, you help this thing and that thing, and to escape her, you wind up all of those things help you in return. So it's that fairy tale trope too. And what's the Discord? I got banned from Facebook 2 years ago. Well, Discord is a private messaging service. I guess you.
Well, I don't know if he's asking what's the Discord or what is Discord. So Discord is its own thing. It is a website and a downloadable app that you can get, and it is basically a communication system.
It's a BBS.
It's a bulletin board system. Yeah. And there are various Discord servers, and we have one. So I could post that again, in case you were asking what is the Discord. Here is the Discord is for us. But Discord in general is...
anybody can start a channel, apparently.
Yeah, can they?
I guess so, because we look how many channels we've got going on now.
One for every... did the initial ones, and then I added a bunch.
No, I mean anybody can create a channel.
A server.
A server. Yes, just freaking started from World of Warcraft.
Although ours has a great check mark next to it because it's a verified server.
Wow.
Does it actually say? It says verified.
Ah, very good.
Just like the Twitter blue check marks, except it means something.
Yes, so you get instead of kind of in between Baba Yaga, one who is certainly evil and hostile, but just kind of lazy about it. Kind of, although really a lot of the things that happened in Spielberg Valley was a result of how they behaved towards Baba Yaga, because Baba Yaga is one who let bygones be bygones, and I shall do unto you as you do unto me, and if you do unto me, I will make sure that you get punished for doing anything unto me. Yes. And
it's important that Lori define Baba Yaga as an ogress rather than a witch.
Yes,
she's not a witch.
Yes.
And as an ogress, she has an appetite, just like all ogres do, and is hungry all the time. And of course, this
we didn't want Baba Yaga to be the stereotypical witch, which is a lot of people throw that into it, that she's a witch.
Maybe she inspired Shrek.
Yeah, right. There's a separate quest for the brigand leader and saving the princess, and that's a huge red herring and subversion to the actual quest. Exactly. Yes. Definitely.
Yeah, but you get paid for saving the princess. There's a big reward for that. So whereas I don't know if there's a reward.
Imagine if running a BBS was 1,000,000 times more capable and free to run. That's what Discord basically is. Yes, it's pretty amazing, actually, considering all things.
Oh, yeah. Excuse me. We don't pay them anything, and I suppose we could.
It looks like a fair amount of Hero U big box games behind us. Oh, yes, there are a fair amount on to the other side. I really thought that was a very pretty box. And, compared to some of the others, it's still kind of hard to read on the back, but the lettering is so clean.
You got one.
You got it, yes.
It's this is difficult to do when you're looking at a mirror
Yes,
of
you're
yourself.
trying to do it in reverse, yes.
So this is the Hero U Rogue Redemption big box. It's got our names on it in small letters.
Yes. But at least it...
Oh, actually, our names are in bigger letters on the back.
Ah, well, those are not small letters comparatively. Jeez.
This is bigger.
That's bigger, though, yeah. I actually did most
Yeah, we had a contract on one of our games that called for our names to be on the front cover of a certain size, and it was Shanna. And they didn't abide by that.
No.
This doesn't work anymore.
It doesn't, not if you're going to do that. The real goal of Quest for Glory wasn't to get the stable, sparkling clean. I've been doing it all wrong. Well.
Yes, it is it's basically a teaching game. It's an educational game that teaches you to keep your house clean.
I had hilarity with the Quest for Glory 1 randomizer where the Baron paid me 1 measly silver for saving his son. He probably overpaid. Yes, indeed. Were the Liontars in Quest for Glory 3 as hell to animate as they looked? Yeah, well, we tried not to animate them as much as possible, honestly. And yes, they would have been. Because it was very difficult.
Yeah, we have the one
with
very
the old
awkward scene of the two of them looking like you can't quite tell if they're in an intimate position or what. And
that was a painting.
And that was just a painting.
That was just a
not animated at all, so they're
animated.
stuck there in that position
Yes.
forever.
I don't think they minded particularly.
We were when we first proposed Heroes Quest to Sierra, one of the character choices was going to be a centaur character, and we were disabused of that notion by Bob Heitman, the head of the engineering department, and
Quadrupeds.
he said quadrupeds, don't do them.
Yeah.
They're hard to animate in the first place, and they're impossible to animate if you've got action going on, like going upstairs, because going upstairs and going downstairs becomes a different motion.
Right. It was a lot of the
Climbing
logistics
trees.
of the designing of the game for Quest for Glory 3 was to have as many Liontars as possible, but not to have them move around. So it was very important to do things right. And yes, that fight with the Liontar, in the case of the end game, it was kind of tricky. But we had mastered that.
With some really good animators.
Yeah, we had good animators too. Yes. So did you put cheetars in? Yes, we did put cheetars
No,
in.
so you put
So you
cheetars
put
in
it, yes,
instead of centaurs.
exactly. But we didn't. We didn't make them player characters. That's a big difference, because we could move them. We just couldn't move them very well. Yes.
Yeah, and the real problem is having a cheetar like reach out is hard to animate. So you couldn't like have them do these quests and get rewards from them. And that's naturally true because, as you know, cheetars never prosper.
I see. Yes.
I already knew that was something was coming.
Mm-hmm. Are there Easter eggs in your games that nobody has discovered?
Probably not. But
No, I think everybody. Yeah, I think more likely that
more likely the fans know more about the Easter eggs in the games than we do.
Yes.
Maybe ones that we've never discovered.
Yeah. When you both made the Quest for Glory games, how much boots on the ground, coding, animating did you all do versus like managing strategic direction and guidance / storytelling? Again, it depended upon the game.
No, we did none of the art.
Yes.
Lori did concept drawings to give ideas to the artists and really didn't want them to follow them exactly. That was the problem we had with the town of Spielberg, is it was too close to the original concept.
Yes.
And was supposed to be more realistic.
So we gave guidelines with books and things like that for the game style and look. So that was the art direction we did, but we always had a full art direction team.
So I was a programmer pretty much full-time on the first game. And then I became lead programmer as well as a programmer on the second game, which meant that I burned out about halfway through it because I was too much responsibility. And so I didn't get much done after that. In fact, arguably, that was what, 80, 90, mid-90s, so last 30 years, I really haven't gotten much done since then.
Okay, so any rate, 3 Corey had nothing to do with, except at the end. He had a little bit to do with, and his code was stripped out by the...
yeah, I did some proofreading. And
you did the code for...
Yeah, I did. I tried to put in something was missing. There was supposed to be bargaining code in there, and the programmer said it was too hard to do, and I was like, why? And I wrote the 20 lines of code to do bargaining, and the programmer went over to the producer behind my back and said, Corey's making changes to my code, and he's making side effects that break everything in the game, and so the producer authorized him to strip out my code without telling me.
Yep. So things like that.
That's stressful.
That was 3. 4, you weren't programming, we were both designing, and 5, you were off on another game company, and only came back for the last year.
Last 2 years. I was only gone for a year.
I thought you were gone for 2.
I was gone for a year, working for Accolade before the project I was on there went belly up, and they laid off half the company.
So I'm the person that's been on all of them. In one, I was kind of like the project manager, and I set scripts and I set schedules actually for the first one. By the game 2, I was totally just a designer.
Sierra
and not allowed to even talk to the artists.
Yeah, Sierra had the idea of a game director, and the game director was the designer, the writer.
Initially, they had this concept.
The team manager, and then we also had a producer who was theoretically in charge of things like budget and stuff like that, but in practice, I don't think our first producer did a whole lot of that. He mostly schmoozed. But he was a great schmoozer, and was really good at smoothing out rough arguments between people and stuff like that. So he was useful. But the director concept was just too much for any one person to do. I know because that's what I did on Shannara. On Shannara, I was the lead programmer, co-designer, programmer in charge of doing the getting the 3D movies to work, and answering the phone and paying the bills, and too much for one person.
Yes. Replying to Sluicebox posted something that was exclusive to the Mac version of the Quest for Glory 1 VGA, which can't have been seen a lot. Wow. There was a YouTube video a couple months ago about new stuff uncovered in the Colonel's Bequest. Cool. I really like the system of using the mouth icon on yourself to talk and on others to ask in the change from VGA to EGA to VGA. Gave a better sense of role playing. How is changing from EGA to VGA for your teams?
Crazy.
Well,
insane. Well, actually, the worst one was Quest for Glory 2 because it was EGA, but it was done using all the tools and techniques that were being developed for VGA.
Yeah.
So that was the worst because we had a working process. We could have done, we did Quest for Glory 1 for under $250,000 and got it done in 10 months, and then all of a sudden we have to do all these things that make the process much less efficient, and problems with communication between the team and other stuff. And that was Quest for Glory 2. So it basically doubled the budget, and there were more bugs. So I think we could have tripled it if we'd actually done it to the same quality level as Quest for Glory 1.
Yep. Whatever happened to Sierra?
Whatever happened to Sierra? Ken Williams wrote a book about that.
Yeah.
It's called Not All Fairy Tales Have Happy Endings.
Yes, you could read Ken Williamson. He was...
It's available on Amazon and other places. Ken's site is Ken's Book. Ken'sBook.com.
So you could actually find the whole history, but mostly what happened to Sierra is that Ken sold it for a lot of money.
For a gigabuck.
Oh, wow. That's why Quest for Glory 2 plays so uniquely. Yes. Yes, it plays so uniquely. We had a dysfunctional company at the time. We had
very late in development of Quest. Okay, so first of all, early in development of Quest for Glory 2, they had brought in Bill Davis, who was a Hollywood advertising agency animator, and put him in charge of all the art department. He was the creative director, and Bill insisted that we plan ahead for the games, which Quest for Glory 1, Heroes Quest is pretty much done entirely on the fly. But Quest for Glory 2...
it was an as-needed design. I wrote the scripts
we made a map.
Uh-huh. And then I wrote the scripts that, the week before they were programmed. So, yeah.
So
just in time. Just in time
development.
Yes.
Quest for Glory 2, he said, we got to plan this. You got to do a storyboard like we do in Hollywood. And so we spent 2 or 3 weeks.
Months.
No, the storyboard didn't take that long.
Oh, yes, it did. It took months.
It took a while. It took a month or 2, maybe.
Yes.
Anyway.
Just the time for drawing that would have taken. And we had Ken Nishue, who actually was a good for that.
Drew basically a thumbnail, but it was like a small photo size image of every scene in the game. And then they worked with Laurie to basically tell the story of what the player's progression. Now, of course, one of the problems is that games are not movies.
And they're not linear.
In a movie, it's completely linear. In a game, the player can jump around all over the place, and we ended up making the game more linear because of this process. So that's one of the reasons that we have these, specific things happening in specific days, like the elementals show up on a specific day. That's
true. That did restrict how we were doing it. Both of us were designing at the time, so we didn't actually... Yeah,
except I was also lead programming and programming.
That's true. I love the concept of Quest for Glory 2, but I really appreciate the fan makeup remake. More accessible for me. Yes, I think that I love a lot of the decisions they made because they were decisions we would have made if we'd had the chance.
For instance, the Saurus Repair Shop was an Easter egg that one of our programmers, Brian Hughes, put in and got, I guess, Jerry Moore to do the art for.
Jerry Moore, yeah.
And had that thrown in as, and then Ed showed it to us one day, and he said, "Oh, that's really cute," and that's we should keep that in. But it was so late in the project that all the discs were crammed.
Yeah.
And it was like, where can we possibly fit this in? And at the last second, we had to strip it back out because it just didn't fit.
Oh, peeps, I gotta go. Catch you on the Discord. Thank you for your work. Have a
bye.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year, and have fun. And that's why it's more linear. Yes and no. The other thing that was going on was that every game we were inventing the wheel. And reinventing the wheel and trying to see what worked because of, there were no rules. It was more linear because we wanted to tell a more coherent story than Quest for Glory 1 was. And that wasn't necessarily a good thing. And
in particular, Laurie wanted to go with the Arabian Nights style of stories within stories.
Yes.
That you would kind of have a stack, and you would go down the layers of the stack and tell stories and eventually pop back up through them.
Yeah.
And I think we did a pretty good job of that, actually.
Maybe
not as much as it could have.
I think it's more linear, but... and then it wasn't until after that we got the Indiana Jones theory of how to do events.
Yes.
And that was really from, was it?
Ron Gilbert.
Ron Gilbert, yes. Ron Gilbert.
Ron Gilbert wrote a famous thing. He's thegrumpygamer.com or something like that, or grumpygamer.com. And he wrote an article for an adventure game newsletter that was Why Adventure Games Suck and What We Can Do About Them.
Yes.
And he gave the example of Indiana Jones racing through this stone door as it's coming down, and his loses his hat, falls off, and he manages to roll through the door, but that's his hat, that's his signature. He doesn't want to lose that, so he takes out his other signature item, his bullwhip, and snaps the hat and manages to pull it through the door just as it slams shut. And Ron points out that in most games,
In a Sierra game, for instance.
well, in pretty much anybody's game, if they tried to do a scene like that, they'd screw it up. And what would happen is that it would depend on player reflexes, and a really good player would retrieve the hat so easily that it wouldn't even know it was a puzzle. And that a whole bunch of players would fail and lose their hat, or maybe get their bullwhip stuck under the door and not lose that too. And none of those are satisfying storytelling. So what Ron was arguing for was doing things that basically the way, if you did this as an interactive movie, you make it look just like the movie, but you time it so that what the player does controls the timing. So if the player is taking 2 minutes to get out his bullwhip, and how to do it and what the interface is and stuff like that, well, somehow the door gets stuck. And then just at the moment where he finally succeeds in getting the action right, he goes slam.
Yes.
And that gives you the feel of the movie, but the illusion of being interactive.
So yes, we were learning as we went along, and we took different styles and different design philosophies and really incorporated them in the game.
But I interrupted myself by saying that we had 2 big meetings. One of them was early in the game where we had to completely change the development process and make it the same as the new VGA games. The second one was late in the year. It was around, I think, August or September. Maybe it was summer, I don't know. But fairly late in the project. And we had an executive meeting where they said, we have a problem. Is that King's Quest V was being developed and was running late. And they had to have a game out in time for Christmas because Christmas is the big selling season for games. And they basically gave us a choice. They said, we can delay your game until next spring and take all of your developers off your game and put them on King's Quest to try and get it out in time. Or you can stay as a 16-color EGA game and be the last game we do in that technology and get it out for this Christmas, and then you'll basically have the market to yourself because we won't have these other games ready. Well, as it happens, first of all, we didn't feel like we had a choice. We said, second, I'm in 2 or 3 stories here.
Oh, well, yes. Just like the Arabian Nights, it gets...
Yeah, it gets complicated also because of the fact that we weren't allowed to use Heroes Quest in the name anymore. So that was a marketing problem. But anyway, we decided that we were better off staying with the older technology and getting the game done on time.
And not competing with
King's Quest.
Which meant we might have had, the cover of the Sierra magazine. That was the cover of the Rolling Stone. Well, it was the cover of the Sierra magazine.
Yep. But what actually happened, in addition to all that, is they did. Space Quest team, Mark Crow and Scott Murphy, said, "Okay, we'll work on King's Quest, and you can take our team and put them on King's Quest, so that we can make our game better, even though it won't be out till next year." And Al Lowe dropped his game that he was working on, or actually did it part-time, and but he came in and project managed King's Quest. And between the massive effort of 3 different teams all working together, they actually managed to get it out about 2 weeks after our game. So our
game comes out, and it's looking like...
It's looking pretty good.
Yeah,
pretty good.
Great EGA.
Great EGA game, and then this new game with 256 colors and all the
bells and whistles,
and the orchestral.
Yep. Well.
Comes out 2 or 3 weeks later, and guess which one everyone bought, and guess which one Sierra promoted out the wazoo.
Yes. So.
So Quest for Glory did not sell as Quest for Glory 2 did not sell as well as Heroes Quest. And we'll never know how much it was the title name change, how much it was the staying with 16 color in a 256 color world, and all the other things that went on.
Yes. Yes, you did, because we're still talking about the games in 2022 and show up every week for your stream. Yeah, every other week at your rate. Hi there, QFD book. Hi there.
Yeah, Ricky says in the original book, 1001 Tales of the Arabian Nights, there actually are 1001 Tales. Let's just think of Aladdin Sinbad. The actual title was 1000 Nights and a Night.
Yeah.
and it was Sir Richard Burton did the English translation. Do we still have that here?
No, we don't. We actually got rid of it.
We gave it away to a
Yes.
library or something.
Yes.
So we actually had the complete collection of that in like 14 volumes, and read through a few of them. I don't know that there actually were 1001 tales. I think that that's kind of but the concept was that the new princess knew that the Sultan.
The Sultan. The Sultan.
That the Sultan basically got bored with his lovers very
No,
quickly.
that is not
okay, tell the story.
correct.
You tell the story.
The Sultan married somebody and found out that his wife was deceitful, and so
unfaithful.
had them beheaded, his wife and his lover. And so therefore, from then on, he would marry somebody and then behead them the next morning so they couldn't cheat on him.
So they didn't have a chance to become unfaithful.
Right, so it was his modus operandi, and then he married Scheherazade, and Scheherazade that evening started to tell the story to her sister while the Sultan was there listening, and then she couldn't finish it, got too late, and so the Sultan had to wait for the next day to hear the end of the story, so he let her live through that time. And so therefore...
And then she continued the story and kept embellishing it and saying, okay, and then so, there was that basically our hero runs across a beggar, and, well, that beggar, has his own story.
Yeah, so the stories got deeper and deeper.
So they kept going into all the different characters and all the other stories of things that happened to them. By the time she got back to the original story and ran out of stories to tell, 1,000 nights and a night had passed. And,
yes, and by that time, she had kids by him.
And Sultan said, maybe I shan't have you beheaded tonight. We'll see about tomorrow night.
Yeah. So she got to live, yes.
And she became the queen for life.
Scheherazade is trying to stall by telling the Sultan stories so he doesn't kill her, and the stories are layered with him. Yes, exactly. Oddly enough, I first heard of the franchise through all the references to the series and Castle of Dr. Brain. Shameless plugging works. Good. Good old stories. I grew up on these stories, but looking back, they're all pretty terrible.
OSU said sister being Dinarzade.
I love the 1001 Nights. I have a board game that simulates them. Oh, cool. That's interesting. Although I believe she started the first story and Scheherazade continued with the other 1,000. Could be.
Dinarzade was...
Could be.
Was Dinarzade a real character?
If the sister was a real character, I don't know if she was really Dinarzade.
Dinarzade could be. Yeah. Lori did a lot of research, got various language translation books for the languages of each of the cultures that we were going to. And so she took real Arabic words and interspersed them through Quest for Lori 2. And dinar was the currency we came up with, which was based on a real, ancient Arabian currency. And Dinarzade was the master of the dinar.
That was an okay board game, but I thought I was just random blind luck when I played it. That's a problem. That is where game design really counts, yes.
Yeah, one we absolutely loved was Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, which is more of a book. It is a tabletop game, but it's a series of books rather than a board. And there was another one out about the same time. It was 221B Baker Street. And we played that and just did not...
That was a board game.
It was a board game, and it really was kind of pretty thin.
Yeah.
Whereas
all right, Dunyazad. Yeah, okay, Dunyazad. That's it.
Dunyazad.
Yes. So yes,
also
and that's
known as
why
Dinarzade. Did you pick the name for that?
No, I made up Dinarzade because it was a combination of the dinar and Scheherazade. So it had the Zod ending. So I did not know that she was also called Dinarzade. Yes. Okay. Who initiates a tactic of cliffhanger stories.
Always good to have a smart sister.
Yes.
Yes, they did make full motion video games, and actually they also...
the full motion video game wasn't as interesting somehow as
because the acting was, the best acting they could get on a Philips...
It was kind of lame, yes. And besides, part of the game was, making up other parts to it. So we played it as a role-playing game more than anything else.
Yeah, part of the theoretical gameplay is that you're in a race. You're one of the Baker Street irregulars. You're trying to solve the case before Sherlock Holmes does.
Well, Sherlock Holmes is out of town.
Yeah,
so.
he's out of town. You're solving the case for him, and he comes back and immediately
Solves it all,
it
tells you
in
what
like
you
2 or
should
3
do.
steps.
Yes, yeah. Tales of the Arabian Nights has a huge, big tome where you make effectively choose your own adventure, blind choices without knowing the result or even what you're asked to roll, and you basically just end up rolling dice and picking arbitrarily, and I found that frustrating. Those
Tunnels and Trolls, roll your own adventure game
are not
are
very
kind of like
satisfying.
that. Yeah, they're just not quite there.
Quest for Glory 2 Dinarzad is original, but the simpatico name led me to learning about the 1001 Nights version as well. Cool.
Oh.
Yeah. Bill Corbett from MST, that thing. Mystery Theater 3000, I don't know, is in the consulting detective game. Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, I've talked to the people. They also made a game called Shadowgate, and they're really nice people. So I on their Kickstarter for Shadowgate, I got copies of the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective games, and to this day we still haven't gotten around to playing them.
You can't win if you're not your original assigned gender. What? That really does suck. And,
what? Where?
Yeah, and Molly was saying there's a bit where you can't win. That's just insane. It's bad design. In fact, there's a character in another fictional work that is heavily implied to be Scheherazade, and I personally suspect might actually be her sister instead. Okay.
Interesting. So one of the things with Dungeons & Dragons, when it first came out, had role modifiers. So if you were a female character, the male character had a maximum strength of 18. Women had a maximum of 17 or something. And that really affects gameplay. So they later decided that was a terrible idea.
Honestly, though, I mean...
Elves could not get higher than level 7 or something like that.
Yeah, we mostly threw out a lot of the rules.
We ended up, yeah.
Yes. So, one of the things I was going to... the win condition of the board game is bad. Interesting. One of the things we're going to do tonight is talk about where are they now? The idea of...
You mean like where Bob Fishbach is?
No. The games. In terms of the game characters, where they are now, what are they doing? This now being 20 years in game time between the end of Quest for Glory 5 and Road to Redemption. So, what happened to them? Who were your favorite characters that you always wondered whether they had a story to tell after that? Whether they actually went on to have their own plot line, or whether they just dead-ended in that...
All right, name a character that you want to know about.
Yeah.
Somebody that was in one of the first games, or any of them.
Any of the games that have history, yes.
Irana, I want to know about Irana. Capslock is cruise control for Gruul.
Ah, yes. Well...
Salim and Julinar, actually.
Yes, Arana, well, Arana's story is
Ziza, Rasmus, Baba Yaga, Simba, Julinar.
Depending upon whether you took her to be your bride. If you didn't take her to be her bride, she is lost in limbo.
Okay, so Irana is entirely in the background of Hero's Quest. You learn about her through other characters. You hear about her from Erasmus. You find her Erasmus.
Yes, I think they all know that.
Yes.
Everybody's played that game at one time or another.
The point is, Irana does not appear in the game.
Yes, she does. She appears in 5.
I said does not appear in Hero's Quest. Thank you.
Okay,
so,
yes, in Hero's Quest. Yeah.
You get to Quest for Glory 4, and I don't know if Irana was mentioned. Oh, I think Irana is in Wit. She's one of the choices for sponsors in Wit in
2.
Quest for Glory 2. So a little cameo. I don't think she appears in 3 at all.
Mentioned.
Maybe?
I think because there's a Pool of Peace, and that was...
Oh, the Pool of Peace, yeah. They said maybe Irana created that.
Yes.
Which was based on the something kingdom. Peaceful Kingdom. Peaceful Kingdom, something like that painting. Anyway, so she got the tree, maybe. Quest for Glory 4, Irana's name comes up as having been the one that chased the evil chaotic being through the portal in the cave, and then disappeared. Went in after him, or went in with him, and was never seen again. Until 5, you learn that she's
Well, you free her soul,
her soul, but not her body.
No. And then 5, you bring her back. So she's
If
got
you
her
so choose. So
whole
she
story.
she does have an arc all the way through it.
Yes. Salim and Julinar. Salim and Julinar, they have a daughter. And that daughter is named Julie. Julie Knopfs. And she would be in the Wizard game, in fact.
If we ever get around to doing it.
ever do the Wizard game, she is in the Wizard game. Aziza. Aziza, well, she continues to live and be the advisor to the Sultan in Shapir. And Erasmus continues to interfere with anything that amuses him.
Yes.
Baba Yaga now pretty much stays.
Of course, comes back
yeah.
in Quest for Glory 4.
Yes.
And she's content there.
Yes,
That's
she
her
really
homeland.
is, and nobody's trying to kick her out now. So she's really kind of happy there, except when she goes on vacation.
Simba, which I think they mean the son of
Uhura's son. Yes.
Uhura's son Simba.
Yes, he goes on to be a tribal chief in the Sibani tribe once they go back. Let's see. Yes.
The Rodney Dangerfield and the 2 Jack Nicholsons in Mordavia.
They continued to
They
live.
became famous voice actors and
did-
appearing in many shows.
Yes. She's
They
also
already
mentioned-
were.
She's got the tree, Julinar, yeah. But she's mentioned, but not more than a brief nod, yes. The Pool of Peace plays the theme song. Okay.
So what you do on that, if you want to know about the Rodney Dangerfield and Jack Nicholsons, then basically you need to go to imdb.com and then search for Quest for Glory 4 and go to the cast and find those actors, which are Hans, Franz, and Yvonne, and look up the actor for each one,
Yep.
and you will find their career.
Uh,
But the characters don't go beyond Quest for Glory 4.
mhm.
People used to ask about Punny Bones and
Yeah.
about...
Yeah, Julinar helps her daughter follow her dreams. Yes, Julie is a kind of a featherhead, a little like her father, but she's got a lot of deep wisdom like her mother. So she's a nice character, a really sweet character. Do Fenris and Erasmus still fight over who's actually the familiar and who is the wizard? Only if people ask them. Mostly they just keep on laughing, never went anywhere. He was quite happy doing what he was doing. There was a thief in Quest
But his spiritual suggester is Punny Bones.
Interest in the Blackbird. I don't know the name. Wonder what happened to him.
We took a poll after when we were working on Quest for Glory 5, and one of the questions was, should Punny Bones be in the next game? And to our shock and horror, an awful lot of people said no.
Yes.
And so what were we to do?
Mm-hmm.
But put him in anyway.
Huh?
Punny Bones, did you leave him out?
He's not in 5.
9 and 5?
No. But he
Okay.
is. But he does come back. Punny Bones does come back to Samaria after the game. And he and
He becomes king?
Gnome Ann have a daughter, and their daughter is Fanny Bones, and she is also in the Wizards game if we ever do the Wizard game.
In fact, the heroine's roommate.
Mm-hmm. Yes, he returned to Silmaria after the rites were completed, and he married Anagramma. Yes, exactly. I was right. Haha. What about Zara? Zara eventually goes back to the Fairylands because she is kind of an outcast of the Fairylands. But after the queen, the fairy queen in Mordavia kind of got
When
her
from my
ass
horse I
kicked.
fell.
Yes, ass kicked by the hero who is a wizard. Zara goes back there and basically laughs.
in a way, our whole concept of the fairy folk was inspired by that one child ballad, Tam Lin.
Yeah.
The story of Tam Lin, who was caught by the fairy folk and had to serve the queen there.
As I was an earthly knight.
They give me that renown. Actually, there's a few different tunes to
yes,
it,
but yeah.
that's something like.
Mm-hmm.
Pentangle did a version of it, and Fairport Convention, I believe.
Yes. If I knew this was happening
You're still
today, I
scared.
would have replayed all the Quest for Glory to remember all the questions I had. The Rishaka.
Every
Rusalka?
year on New Year's Eve, we do the long stream.
The Rusalka, if that's the word.
Rishaka. No, Rishaka. Is that how it's spelled right? Close to that. Is Rakesh's wife.
No,
Daughter?
Rakesh's wife.
Rakesh's daughter. Rakesh's daughter.
daughter is is now a warrior member of the ruling council of Tarna. And she is, and they are...
A very important lion tar.
Yes, they are slowly... remember that the
VIL.
the political system is that they have a king of Tarna, and that king is kind of the figurehead, and it is the woman's council that actually rules. And
Well, the king has certain things he's in charge of. But,
yes,
but
can,
really he's
he
under
can
the authority.
start
He can
war.
be overridden by
He
the
can
council.
be, yes, so slowly the culture is going to change because they've got a
Got cold about remaining queen.
also cold about remaining alive. What was your favorite Sierra game that you did not create? I did not actually play any of them, but I always liked the Colonel's Bequest / sequel, Laura
like
Bow, because I love the concept and I love the art style for it. Yeah.
I liked Space Quest 2, and I actually rather liked Leisure Suit Larry 2, and those were games that... cough's coming back.
Have a drink. You never did get your drink.
I never did. I couldn't. Nobody would let me out.
No, well, you just had to ask. Okay. Hilda Ferdifadern. She married a stallion whose last name was Ferdinand, and Ferdinand...
Which is horse sense.
And Hilda had a son named Fritz, and Fritz is in Tilly's Tale.
Somebody's Tilly's Tale coming out next month.
Yeah. I will be ready for this next one. Johari, the leopard man. Does she transform back? Oh, yes. Once she was free of that cage, she could transfer back and forth. So she could... The cage in the thing was actually keeping her from being able to change. And you had to use the Dispel Potion to bring her back to her normal form. But they have a son. And their son is also in the Wizard's Way game. And
Who
he,
Who's son?
Johari, and Yusufu's son is the one of the main characters in Wizard Way, and he is he inherited the magic, but he was always a character out of time, out of place. Face it, Johari and Simbani, and Yusufu loved each other.
Are you talking about Feo, or are you talking...
Well, no.
Wizard's Way, you said.
Wizard Way, yeah. If you wanted to show the pictures, you can
I guess-
actually bring them up, because we do have them.
Oh, okay.
If you can show Dropbox and get
maybe.
Dropbox going, you can actually show the pictures. I did look them up, and I thought about it, but they're not exactly accessible. But Julinar loved Yusufu, but she couldn't stand the Simbani culture that wouldn't look down on her and wouldn't let her do magic, nor could Yusufu live with her in the other in her place. So therefore, they were kind of a dysfunctional couple, and their son wound up being funneled between the two tribes, and he never actually felt at home in either one, and he inherited magic. So therefore, he wound up at the school. Yes, artwork. And
we should show this just to let people know how much work we did on this game.
all right. Oh, this is Dropbox. Dropbox doesn't actually
Have everything.
have everything.
Main-
Main characters, and then you go down to Mwamba. Down,
Mwamba.
there, yeah. And then you'll have the designs for that. If you could actually see anything in your stupid Dropbox. You don't need to show it if you can't see anything. Oh, you
Oh,
were
yeah. I've got
crazy.
there's a bug in my Dropbox. Okay.
All right, here's the big question. The Dragon of Doom is destroyed, but most of the other big bads are not. Presumably, Iblis remains... Oh, Iblis is trapped, yes. Vuzel isn't coming back through the portal anytime. Demon Wizard and the Master... again, those portals are closed, and they're going to... Oh, good. There. Now you can see them.
All right. Here's Mwamba.
This is Mwamba's character designed for 3D. Because it's like Road to Redemption. This is designed for a 3D game. And so there you have that very awkward pose. And then you can go see, go back and...
Concept sketches. Cover sheet
Yeah,
color.
it's a color. Care sheet color. Let's see what that one looks like. However you open it. View in Dropbox. Ah, okay. There we go. That's his color. They're all wearing school uniforms for Wizard Way.
You get the Hero U patch that our higher level backers on Hero U got that patch.
Yeah. And, they don't, those are separate. Okay. Let's see. This one's back? No.
No, there's no back.
There is no back. Okay,
There's no
go
back.
back to where the main code is. Okay, fine. Now let's go to see Fanny. Go to Fanny Bones. And color. Open. Or view in Dropbox. Crazy.
Well, I could just go to that folder in
You
Dropbox.
could.
That would
There
probably
is
save time.
Fanny. She's quite a character. She has her father's sense of humor. Yes, I see. Okay, and then we've got no, that's our main character, but she isn't a follow-up. No, Julie Naff's down one.
Julie Naffs.
Uh-huh.
Just has character sheet and
Okay,
concept sketches.
all right, go to the sketches. And there is Julie Naffs. And she is a very
She's pretty.
pretty girl. And kind of a ditz, but yes. All right, let's see. Bragi, hurled from the hunger. Yeah, hurled hither from hunger.
Okay, Bragi went from being a frost giant
He said in the saga style. You gotta say. I mean,
in this.
Whatever you're gonna say.
I don't know. Thither went Bragi from the quest for glory unto the world. In Warcraft, he's found. He's a dwarf.
Yeah, don't ask.
All right, I have a character named Bragi in
Yes.
World of Warcraft, and I actually he is one of the few that I've leveled to maximum level in the latest expansion.
Yes, Bragi was bound to the wintry wonderland. Back he has gone to the land that he loves. How long did the 50 apples last? The giant? Not long, yes.
Well, he didn't eat any of them. He
Traveled
actually
back to the Northlands and eventually met his match at the hands of a heroine. Could be.
and along the lines, he planted all those apples, and the seeds grew up into trees all along his route.
Is this game being made or is it in limbo with Orana? Pretty much it's in limbo with Orana unless
Yep.
we got a couple...
It's in the other Beyond the Veil.
yes, the Heroines is a great
Everyone's
game.
good. I just got stuck so early because of the very intense cold mechanic
Hunger has hurled me hither from
that
home.
meant I could not explode
Away.
very far at all.
Those apples did a number on him. Personally, I love the cameo in Heroines.
Oh, does Bragi show up in Heroin's Quest?
Oh, that's fun. Yes.
Great. Awesome.
All right. Let's see. Who else do we have? We have some upcoming characters in the games. Of course, what happened to
Somebody asked about that.
Ugarte and Ferrari?
Ah, well, they came, of course, out of either Casablanca or the Maltese Falcon,
Right.
and that whole series of things, Sidney Greenstreet,
Yes.
and Peter Lorre.
Mm-hmm.
But actually, I wanted to answer OSU Brainiacs. Got a scratcher for Christmas that won him $5. And buy one. If he wins a few million, it's all yours. Awesome. Well, after taxes, please. Don't burn yourself in taxes for our sake. But I was going to say that I just read that Powerball is up to there were no winners last night, and so it's up to 780 million, coming up close to that $1 billion mark again.
Yeah.
So you could buy a Powerball ticket.
Yes. Let's see. What was I going to say? Back to
You were going to talk about Ugarte and Ferrari.
Yes. Ugarte might have died in your game of Quest for Life 5, but in the multiverse, he did not die, and instead he had a son named Joel Cairo.
Who appears in Hero U Road to Redemption.
Now,
No?
Ferrari had an apoplexy, after losing the Blackbird for the final time and not getting to be the rewards of having that Blackbird, the real Blackbird, and he sort of fades away, and it's his wife Budar who runs everything and starts to take over his
Empire.
empire, and
whatever it is.
eventually becomes more
His criminal organization.
his organization and his inn, and eventually it becomes a little less criminal and a little more profitable.
Ah.
So yeah.
And did Budar and what's his name have a son? Ferrari.
Huh?
They have a child?
They did, but that child did not actually
Make it
go
into any
anywhere.
games.
He, didn't
Yeah.
make it, he hasn't made it into games.
I mean, could have been a road game.
Esme is Esme related to Davy? Yes.
What about Dr. Emmentaler von Braun? Did he come from
No.
Dr. Cranium?
Oh, no. He might be a descendant of Dr. Cranium. But he is clearly not the
Or
same
Werner,
last name.
or from Werner von Braun, or from
Yes. Yes. So yes, Esme is from Davy's clan, tribe / pack, and Davy is her father.
of the people who are not gypsies, because we learned we're not allowed to use
the
the word
rovers.
gypsy.
The rovers.
We call them rovers, yes.
And so yes,
From the song "The Gypsy
And-
Rover"
Esme after
and other sources.
yes, Road to Redemption.
Rover to Redemption.
Well, she is, in one version of Road to Redemption, she's going with Aeolus, but really Esme wants a stable home, and Aeolus will never, ever be able to give her a stable, normal
But I think
home.
she also wants adventure.
Yeah, but she wanted a home. That's what
Katie
she's
was
trying to do.
Katie was more the one that wanted to, run the inn.
Katie wanted adventure. She wanted to go be
She
a
wanted to be a
pirate.
pirate?
She wanted to be a
And she-
sailor and
she
things
decided
like that.
she had her fill of that.
Well, yes. So
Of a-
she
of one
took all
thing.
that treasure she gets, and she actually turns the inn that she owns into an old age place for sailors. So it's a retirement community for sailors. Her animal form doesn't look like the same breed as Davy. Well, they're wolves, okay? Davy was a wolf, and so is she. Just because her fur matches her hair color,
What was the song? See you all someday.
A
Fiddler's Green, but there's something rest. The Fisherman's Rest or something. Or
yeah.
Sailor's Rest, something like
Yeah.
that. Anyway, so these we get all our half our ideas from songs.
Well, songs and stories and
Songs
everything
and
else.
stories.
It's all great.
Mishmash.
Yes, a collaboration of ideas.
Cattle Co says her animal form doesn't look like the same breed as Davy, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything because artistic interpretations.
Yes.
We're retelling
They're
stories.
still wolves.
We're retelling stories from hundreds of years ago.
Yes, actually, it's all done by artists. So artists have take liberties. The one that doesn't look like it is, of course, Calvin in Summer's Days is the son of Calb, but
In
Calb,
Quest for Glory 3.
yes, but not by the
Not by his wife?
not by his wife. Yes, not
dear.
by Calb's wife.
Oh, my.
Calb's wife, after Quest for Glory 3, basically leaves him because he still is too kind-hearted to ever be, ever
Be a good businessman
make
and
yes,
support their family.
correct. So she basically leaves him, and he's
With all his
kind
puppies?
of no. She takes the puppies with him.
Oh, okay.
So Calb is kind of forlorn, but he has a liaison with a hunter, wild dog hunter, and that is the mother of Calb and several others. But the several others that all went with Mom, and Calvin was the most like his father. And so he didn't fit in with a hunter clan very well, and so therefore he got sent home to Father, and Father sent him to the school. So that's it. What a awful waffle walker! Where is it 20 years later?
Awful Waffle Walker. It's been an awful long time. Waffles do tend to get
Yes.
moldy.
They don't survive. And so somebody ate him
Yeah, somebody ate it.
before he totally. Yes, okay. Good evening, Coles. Happy impending New Year. Yes, happy New Year to you, Asen.
So we're having grog in the kitchen. That's what I should be having on New Year's Eve.
grog. You wouldn't like grog if you had it. You know what grog is. Watered rum with some sugar in it and a squeeze of lemon if it's good grog.
It's good grog. It's got relatively less water.
Yes, well. There were so many random encounters in Quest for Glory.
The alignment.
Yes,
The alignment is waffle evil.
yes, yes. The waffle, the French Legion, all good. Yes, because I had the chance to it. The waffle, of course, was totally random. The French Legion was definitely needed to be there. That was Laurel and Hardy because we needed a cameo for famous people cameo, and that obviously fit in there.
I need to go back to David's statement, though. Okay. If you're starving and you meet the awful waffle walker in the savannah, and you are no longer starving afterwards, I think that you would say after that it was waffle good.
Ah, I see. Who took over the Shapir Adventurers Guild after Uhura left it? For a while, it was clearly empty because
No Need for Heroes?
nobody came to step up to it. However, soon,
Maybe Isser took it over.
huh?
So maybe Isser.
No, he had his own thing going. He was, he didn't need it. So it was empty for a while, and the next generation of stories, of course.
Maybe
something-
maybe Uhura's boyfriend, the guard,
That's reasonable.
yeah,
That would
he
be
could have been
reasonable. He could have
promoted.
been.
Yeah,
Yeah, he could have taken
so it's
over.
probably the guard.
Golden Drake needs to go soon, but Happy New Year! Yes.
Happy New Year! Hey.
Hey, have a happy 2023, everybody. Thank you very much, Golden Drake.
For
Happy
all those
New
cool
Year
level
to you.
emoticons.
Yes.
I guess we ought to learn how to do those things, huh?
We should. We only
I
know.
think I'd have to have a more expensive subscription to do it.
Alas, we only have
Virtual hug.
Cool.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yes. So, at any rate, yes, Happy New Year to you. Where are they now?
Says that with pride.
Yes. Yes, Harabi actually
Sam the Beggar Man.
went home. Sam the Beggar Man became the banker
He was
in Quest for Glory
yes, he was
5.
the chief banker in Quest for Glory 5.
Um,
Gets his bank robbed.
yeah, really. So, yes. Rakish's son, who may or may not have been killed in Quest for Glory 5, goes on to become a Wizard of Wit. And later on, a companion to Aziza. And they actually have an adventure
Who's that?
together. Aziza. Chakra. Yeah, Chakra. The goon in Spielberg, the one who worked for the sheriff, continues to work for the sheriff.
Otto von Goon.
Yes, Otto von Goon.
And
Nothing new there, you know.
Bruno. Well, nobody talks about Bruno.
We don't talk about Bruno, no.
But, yeah, he shows up back in Quest for Glory 5. Yeah.
Yep, okay. He's going out.
Oh!
Oh, Tonya.
Tanya Hardy?
Not Tonya Hardy, no. Tonya of Quest for Glory 4 does not fit in very well with the town in Mordavia. She comes back, but, you know, just because she's back alive and that, and it doesn't exactly have a happy time for her being there. And eventually, she goes on to be a wizard. And because of all the things that have happened to her. And she actually, in some universe, gets to see Katrina again. And that was an interesting meeting. So, but she goes off to become a wizard adventurer herself. So, at any rate, what about Toby? Toby's gone. Alas and alas. Some things. Otto von Goon. Yes. Manu the monkey, he becomes chief of the monkey clan that he is part of. I mean, because he had many adventures, and now he had a lot of courage because he knew he could do things that, you know, most monkeys don't know about, don't realize their own value. And he's very happy. Uhura got to be an elder or a chief. Yes, she got to be an elder, but she couldn't be a chief because, you know, changes to sexual, sexist, patriarchal societies come slow, just as changes to matriarchal societies like in Tarna go very slowly too. Waitress lady in Tarna, she has children. Yes, she had her husband who was always amused at the stories of all the people who flirted with her. And the welcome lady, yes. And she was always happy to flirt. Tarna was so cool. I'm glad you liked Tarna. I liked Tarna too. And it was an interesting, remember the culture of the thing. And it wasn't, you know, fun and games, all fun and games. It had some serious consequences to things. There were more story to the demon arc. Not a whole lot. We might have had demons coming back later, but mostly, you know, demons are like Avuzel and about Iblis. They're all extra-dimensional creatures. They're all from another plane. They're all from another world system. And the world systems are abutting each other. And every once in a while the gate opens between them. And so therefore, they're all the same kind of thing. They're interdimensional travelers.
And if you want more stories, similar to the storyline of the demon coming through the portal, and think of two cases, one of which is Lyndon Hardy, Master of the Five Magics.
Okay.
And one of his magic, I think, was it the Magicians, I think?
I don't think they
the
used
Wizards,
that one.
One of the
Magicians I like, but...
It might have been the Wizards. One of them.
But the real one that influenced this, you want to is Myth Adventures by Robert Asprin.
Asprin, yes.
You should check those out, those books or those comics that were
That's
illustrated.
Myth spelled M-Y-T-H.
Yeah.
Adventures.
by Phil Folio. The graphic novels by Phil Folio of the Myth Adventures are absolutely
wonderful.
They're just, to me, one of the most favorite books we have. Was the thermonuclear blast spell always just for fun, or were there some other plans for it? It was always just for the hell of it. Yes, it was always just for fun. It was like maybe an object lesson.
It was the unimaginably powerful spell.
Kind of the tilt-a-weight spell for anybody who played
Tilt-a-weight from Wizardry.
And yes, and
But it was Meteor Swarm from Dungeons and Dragons.
yeah, but you know, you could use it in Quest for Glory 5. And there was a real plan. You could save the world with the thermonuclear blast spell. You'd be dead, but you could do it.
Yeah, the Meteor Swarm spell in Dungeons and Dragons was so controversial within the company at that time that the write-up of it in the player's manual basically has one of the designers saying, "Really?" to the other designer.
Save the world, not Marie. Yes, destroy the entire, island. But
I've recently been thinking about saving the world, but not Moscow. Might be a reasonable compromise.
Right. So, what inspired Quest for Glory 3? Tarzan of the Apes. I grew up with Tarzan's books. I grew up with Johnny Weissmuller making that yodeling sound, as he swung through the trees. So therefore, the Lost City was really, directly taken from one of the major Tarzan books. Tarzan and the Lost City, probably, but the Forgotten City and things like that, and that was ruled by Queen Law, and everybody else was ape-likes, and she was somehow a beautiful, woman goddess type of thing who ruled these people. So yeah, I stole it from that because as a child growing up, these were, some of my favorite books. Yes. Even worms are terrifying.
Yeah, so what happened was we got switched off of Quest for Glory onto creating educational games. Lori did Mixed Up Fairy Tales, and I did Castle of Dr. Brain. And we were worried that it was too big of a jump from Quest for Glory 2 to what we wanted to do with Quest for Glory 4, which was make a hostile environment where even the townspeople don't get along with the hero, and that you've really got to figure out how to make friends and so on. And in hindsight, it didn't make any difference,
No, but that's why we did justify putting.
So our friend Ellen Guan Beeman, who was a designer at Sierra and went on to work on one of the Wing Commander expansions, basically said, "Yeah, I know what the third game's going to be. It's going to be following up with Rakesh and his story with the demon." And so I said, "You got it." And, of course, we had no discussion about that prior to that. So I talked over with Lori and we said, yeah, we can do that game.
Yeah. Because it did.
And that would give us the transition that we needed.
Because we were changing everything. We were changing to VGA. We were going to the point-and-click system. And didn't want to throw our players off. We wanted to give them a nice, consistent transition between games.
And as a result of which, we almost didn't finish the series.
Yeah, well...
Quest for Glory 4 would have been the last game and been a cliffhanger.
We did, yes, yeah.
Thank our fans.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm glad you did the detour. I've always had a bit of an axe to grind with Quest for Glory 3. There were problems with the point system, but the characters and story are still excellent. I would say the point system was a breakdown of communication, and the fact that Corey wasn't on the basis of it.
Heck, so
if Corey had been there...
Lori's always been the storyteller in all the games, and she does the characters and the dialogue, or her specialties, and doesn't actually write much of the text of, look at messages and stuff like that, except when it's critical to the story. And I was more the mechanics guy that did the role-playing system and the combat system and stuff like that. And because I was off on a different project during Quest for Glory 3, I didn't do any of those things.
Yeah. So I think it was also the fact that there was no programmer that understood what the system was. If there had been a lead programmer that actually understood what we were doing with Quest for Glory 2, it wouldn't have been a issue. But yeah.
And of course, everybody was much too arrogant to actually ask questions and stuff.
Yes.
Or maybe discouraged from it because Sierra said, "Well, Corey's busy with this other project."
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Who's your favorite Elder God and who's your favorite Dracula actor? My favorite Elder God is Cthulhu from Collect Call of Cthulhu from the Real Ghostbusters cartoon. And that is the best depiction of a Lovecraftian story as there is. My favorite Dracula...
What about Zool in the form of the State Park Marshmallow Man?
Yeah, right. And favorite Dracula actor, actually,
Is there anyone besides Bela Lugosi?
well, I mean, I think that's the only one I actually watched. So therefore, Bela Lugosi will be my favorite, and because it's visually it's a stunning movie.
Well,
It
the Love
really
at First
is.
Bite actor was fun.
I see.
I don't know who acted.
You
who
mean
that was.
Leslie Nielsen?
Was that who it was?
Love at First Bite? That was, well, of course,
I never drink wine.
yeah. Okay. I installed Castle of Dr. Brain on my school's computers under the pretense of installing an educational game.
It is educational,
Yes.
They-
Little did they know I was installing something actually fun.
but also educational.
Yes. Thankfully,
To be
the
fair.
fans have cleared up these problems. I'm so glad, yes. There were very few games like Quest for Glory, or really none at the time, yeah. I think Avuzal's my favorite Eldritch horror. Yes,
Oh,
you
my
do.
favorite.
You should watch the Real Ghostbusters cartoons. You could see them sometimes on different things.
My
Because
favorite
they
one was
were-
the Halloween special.
Yes, but that was later. I mean, when we're talking the heyday, the first
2 years.
first 2 years before they got the
Before they
network.
jumped the shark, yeah.
Yeah, they jumped the shark because the network decided that children's television
Need to be
should
more
be children-like and not
Yes.
adult. And so therefore, it had writers that were professional writers. It had the director of Real Ghostbusters is the guy who did Babylon 5.
Oh, Christopher Lee was pretty amazing as Saruman.
Okay. J. Michael Straczynski, yes, he did some great work on the Real Ghostbusters. There are a lot of inside jokes and things, and so it's really worth watching if you can. Sometimes the humor is childish, and the art style is sometimes looks like something cheap Japanese. I mean, cheap anime rip-offs, but yeah. And so, yes, J. Michael Straczynski of Babylon 5 fame. So you can imagine that he had some very intelligent scripts there. It has a line that we used repeatedly after we signed our contract at Sierra for the 3 games.
I sold my soul to the devil.
Yes. Yes, Straczynski did the Real Ghostbusters. And that explains that the man's a genius. And he really cared about it. And some of those... Collect Call of Cthulhu is so rich. It's rich in all the Lovecraftian lore, and it makes a nice, fun statement because, honestly, Lovecraft is an acquired taste. His stories and things like that of eldritch horror and paranoia, and they're not happy endings.
And
but,
just
yeah.
because your style is cartoony doesn't mean that it has to be silly. So I mean that's really a pretty serious episode with just a little bit of humor here and there.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with Babylon 5. I did not like Babylon 5's last season, which I never watched, because I don't like tragedy. I do not like it when I know that things are going to really go black as they go along. So therefore, I don't know that I would care for what he's going to do with it. But I thought the stories were fascinating and the characters were really interesting. And I love the art style, too, for Babylon 5. Let's see. I was thinking of Where Are They Now? After Hero U, Road to Redemption, Thomas is not going to go back and wear dresses and be a pretty little girl. She is always going to be in Thomas, so.
And he'll be a real paladin rogue.
Right.
Or rogue paladin.
The original reason they dropped it, they couldn't modify Mira Furlan's voice well enough. And they can now. That wouldn't be an issue, but you'd have to be able to pull it off. And you can't, you'd have very different characters. And all I can think of is yes, that's got here. Happy New Year's. Happy New Year's to you, Webhead Spidey. Yes. You could hire a trans actor to play the role. Yes, and there's some really good ones out there. Sadly Mira died. Yeah, that is a shame because she was very distinctive. I'm sure that a lot of them are dead now. I don't know. Is Billy Mummy still alive? I liked his character a lot.
That's the kind of thing you need to research.
Billy Mummy, of course, for us, will always be Lost in Space. And I can just hear the theme song going through my head after school, going home. We would watch Lost in Space.
I can't remember that same song.
Will Robinson, yes.
Billy Mummy died in 98.
Alas.
Wait, no, he was in Babylon 5, 94 to 98.
Oh, okay. No, he didn't die.
Is that he was only 4 years old when he died?
Wow, jeez.
He was born in 54 and he is still alive.
Yes, okay, good.
Good.
Yeah.
Yet over here on my desktop I have IMDb.
Yeah.
The two critical sources are imdb.com and the other one for games is Moby Games, like Moby Dick. MobyGames.com. And that's the place for finding out any information about current or classic games.
He did 3 solo albums. Interesting. Okay. All his own. But yeah, warning. Danger. Yes, okay.
It's Babylon 5 is what we were looking at before I got distracted on him.
Yeah, J. Michael Straczynski has repeatedly said the possibility of B5 continuations is nil due to too many of the actors remaining stubbornly dead. Yeah. I asked Corey this in Discord, but you said you'd know more. I was curious if there was a connection between Magnum Opus, General Claudius, and Minos. I heard on the internet Magnum Opus might be a spy for Minos. What do you think?
I think it was intended to be ambiguous.
Magnum Opus, though, Minos had his spy. Minos had Bruno as a spy, and that was where the connection. Why did Elsa, the hero of Spielberg, come to this place? Was because Minos needed a hero, needed his own hero in the hero game.
Contestant for King.
And so it was Bruno who suggested Elsa von Spielberg because Bruno has always wanted to get her. And so therefore, that's what brought Elsa von Spielberg.
Yeah, even during Hero's Quest, Bruno's motivation there is he wants to be the head of the brigands.
Mm-hmm. So therefore, this was done to get back at Elsa because he was eventually
so look at all these
going
people
to be
in
able
Babylon
to.
5 that all died in 1998.
Oh my God! Bruce Boxleiter, Jerry Doyle. That's Michael Garibaldi, and Commander Sheridan. All these names.
Max Leitner's still with us. He worked with this. They didn't die in the 88.
All right, that was the year they played it.
Yes, I know.
Okay, you confused me.
I was intended to.
It was so cool to see Elsa come back in Quest for Glory 5. Yeah, well, she was kind of a throwaway character in Quest for Glory.
Jerry Doyle did die in 2016 at age 60.
Okay, yeah, I thought he had died.
Ripe old age of 60. So we've made it all the way to 67 now.
And I really wanted Elsa to be an iconic character. She wasn't just going to be a baron's daughter. And she could not, of course, go back to being, a figurehead under her stupid brother. So she had to have her own story. And
So
she
getting
did.
out of Spielberg was the best thing for her.
Doyle passed away. Sinclair passed away. The doctors passed away. Gakar did. Gosh, Zathras, probably. If there are any connection between Magnum Opus and Claudius, since they're both Roman. Yes, Magnum Opus could have worked with Claudius at some point. My memory on those two are...
Claudia Christian is in World of Warcraft Dragonflight, which is what Lori and I have been playing lately.
Yes. That's interesting. She is doing
Director
voices for
Ian
it.
Hazzikostas.
Yay.
Where's the full top cast?
Hmm.
Claudia. No, she's in a top class.
Yeah, she isn't a top class. She isn't a big name character.
On a Kobol.
I'll have to listen for her. I recognize voices pretty well, actually. Okay.
So she was Commander Susan Ivanova.
Yeah. She's also in Disney Atlantis movie. Is she? She didn't play the heroine, did she, in Atlantis? I never would have recognized her voice there. Oh, she is the femme fatale. Okay. All right.
In Atlantis.
Yeah, I liked it. Atlantis was a good movie. So that's the one where Michael Fox does the main character, and he's a kind of a dorky kid guy.
Oh, I think I'm sort of remembering it.
I remember Magnum Opus being a leader, and obviously Claudius being a leader, so I theorized they might have worked together. They did, but they didn't get along.
Or competed. More competed.
Okay. Leonard Nimoy is in it, too. I don't remember him being in it. That's interesting. Well, I mean, Disney had access to the best, after all. Let's see. Yeah. He's the king of Atlantis. Okay.
King of Atlantis. Claudia Christian is known for Babylon 5, Atlantis the Lost Empire, Hexed.
Yeah, they don't actually give her a name for the...
So mostly she's been doing video games.
Well,
Video games these days. So we could use her for Quest for Glory 15.
We could. We could get her to come in. We just need a connection. So, at any rate,
She's in Battle for Azeroth, too.
well,
They
yeah.
don't say what her role was.
No, they don't. So she's just voicing
A
people.
voice.
Yeah.
Claudia and Claudio, Italian cooking with a bite.
All right, let's...
She auditioned for 7 of 9 on Star Trek Voyager. That's...
Apparently, I've been typecast in science fiction. I'm a Russian bisexual telepathic Jew. Well, that's quite a character you're going to be playing.
It's very all too common.
Yes, in every science fiction, yes, really.
Cooking is great, love is grand, but souffles fall and lovers come and go. We can always depend on a book.
Okay. So, at any rate, let's actually let's play a game before we play a game. Let's play Match It.
Oh, as opposed to
Yeah.
Quest for Glory 5. Match It. Here's the game. So this is a participatory game, Magic Match It, that we will open up a queue if it works. And let me see. I'm not showing that currently good. Let's see if it fits. Okay, good. So you're going to try to match cards, images on cards, and each time you match them, you'll reveal part of the background picture. And first person.
Molly's hitting her bedtime.
Oh, we better play fast then.
Well, they will say Happy New Year, Molly.
Happy New Year, Molly.
And
Yeah.
drop out any time you hit that time to go.
Is what Nova Scotia, I think, is midnight now.
Is it?
Maybe.
Probably.
Or Eastern. What about Sao Paulo? Maybe.
Could be.
So we're going to start this game. I'm going to put up a cue,
Yeah.
and you will say /play. Oh, exclamation point play. In the chat here, like OSU Brainiac, as OSU Brainiac just did. The one that's east of Eastern.
East of Eastern, yeah.
That's right.
Uh-huh.
Eastern time, we're still only 11:05.
Yep.
And OSU Brainiac is going to be the only player because nobody else has typed exclamation point play. Do we have anyone actually in the watching the stream, or did we bore everyone to death? 32 viewers, it says. I'll bet some of you 32 viewers could type in exclamation point play and get into this game. So this is like the game of concentration.
I'm scared of matching games.
And I probably have to hide us from here.
Yeah, because we blocked the
No, it wasn't it. I go that button.
I bought, yeah.
And then I say start game. And, oh, we got 2 people. OSU Brainiac and Stardrop to guess some cards and play. Or we can make it free for all.
Well, we can, and we probably will. But
all right, OSU, why don't you pick two card positions so the rest of the people how to play.
Yes, it's a really easy game. The coordinates are on the, A, B, C, D on the bottom, along the side.
It says B3 and C4. I need to move this down.
Okay, so you can actually see.
He says B, 1, 2, 3, C. Oh, there is
a quirk.
A quirk. And C4.
And there's Ifataya.
Ifataya, the head chef.
Yes. Do not match. And so they are put back. And that says that's the next person's turn.
And the next person is Stardrop.
Stardrop, give us some coordinates. Had to switch computers. Oh, to computer to play, yes.
A1 and D4.
A1 is Ricky.
And D4
is a quirk. And
so
now it
somebody
is
might be able to match those quirks.
MM Sion.
Sion. Sion.
Cylon. Yes, it's a Cylon.
A2 and A3.
A2 is
Esme. And A3 is Gerhard.
They do not match. Okay, we are now to Cattleco. Come on, folks, more participation. Yes.
We can act more excited.
Well, we can.
Actually, it looks like I could show us and not interfere with it the way we've got it laid out right now.
Yeah, well, not.
Video capture on.
Cattleco says B3 and D4.
B3, D4. You have matched a pair of quirks, and the magical thing reveals part of the scrambled picture underneath. Laurie has played around with these pictures in Photoshop to make them not so obvious. And you're supposed to name who are the character or characters in the picture.
And the movie. But you can go again, Cattleco, because
you matched
it correctly.
So give us 2 more coordinates.
And I see
or give us 1 coordinate and you can abort it if it A6.
Okay. A6.
Mr. Turk! Oh, your turn is over.
You have gotten the Yes.
We need sound effects.
We do. We used to have sound
effects.
All
right, I'm going to get rid of all these people, and we have nobody in the queue.
Brainiac has signed up again, and it didn't register him, so if you...
Oh, that's because I didn't pull him.
Oh.
Okay, let's open the queue again.
All right. If you get another Mr. Turk, there is another Mr. Turk on that board, you will lose a turn again.
But they'll match and reveal the information. Okay, we have OSU again. We have Stardrop again.
In order.
Let's get everybody here
or at
to
least
join
a few
this game.
more of you. I mean, you can. It's
more
not
fun that
like
way.
Yes, more participants.
Why does the stream say offline? Doesn't sound right.
I don't know. Are we offline?
No. Stream offline.
That's
scary.
Yeah.
We're connected.
Interesting. You're not offline. I see.
Oh, he's only 25 viewers.
Okay.
Maybe one of them must live. If I go to console, there's a lot of people.
Yeah.
Well, thank you everyone for coming.
Yes,
and
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
If you had nothing better
spending
to do.
them with us, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Now 27.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just Laurie and my age. We're both 27. Did I say that earlier?
Yeah. Okay, so anyway, it's Brainiac's turn. Did Brainiac actually give us something to
no. Brainiac, what's your move? You can type 1 coordinate if you want.
Well, he might as well tap 2 because they're
C3
random.
and B4.
C3.
That's
More
Mortuai and B4.
That is
you
more
did
Mortuai!
it! You did it, OSU.
All
You get
right,
another turn.
there you can see more of the background. And now it's your turn again.
I know what it looks like it is, but it isn't.
Oh, well, good. I'm glad you know what it isn't. I know what it isn't either.
Oh, that's copyrighted.
B2 and A4.
B2 and A4.
Aeolus and Esme.
Or Esme and Aeolus, as the case may be.
Uh-huh. Thing from
Okay.
Fantastic.
All right.
Okay, I can see Thing from Mr. Fantastic.
It does, yeah.
Fantastic Four.
Fantastic Four, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Fant Four Stick.
Ah,
What it
okay.
is.
There we go.
Fantastic Four with the
Uh-huh.
4 embedded.
Okay.
All right, start her up. You get to do some guesses.
Come on, everybody join in. Yeah, well, we'll go free form if
We
people
could
are
we
reluctant.
could open up the queue in Discord. We could go to the speakeasy and have everybody sing along. The all acquaintance and that sort of thing. Old Lang Syne.
Oh, okay. Well, we could not do that.
Or
too.
something less traditional.
Okay. Let's see.
It is
Starcroft did say.
Thistledown's turn.
Yes, he did. He said A2 and B2.
Oh, did he?
Yes, he did. A2.
A2, B2.
Esme and Esme!
Because he
Congratulations!
remembered them. Well done, well done.
All right, there's more of the page, and you get to guess again.
It's got yellows and purples.
Yes, it does. D1 and D5.
D1. Mr. Turk.
Brrr.
Well done, well
Yes,
done.
you have
Okay,
managed
bring
to
X
get-
back in the queue. Let's get some more people in the queue. But you reveal those opposite corners.
Yes, you now have a
Some purple, and
diagonal.
there's some gray or blue-gray or something
Yes, more purple. Well, so much for that. Yeah, that takes off the Turk and
there. I can think of two possible hero
Startups,
scenes this could be.
Yeah, okay, good. Okay. All right, anybody can guess.
All right,
You
yeah,
don't
just,
actually have to.
All right, anybody come in and give us a couple coordinates.
Right.
Let's type them in chat.
Yep. I mean, don't have to sign up.
I'm going to just close the queue and we note the 2 people that were active.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't need to play anymore. Just anyone type in coordinates into the queue and don't... this is a cooperative game, actually. C2 and D5. You have Ifataya and Katie.
And so,
Larry has a long-standing World of Warcraft character named Katie Elder. And from the movie The Sons of Katie Elder.
that's because I had Destry Elder was my main character.
Destry Elder was her main character, the mage.
Yeah. All right, C2 and C4.
C2, C4, double Ifatayas.
And we reveal
A
2
great
more
part of the
pieces
image.
of the image. And
It
Catacomb
still looks like something completely
got it
different than
too.
this.
Would have gotten it too, but Brainiac beat him to it. MM Klon says D2 and A5.
D2. And
Wow.
Gerhardt and
Moira.
Moira.
Okay.
And Moira.
5 minutes until I answer. Get to it, folks. He's got it. He's figured it out. You guys have to figure this out before Brainiac does. Got it too. Well, then get an answer. Get
So
an
put the
answer
keys back in.
correct. Huh?
Yeah, give us 2 answers.
Give
and
us a
coordinates
correct, and then you can guess it, and then we will.
and give you the prize.
Well, he has to guess something first. All right, B6 and C6.
B6
Gregor.
and C6 is Joel.
Joel. Nope. I got it too. No, I don't.
Startups with the end. No, startup. First you have to match a pair, and then you can guess.
Yeah. You have to match the pair first, So try again, because Brainiac has it. Anybody can get it, but you have to actually put in coordinates.
Unless you're bored with that, in which case we'll just award it to Stardrop.
Well, he has to.
If that's the right answer.
Well, yeah, let's see.
See, I think this reminds me of the treasure room in Hero Road Redemption, because all those gold coins everywhere. And it also sort of reminded me of the furnace room, the one that has a magic ring in there.
Okay.
The kiln room.
The kiln room. Well, the
that
colors
is
aren't
the
the
bottle
what's that?
furnace.
Yeah.
A3 and D2. Double Turk. Double Gerhard. Double Gerhard.
Belzar says a at sign. And
A at. What's an at sign on? At sign, I used to know these as 2. Go on.
Oh, A1 and D6.
A1, D6, opposite corners.
Aeolus
You have
and
Ricky
Ricky.
and Aeolus.
Okay. And now,
We had an Aeolus
Stardrop's
before.
Thistledown answers that the image is...
Da, da, da.
Castle Mordavia! Wow!
Welcome to the Castle Mordavia. This is actually an overlook of the door. Click on reveal. And
There
we'll
you
see.
are! You are correct. It is the overlook to the
Oh.
Castle Mordavia.
And as I said,
And
2
that is-
mysterious figures wait for a hero.
That is the painting. That is not from the actual game version that would have been digitized. This is the painting that was the painting for it. So, yeah.
Those 2 mysterious figures are, of course, Katrina and Anavis.
Yes. Congrats,
That
Stardrop
doorway
Thistledown.
looks, the proportions look awkward.
Well, you
It's like
should
it's
see it
dwarf-sized.
when Hero comes through. I mean, they're up quite a bit. It's a castle. The doorway is huge. It's a
Okay.
double door.
Double doors!
Yes. Was it based on the graphics, or were the graphics based on... This was actually the image used to digitize in Quest for Glory 3. So it was actually used for the background.
4.
And then they animated
4.
the character for 4. Yeah. 4.
All right. That was your fun for the day.
So, yes, we did not actually...
And the winner is
we did-
Stardrop Thistledown, so I guess I should tell him what to do.
Well, what should he do, Corey?
Stardrop, please send email, old-fashioned, to
I'd recognize Katrina's
Support
left hand
at-
anywhere.
HeroU.net with your handle
And,
that you match
yes,
it.
because otherwise we'll never remember.
I just discovered an email from the last session we had. The winner wrote me. I had actually seen it, opened my email at 2 in the morning or something and didn't deal with it then and then forgot about it.
Ah, okay.
So I need to send them.
Yes,
We will send you a fabulous prize of some sort,
like a game key,
most likely.
because that's easy to send. So, yes, thank you for playing. The rest of you too could get a game
You
key.
could have been winners.
But you have to play. That is always the
Got
name
to
of the
play to
game.
win, huh?
Yeah. And if you're...
It was Murdoctopus, that is correct.
Uh-huh. Yes. Exactly.
So I need to write him back and tell him what keys are available.
Uh-huh. So, at any rate,
Or that
we decided that what we would do tonight, in addition to doing the trivia of where are they now, we would play Quest for Glory 5.
And I told Lori I'd take a nap because I got up early this morning.
Well, but you got to play the game first.
I can do it like World of Warcraft and nap and play the game at the same
You
time.
could, but you have to run the game to play the game.
All right. Oh, and then Lori can take it over.
Yeah, well, I can, because honestly, I can talk about it. As you said, Corey,
But we should advertise our Patreon first.
we should advertise Patreon. Yes, we should have a commercial break.
Commercial break.
Actually, we should have a break. We've been on since 6, and it's been 2 hours. So we could have a 10-minute break and before we we'll set up for Quest for Glory 5. And all of you people can go to the bathroom and get a drink, as if you weren't already doing that in the course of this, because you don't have to sit there at your computer. If you're like me, you have earphones on and you were wandering around and doing whatever you wanted to, or
Have we
playing
seen
your
the-
other World of Warcraft while you're listening to us.
Kettle Coco asked, have you guys seen the crazy speedrun hack/strat, frostbite through some wall, triggers last event, so weird? No, we have not seen that, and we basically, our theory is that people should be able to play the games the way that they have fun with them.
Yes, and so we're really thrilled when people find weird hacks. Honestly. Yes, you can.
Well, there was weird stuff like that, because our games had like, $500,000, $250,000 to $1 million budget. Quest for Glory 5 was the one exception that had a several $1 million budget. But World of Warcraft, with the hundreds of millions of dollars budget, still has things where your foot can go through the floor and stuff like that. I hope this isn't too loud. Let us know if it is.
Let me do this. That was taken to farmer's market. That was taken down the street. That was from Hawaii. That's
Maui.
Maui. There's a bar. This was at Comic-Con. This is a rose from the area, from the neighborhood. Let's see. This is at Armstrong Flower Garden. Ditto. This was from Hawaii. Oh, because yeah. This is a dog from Park. This is a fish from an aquarium. He's a great fish.
Who's that aquarium?
That aquarium is at Oceanside Harbor.
Ah.
This is a minor bird from Hawaii. This is a gladiola from the neighborhood.
From here.
This is a crab in that same aquarium. They had a great shrimp too. You could see a lobster.
Neighborhood is North San Diego County.
This is a giraffe from the zoo.
San
From
Diego
San Diego Zoo. This is lavender from the neighborhood. This is a serval from the zoo. This is a bird from the zoo. I can't remember what it was, but it was fun. This was also from Balboa Park. This is a glass blower from Cabo.
Cabo San Lucas.
And this is a door hook. I like this bird.
I think maybe if you're going to talk over it, you need to have this
I
slower.
have a little slower, and I love this pose on
Digging
this
the,
from Oakhurst Harbor.
Sea Lion.
Oceanside
Music
Harbor.
by the volume remote. That is, what's his name?
Paul.
Paul.
Coburn, whatever his last name is. Yeah.
Yeah, Paul.
Paul, yeah.
Of the volume remote, and he actually started working with us on the music for Tilly's Tale, and then he had some life things that kind of took over. So we switched to Brandon Bloom, who did a fabulous job.
He did a very fine job. And we're very happy that he gave us the music we needed. But I did love some of Paul's music, so that's why I put it on here. All right, that was just to show
was it
off.
Paul Korma?
Korma, yeah.
Something like that. Close to that.
Yeah. And then, of course, this was the previous post, which you could still get this wallpaper for your very own. And if you go on Discord, you will find various other wallpapers that we have given away. Holiday
Discord or
cards.
Patreon?
In Patreon, rather. Yeah. And this has all the characters from Ifeo's game.
Yeah, so I have three kinds of posts in here. There are public posts that anyone can see whether or not you're a patron. There are early access posts for patrons that I open up to the public after about 2 weeks. And then there are ones that are only for patrons. I don't do very many ones only for patrons because I don't really think of our Patreon as primarily a way to fund us, although it's awfully nice when people do. It is primarily a way for us to communicate with our friends and
that's
fans.
not coming up very fast.
What happened?
The Harvest Festival I clicked on, but there's another wallpaper you can have. You can really enjoy the colors and the things, and it's free. So go on and enjoy. So anyway, I was going to say we were going to have a brief break here. We can put it on.
Okay, 6 minutes. We can come back at
we'll come up
8:30 our time. It's 8:24 right now.
We'll come at the half hour. So let's see. We're going to go on break as of now. Ta-da!
I wonder if we can put up a timer.
I don't know.
Timers.
Do they have a timer that they display?
Plus. I don't know what that means. Yeah.
Do you need to take a break? Or do you need to set up Quest for Glory 5?
It says it said we wasn't here, but I'm cool. Just I'll put a shirt on.
Yeah, just put a shirt on. It's it is cool.
We restarted this recently.
Mm.
Should we do that?
You're good. I want to finish it off. I guess we have another couple cups in there.
Yep. Up to licorice, which does me spill my tea. These wet spots in your floor. Oh, so you can hear me munching and like teacups and stuff like that. I didn't know that. You mean like at the beginning when we were on break and it said, they'll never guess that that's Castle Monavia.
Right. Let's see. Failed to send the message. Are you connected with that account? You're
I
trying
fixed
to.
it.
Oh, okay, fine. Audio is still going, just so you know. Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And we're actually back, but
Yes,
we're early.
We are.
So I guess I could turn our video back on. You ready?
I'm just taking a drink. That's fine.
Ready to learn.
And it's 8:30 by your clock.
Boom!
Ta-da!
We're back!
We're back. Happy New Year!
Roughly at
Happy New-
8:30 Pacific Standard Time.
Happy New Year's Eve.
It is a half an hour until the ball drops at Times Square in New York City.
Ah, okay. We are counting it down.
30.
No.
For another minute, I could have said 29.
You could have. But I didn't figure you needed to. You should set up Quest for Glory 5 is what you're supposed to be doing.
Oh, was that it? What I was supposed to
Yes.
be doing in the bake?
Yes. And get this all ready to work.
You
Yes.
got too many windows open.
Yes. Steve's stories. Fireworks are already going off around here. Well,
Library collections.
I was reading on Facebook, and Robert Holmes, who is
Jane Jensen's
Jensen's
husband.
husband and a producer at Sierra, was saying his most memorable New Year's Eve was in Germany one year when he was
Deutschland.
downtown, and suddenly the fireworks went off, and everybody had fireworks, and the fireworks were going off everywhere. Literally, you would go, "Wow, that's go ah!" As they came after him.
Well,
So-
we used to go down to the border between Madera County and Fresno County, where people had fireworks stands.
You notice that we lived in the desert, a high desert, mind you, desert foot hills, and it is very, very dangerous to have
do fireworks.
in our area. And
Fresno especially
is in the middle of a high desert too, or even a low desert for Fresno, and yet they sold fireworks every year, and it's like, this is stupid.
And then they eventually.
No, they didn't. They still had it last
Did
time.
they?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
It's crazy. But you're not supposed to have fireworks in our area, needless to say.
As a kid, we had Roman candles, and we played with sparklers.
Yes.
Mostly as a little kid, I got to play with the sparklers, was it.
And caps. Remember caps?
Oh,
The
yeah,
smell
yeah.
of caps.
Yeah,
Caps
the
were
ones-
gunpowder in paper things, and you use a hammer
You'd
and
hit it with a
smash
hammer.
it, and then it would...
But you could also, there's a cap pistol that would
Yes, your little handgun that would crack, that would snap the bullets that you hit the gunpowder and make a noise.
So we had fireworks, but there have been amazing fireworks. Oceanside Harbor here usually has a great 4th of July
yes.
fireworks display, and we go out in our backyard or somebody's lawn and watch the
watch them
fireworks
there, yeah.
over the harbor.
Yep.
Bass Lake is near Oakhurst, where Sierra was located.
Yes.
And Bass Lake has a wonderful fireworks display over the lake, which is relatively safe that way.
Yes. That was in our backyard. I mean, we did it in our front yard. We had a big open area, and we had a water hose beside us so that we could spray him out, and had a tub of
When you
things.
lived in Arizona?
When we lived in Oakhurst,
Oh, Oakhurst.
in Ahwahnee, we would get those things from Fresno, and yes, we would.
We did live on a ranch, so
we did live on a ranch that was
could have set the whole area
isolated.
on fire. Yes.
Yes, we could have, but we were really very careful, and we didn't actually. But I still remember when I was a kid, we went to Idaho one 4th of July weekend and went to watch the fireworks off into someplace in the out in the country. And on the way back, we saw the mountain that they'd set on fire from those fireworks. So yeah.
So what did Della wear? Idaho, Alaska. She wore her New Jersey.
Ah, okay. Can you play this Quest for Glory 5 game?
All right, I'm going to do that. I'm going to switch to the desktop. I'm probably going to hide our pictures because they'll probably interfere with the
you should
interface.
leave our face. I mean, people
Okay,
always
leave our
watch
face
our
up.
face. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, that's the collection. You have to hit play for
I'm going to
that.
hit play on the collection,
Okay.
and that'll give me a choice, and I'll say Quest for Glory 5, Dragonfire.
Ooh, that looks familiar. And that sounds loud.
Does music sound about the right volume to you guys? I think not. I think I can't do anything about that.
Well, it'll be loud for a bit. You could turn down the pickup, the microphone.
It's not, it's turn off the microphone.
You could turn down the microphone so
Well,
it doesn't.
I can turn down our speaker volume.
Ah, okay, fine.
Let's try about
that
there.
is coming through that speaker, so yeah.
Yeah. Now I gotta find the game again.
Yeah, you destroyed it. That's a
All right, how is that volume level in the game now? Can you hear both the game and us? Somebody please respond in chat.
Sounds good to me. Okay. Good enough.
Okay.
Let's do this.
Introduction.
Introduction was made at the last possible moment by John Bach directing it, and
Sarah's marketing
and
department.
this was our early
Silmaria was a
3D.
peaceful kingdom nestled among 100 islands until the dragon came.
I like the narrator for this.
The beast rose from its
Like the
ancient
special
land
effects.
and
They're only
plunged
a
the
little-
land into chaos.
Dragon itself is.
7
Thank you,
pillars
Michelle.
were raised
This-
and
this seems
enchanted
great.
with spells from ancient scrolls.
Chance
The
Thomas
pillars were
in
placed
general is a
throughout
great
the
work.
kingdom.
Does great work, yes.
As each one rose, the dragon
There's a company called
became
Huge Sound.
This powerful enchantment drove the dragon into its lair. But remember, dragons live a long time, and once angered, they do not forget. Years of peace have come and gone, and most have forgotten the dragon's reign of terror. But there are those who do remember.
I watched this intro so many times in elementary school. I still think it's
It
awesome.
definitely has
seen
a
as the
Hobbit,
key to the kingdom.
kind of feel to the storyline there.
I have seen a vision that the blood of a murdered man will break the ancient spell and free the dragon from its tomb.
Step to the top of that.
And as the pillars fall,
Back on the dispatch.
dark fingers of evil will reach out across the land. I am the king of Silmaria, and I do not have long to live. An assassin has been unleashed to kill me, and an army of evil terrorizes the countryside. Silmaria must have a new leader, and the dragon must be destroyed forever. Only a hero can save the kingdom. I pray one will come in time.
This flame particle effect.
Yes, as early graphics go, it was actually very cool. Still trying to break it. Still no luck yet. I do like that dragon lore.
So I think somebody actually read our notes on the backstory of the game. Put that into the
All
intro.
right, we have a character,
Name is probably not Hero.
and it's probably not fighter anyway.
Let's see. Can we choose female?
No, well, you can name her anything.
It's gonna make her Lucille.
I don't think so.
Barnaby.
Barnaby the Wizard.
Ralph the Wonder
Yes, you
Wizard.
can. Yeah, well, you could call her. Yeah.
We
Ralph
can spend
the
the
Wonder Woman. You could spend the whole evening discussing what to call him.
yeah.
You could call him Fan Patches.
Call
have
him
restored-
anything, but don't call him late for dinner.
Yes, have restored playable Elsa. That's pretty awesome. Of course, some of the animation won't be there. You know, that wasn't designed for there. Let's call him.
Well, what kind of we're gonna do a wizard?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay.
And play him Megan. Yeah.
What are my wizard names? I have Dreadmon, and
That's not very
you
pretty.
have the Destry Elder. Do I have another wizard character? You have
I have Fizzy Boo,
Fizzy Boom.
which is a goblin, and pirate mage. Let's see.
The Boomster doesn't fit though.
Boomster, no.
Not Boomster.
Boomstick.
That's more like a hunter.
Yeah.
Kablooey Sue is your character.
That's the other one. Playable Elsa has one animation that no one else does.
There's how about Zappy
She's
Boy?
the only character that could use the bows. Okay, you could make him Zappy Boy.
Zappy Boy.
One word. Zappy. Okay, yeah.
Zappy Boy.
Yeah.
That's the nickname that people came up with for characters in a World of Warcraft Cinematica.
I do love that my QG game hero name still
OG
name.
Original game hero
Original
name.
still imports, even though it's way longer than the basic limit in this game. Huh? How funny, yeah.
Okay, so we need. Do we need swimming ability? No, I'll probably pick it up somewhere along the way.
I don't think you get it.
We need lots of luck because I'll be playing it.
You could give it swimming ability because you do go under. Well, we'll never go underwater, but that's beside the point. All right, never mind. Take it away.
That would use up all my points.
Yes. Okay. But you
some
do
more
magic. Yes. You can always use magic.
And
some more int.
Defense.
Int.
Intellect. That's pretty
Okay.
cookie cutter.
Yeah.
Zappy Boy! Oh, we're swimming in midair.
Dear boy, the reason Fenris and I brought you here is this. You
Again, is this
are
volume at a good? Is the dialogue at a good
The
level?
grand tradition of all heroes, you need to go where you are most needed. That happens to be Silmaria at this moment. The former king was assassinated a short while back. We have no idea why this was done or even who did it. Thus, you were summoned. Silmaria needs a new king, and thus the right of rulership is about to begin. This right will determine the next ruler for the kingdom. We would like you to enter the right of rulership. It is the most likely way to find the villain behind the nefarious deeds going on in Silmaria. If you choose to accept this mission, you will need to go to the Hall of Kings to speak with Logos, the centaur who is in
Bored now.
charge of Silmaria right now. You will enjoy Silmaria. I am certain you will meet some old friends and make new ones. This is an interesting city, and these are interesting times. I've arranged for you to stay at the most amusing inn in Silmaria. Would you like to go there now, or are you ready to head into danger?
Okay, now, I don't think this was supposed to be in the game
No.
because I always chose danger on this, and that gets you into a demo mode that immediately puts you in combat against brigands that are, Roman invaders that are far too tough for you.
Okay. So, Dragon of Doom.
Yes.
Well, initially when we designed this game, we designed it right after Quest for Glory 4. And we were starting the game. It was a dragon. That's why it was called. It was King's Crown.
Hero's Crown.
Hero's Crown. But we were always intending to have a big dragon fight in this because we promised it at the beginning of the game series.
And this was to be the culmination, so
Right.
we better have it.
But
That's the literature rule of Chekhov's gun.
Yes.
You find a smoking gun sitting at a table somewhere in the first scene, then by the first act, by the end of the second act, that gun had better have been fired, or something like that.
Yes, and so therefore, we don't do it yet.
It's changing my mouse speed.
Oh, you are changing your mouse speed.
My mouse sensitivity.
Oh, okay. So yes, he is not. By the time I was designing this, Corey was off doing another job, and I was designing it. And
I was working for a living to support the family.
Yes, really, and I was working for Sierra. So, at this point, it was changing to Yosemite Entertainment because we were the division that did not go north. One of the things decided that this is not just a dragon; it is it's a magical force in the shape of a dragon. That is why it could be bound by those
Runes,
pillars.
yeah.
Those pillars. It is not a real living dragon. It is simply
A construct.
a construct of magic.
Who made
it? It was made by basically a really archmage long time
Beowulf?
ago. Yeah, But yeah.
A dragon elemental.
The X-Files theme song, yeah. Erasmus Illuminati confirmed here, yes. I did not know that Erasmus would follow you around if you swam through this room.
The Wizard Illuminati are definitely not doing a good job. Look how this one lone hero has to save the entire world from magical devastation.
Yeah.
That seems to be every game.
It's a dragon elemental. Well, that's an interesting concept. But mostly, it's magical force of destruction in the shape of a dragon. So, yeah.
Dragon versus pizza. I don't think the pizza wins.
No. All right, we're going to Samaria.
Instead of having wood-fired pizzas, you can have dragon-fired pizzas.
And we appear in Samaria.
In a silly gazebo.
Yes, this gazebo with a magical lid on it. All right, we didn't even get to talk to him about that. We just suddenly get there.
How do these controls work? Does this change modes?
Well, yeah.
Yeah. This looks like a wizard's hat, and you suppose it's magical? Duh. This is Nob Hill, the ritzy section of town. You can hobnob with the nabobs here. Hobnob with the nabobs.
Nabobs, I think.
Nabobs?
Yeah.
Didn't know that. Okay, looks like there are only 2 controls, look and do, which Lori came up with for her simplified game, mixed up fairy tales, and we decided that was a pretty good interface and did kind of the same thing for Hero Road Redemption.
Interesting. So some Archmage probably created the Dragon of Doom. Yes.
Yes.
That was always the idea. It was not.
That Archmage, not specified. Could have been that Demon Prince when he was here doing some future mischief.
Yeah.
Is that the arena?
That is the arena.
Or the Colosseum?
Coliseum type thing. Yeah. Ah,
There's someone there.
there is somebody there.
We didn't have a talk icon though.
Huh? The do is our
What? Shouldn't that be a tech?
no.
Is that the pride flag?
No, not at the time.
Good to see you again. I, Signor Ferrari, welcome you to the arena of Silmaria. Here we are holding gladiatorial combats each evening for the next few weeks. You may come each evening to witness these displays of man's most brutal nature. It costs but 5 drachmas to observe the spectacle of combat. If you wish to do more than just observe, you may bet upon the outcome of such battles at the Dead Parrot Inn. However, I observe you're a man of action. Perhaps you would like to participate. There is a prize purse worth winning.
All right. That is Ferrari, and that voice is really good. It
Yeah.
captures the
It's like-
essence of
Sidney
Sidney
Greenstreet
Greenstreet. Yeah,
and the Fat Man.
yeah.
We can greet Ferrari. We can ask. Greet is not necessarily what I'd like to do to him. Ask about the last time we saw him. He was drugging us. Ask about the gladiatorial.
Greetings, Ferrari. Let's see.
All right, from the top. Greet
As
Ferrari.
always, it is a pleasure to again be in your company.
And if anyone can't hear the dialogue, let me know.
So glad to see you're playing this game. Dragonfire has been my comfort game since elementary school. How interesting! It's a
Quest for Glory
I am
3 was
hoping
my
to
favorite
see
one to
you
play of the
compete.
series because that's the only one I
It will be a
did play
pleasure
instead of
to see your
helping
skills
out.
in action. If you're a challenger in the competition, you can more than double the amount of your entry fee when you win. If you're a champion, you can triple your entry fee.
Wow.
Knowing your reputation, I assume that will be easy money for you to earn.
So
You may
apparently
enter the
we don't get
competition
much
at
of
the
that
betting board in the Dead Parrot, as well as place your bets.
5 drachma that all the participants, the watchers, get to pay. Ask the man's name.
I be Abdom.
Ask about.
What you want?
Ask about.
Read board. Board tell fight. Go.
All right. A man of few words.
yes. I have not played this game since
Wait, I thought you were going to read the board.
what board? That board? Oh, okay, fine. You can read the board. It's a little bit dark.
This looks like the announcements for the arena events. It says there will be a series of combat tournaments to determine the champion of Samaria. There's also a warning that magical spells will not work in the arena. What class did we choose to take?
I'm guessing Ferrari's business dried up after Rasir was restored. It would have, but mostly
Maybe
the
he's, maybe he's
reason
expanded.
Ferrari is here is he's still trying to get the black bird. So he was in search of the Blackbird, just like, you know, the Maltese Falcon plot line.
Abdul, spelled U-E-L, like dueling. Dueling Banjos is going to play against Kokino.
Ah, you did see that. Okay, fine. I thought it was there.
How about that door? Does it open?
I
Just
know.
have to figure out the interface.
You do. You knocked on the door.
You knock at the door, however, there is no response. Now let's see what our attacks are. We have a Flame Dart spell. We have a Protection spell and a Detect Magic spell.
Wow, you really wanted to import your character here, didn't you?
Inventory. Drachma. That's a pretty fancy back.
Yes, I remember when.
Tinderbox. Some fruit. And a dagger. Our spells is
Oh, we have the full set. Okay, fine.
lots of spells, but we only have one of them in the drawer.
I will just love the design of Silmaria and Marit and all of the Greek inspirations and the music. For me, this all really drew it in. And also the characters were interesting.
I just dragged the calm spell down that bar and it put it in position number 5.
Good.
So this interface is actually fairly logical. Equipment. A dagger.
This was the start of being a role-playing system.
Can you run?
I know some people have mixed opinions on this game, but I like it. And Zamatra says, Happy New Year! Wish you all have a great 2023.
Happy New Year,
We're
Zamatra.
hoping, yes, we're hoping everybody has a great...
Over there on the east coast of the United States, it very soon will be 2023.
And we will definitely welcome them in.
The guard is watching with pugnacious look. Do you want to try fireballing him?
I think not. That would be a bad idea.
Especially when there's 2 of them.
Yeah, you're going to get your ass handed to you.
We have no equipment except a dagger.
Now.
Okay, they let us go in.
Well, let's go.
Yes, you
There we
had.
go.
This was the first Quest for Glory, so you have a very different experience than others. Yes. Yes. Happy New Year, Zamatra from Yosh.
See, I just want to listen to the music when I go places. Seal over the door is a symbol of wisdom.
Okay.
Keep that in
That
mind
would
in
be
case we
significant.
get
Yes,
quizzed
when
on
we
it
have
later.
to actually,
And this did the same thing as we did in Quest for Glory
Yeah.
2, reversing directions when you're in the other half of the room.
I am Logos, counselor to rulers and speaker of Silmaria. Welcome to the kingdom of Silmaria. I have heard much of you from your friends Erasmus and Rakish.
I like his
Greetings,
voice.
my friend. It is good to know that you are here. This land needs a hero of your abilities.
I trust you understand why you were summoned here.
What's
The
that?
rites of rulership need one more entrant before it can begin. All other competitors are worthy individuals. However, I suspect that these rites will be more dangerous than they are intended.
We believe that the one or ones who assassinated the king of Silmaria will attempt to make certain the contestant they support will win.
You must understand that your life will be in grave danger from the moment you enter the rite of rulership. We will be doing everything we can to stop the assassin, but you need to be wary.
Oh, I thought they said your results may vary.
Shapir, Tana, and Moldavia. Will you enter the rites of rulership?
Sure, why not? He did ask you a question. Shouldn't you answer that? Can you scroll
The
down?
rites of
There's a scroll
rulership
bar.
is a series of quests that will
Is it
aid Silmaria. 5 individuals will compete to complete these quests.
yes, you
The
can.
one who accomplishes the most.
See, we don't
will
remember
be
the
judged
interface of this
whether
game.
No.
to become king. To enter these rites,
Tell you about
you
yourself
must
first.
first contribute 1,000 drachmas to the rulership fund.
I don't know if we have that
This
much.
can be
We
done at
don't,
the Bank
so we'll
of
have to make
Silmaria.
some.
Your father, the Sultan
there
of
it is.
Shapir, was informed of this by myself and my wife, and has contributed 300 drachmas toward your entrance in the rites. Erasmus and I have each deposited another 100 drachmas.
Okay. Rakish's boy doesn't quite sound like Rakish to me, but it's okay. I will tell about
You
myself.
have a wide range of experiences to draw upon from your past. It should serve you well in Silmaria.
We're going to agree to winner?
Yes, we're going to agree.
We will be pleased and proud to have such a worthy hero contesting to become our leader.
Right. It was definitely strange and new for it to be 3D, but I appreciate it as a Quest for Glory game. Both Quest for Glory 4 and Quest for Glory 5 have some legendary VA.
Voice acting.
Voice acting, yes. I always found it hilarious that both Spike and Jet from Cowboy Bebop are in here. That's interesting, yes.
Okay, so I've just agreed to spend 500 thingums, and I have drachmas 200. So we need to come up with at least 300 drachma more. Not to mention with some equipment, so we can actually...
I love how everyone quietly ignored Spielberg when they list what you're hero of. Yes, yes. It's not... It is a subtle distinction there. Because everybody, the players probably who played the series think of themselves as the hero of Spielberg.
Oh, I do not like the shimmer effect as I move.
That's
the VA, or the 3D.
Yeah, it is. It is indeed.
Welcome to Samaria. Current events, rights of rulership. Island news, fishermen flee. Can I get more information? Because
No,
they clearly have much more. There we go. Yes, you can. Ha!
Okay.
The rights of rulership shall begin when 5 or more contestants have entered. Next. That's it. Okay. There's a lot more information. Justinian dead!
The king of Samaria is shocked and in mourning for the assassination of our beloved king Justinian. May he rest peacefully in the Elysian fields of Hades. There we go. We're telling you what happened. You know, that's the Chekhov's gun.
Enter rights. Samaria wants you. If you have courage, moral strength, and leadership skills, you may have what Samaria needs in a king. Enter the rights of rulership for 1,000 drachmas and compete to prove your worth as the next leader of Samaria.
Yes.
Now,
Let's see.
Lori decided at some point that as each game was going to have a theme, one of the major themes of this game was leadership. And so she got a whole bunch of self-help type books on leadership and so on so that she could do it upright. And the ideas of our classes, we decided, Lori decided that the fighter was the leadership was the main attribute of the warrior.
Yes. It's all about becoming a leader. You're not just a fighter. You're a leader. That's the warrior class.
Is she one of those Star Wars characters with the...
Yeah, I know.
Greetings, wanderer from afar. Welcome to the sea sands and shores of Silmaria. I am Sara, a cutter merchant of jewelry and gifts. How may I aid you on your journey?
Spike and Jet from Cowboy Bebop are in here.
Yes.
I did see that show once, I think.
Yeah, I've seen it once. It had a corgi in it. That was the important part.
Ah.
Can you look that? You can. Look, you go up lousy stairs. Not very well.
Can you flirt with the women pressing
No,
by
you
that
can't.
have no chin because they're zombies?
Yeah, I think they all are
Yeah,
zombies.
the chins are sewn shut. Door seems to be securely barred on the inside to keep others out. We could use an open spell. Of course, it's barred on the inside, so that won't...
Yes, that won't do it.
There you
We
go.
always barred them on the inside. How much time has passed from Spielberg until here? Let's see. If we figure it was a year in
That's where it goes.
in Shapir. You went directly from Spielberg to Shapir, and you were a while in Shapir, which was probably a year.
Well, no, we decided that it was a long journey by carpet from Spielberg to Shapiro.
Well, it wasn't that long. It wasn't
It
years.
was. I worked out with someone the speed of the carpets and the because they're not jetted planes,
Okay.
and the fact that you were covering about I think it was 1,500 miles. That it actually was quite a long journey to get there. It was weeks at least.
Greetings, greetings, greetings. It is always a pleasure to meet someone new. Welcome to Silmaria. I am Wolfie, an artist, an artisan of Grecian urns and amphoria.
Oh, there was Amphors. So Wolfie was actually modeled after a fan who had written in a few times. and told us the personality of his character.
No, it didn't. Just showed us pictures of
Oh,
it.
he had-
Then I based this character Wolfie really off of the character in Short Circuit, the scientist in Short
The
Circuit. That was
Indian, scientist,
Yes, because
yes.
I loved how he talked, and a lot of these things are influenced by how characters talk, and that creates the character as much as anything else. There's a funny door in Quest for Infamy. Long dialogue tells you about the amazing journey that's behind that door, but we didn't have time for all that, so we just say it's locked.
There we go.
Yeah. Did King Justinian have a queen and king? I'm assuming no.
Did you get you have to be a leader before you can become a Gallon?
Oh, no, I didn't see that one.
I was
Okay.
going to do something with Galleon, but I didn't quite
Yes.
figure out how.
Oh, well. So I was still working on the time past. So I said about a year spent in Shapir.
Yeah.
Okay, so then you are taken from Shapir over to Tarna, and that's a few months, like 6 months. And then you're directly taken to Quest for Glory 4.
There are people on the wiki that have probably worked out this timeline better than we do.
Well, I know, but we're working it out here.
Okay.
And Quest for Glory 4 is about several months, and then you spend some time in Mordavia after that before you come to this game, because there was no rush to send you off here. So we figure you get bored in Mordavia after a while. So there's not. It's kind of kind of grim.
Whereas I always kind of figured the amount of time you spend in each game roughly corresponds to the amount of time it took us to make them.
Well, really?
So Quest for Glory 5, you spent several years.
Ah, okay. Greet the merchant.
It is most genuinely a pleasure to be seeing you. My tail wags very fast.
Ah,
An amphora is a Grecian
so he's
herb.
related to...
It is used to carry liquids of all varieties. Are we speaking union or non-union?
What's a Grecian urn?
Yes, what's a Grecian urn? That's one of the dad jokes from
Yes,
childhood.
We are good at dad jokes, even though I'm not a dad.
Silmaria is a very
What's a Greek urn was the original.
This is the best place to buy many
Grecian
things in this
urn.
town.
What's a
No,
Grecian urn?
what's a Greek urn?
No, it was Grecian urn when I heard it. So
Well, it's Greek urn when I heard it, which made more sense.
Yeah, okay.
At the docks, you can rent a boat and take a
Oh, about
pleasant
2 drachma.
sea voyage.
Yeah.
It is most fun. As long
At
as you do not
the
drown
end of
or
Quest
get
for Glory
attacked by the
4,
sea people.
they say
I am
you got
not
2
much of
weeks,
a
then the
novice,
party.
except
Then
to
Erasmus
read
and
the
Fenris
notices
tell
and
you
to keep
away at
informed
that
of
part.
many things
So
that
you
go
get
on in
taken
the
from
city.
Mordavia rather
This is
than
how I
coming
know the
here on your
assassins
own. I don't
killed
remember
people on
that.
the
So
streets
yes,
of
you get
Silmaria.
taken
I
from
have even
Mordavia.
made a visit
You
to the
didn't have to
Guild of
actually
the
travel
Adventurers
here.
in the west part of town. Even though I am not an adventurer.
Yeah, they said something about why you were
Master
transported
there
here.
is most impressive. If he came where I came from, he would be sacred. I think you will be very happy in Silmaria. It is a very good place to be.
It's awfully
Even if the
talky, I
city
have
is
to
soon
say.
to be overrun with foreign soldiers and destroyed economically by war with the sea people. Oh, you
What?
must be very careful of the monstrous thieves and the assassins here too. All in all, you will find Silmaria to be most exciting.
All right.
Much like Ukraine.
Yeah, really. Okay.
Imagine we made presidential... if presidential candidates had to compete in the rights of rulership, they would assert their right to have a champion.
Yes, that is true. Most things that.
John McCain would have done it himself.
All right, we got all this information from Wolfie, who is a fun character, and I've enjoyed writing for him a lot.
Coming in different angles where you go out is weird.
Well, at least you
Ominous
went.
music.
You went in.
Oh, maybe
you
it's the
went
waterfall.
off the left, and at least you came in from the right.
Yeah.
So that's correct.
I thought there was ominous music, but I guess I'm just
It's just
listening to
listening to a
waterfall.
waterfall.
Oh,
Can
there's
we
Spooky
run?
Rock. I asked you that earlier.
I think there's a way to run, but
Try moving up to the top of the screen.
yeah. How do we get to the interface?
We originally had an
We had a
interface that
border
had
interface.
a border that had 4
Oh.
corners. Maybe if we hit escape. Oop. That doesn't do anything useful. Let's hit escape and see if that does anything.
No.
Controls. Keyboard. Default movement. Walk or run.
You can't do that. Okay. Let's run
And you
around.
can show a compass.
Oh, we
That
can
would help
show-
us to not get lost.
All right, you want to show the compass?
Yeah. Let's escape.
Okay.
Controls. Show compass, yes. We could do a bordered window instead of full size, but we're already reduced size for our screen.
Double
so.
click will now change to walk. Thank you. It's now 2023 on the East Coast of USA.
Hooray!
Happy
Happy
New
New
Year!
Year!
All you people! Let us hear explosions and bombs and everything else as we greet the new year and as if
Yeah, I
we were
wonder-
going to war. Yeah, that.
Yeah, the one of the ministers in Ukraine was talking about the Russian New Year was done by carpet bombing Ukrainians for fireworks or something like that.
Oh, we are outside the city. Okay, so.
All right, cast a fireball at the target would probably be good practice. Ah, you hit in the blue. Try the upper right. How accurate is it? Pretty darn accurate.
Okay, we can shoot things. Happy New Year, people.
We used
I
a little
am-
bit of mana, not too much.
No, so we have a lot of
Games
mana.
for forgetting. This is one of the balance things in games. You're always trying to figure out, do you have the right amount of health points, right amount of mana, so that you can have a certain amount of sustain and feel the game is challenging, but not where you're having to constantly, quaff healing potions and sit around before you can do anything.
Hello, sailor. I'm Anagrama, Gnome Anne, and this is my land inn.
We originally had a Saturday morning cartoon voice for Anna, and it was just so hard to understand that we
California,
recorded
or
it.
whatever it is they say around here.
California?
Yeah, it's similar to what the greeting is.
Want to get to know me a little better? I'd sure like to get to know you. I came all the way from Zurich to make this little bed and breakfast in winterless wonderland. And what happens? No tourists. That's the way my life goes.
Let's go at the end.
This seemed like a good deal. I got a good loan from the other innkeeper in town. Nice guy, if a little chubby. As my first and only customer, I'll let you have the best room in the joint.
So yeah, she got a great deal from Ferrari.
I don't know much about Silmaria, because I've only been here a short time. I'm always in, and never out.
And that's why it's No Man's Inn.
So you're the guy the Chatting Rat made arrangements for. Cheese to meet you. Your room's paid up through the month.
What a deal. Mm-hmm. What about that moose head? Look at the moose head. You need to change to an eye cursor.
You can't touch the nose.
Can't reach the nose of the reindeer to tweak it. Right click.
Oh, okay. Fine.
Right click on it. Ever heard of a red-nosed reindeer? I guess this was before the 1950s.
I really wish Anne was an option for marriage. I asked her a few times and she rejected me. One day, though, well, she does go with Punny Bones. That was the problem.
She has a boo.
Mm-hmm.
This is a very normal door with a very normal lock. Oh, it's your bedroom?
Mm-hmm. And there's your bedroom. No windows, though.
What are these posters? Oh, give me that eye cursor.
Firmly attached to the wall.
Looks like a landscape done by some amateur painter and purchased a used sale for a drachma. It was not a bargain. Oh dear. This looks like a portrait of Elsa von Spielberg. She obviously wants to keep an eye on you.
This is another example of an artist with too much paint on his hands.
Ah,
Okay. Yeah.
save it and feed
She
her.
seemed into me, so I thought I had a chance. Yes, well, unfortunately, her heart was given to Punny Bones. Lousy Smarch weather.
She seemed in to me, but it turned out she was just a big
They would
puppet.
have very long months. Mocktober. Yeah. Okay, let's see. We got drawers. Drawer is empty except for a single spare bedstead. And your locker for unneeded junk. Just a place to put a little load off your backpack. We don't have too much of a load. What time is it? Oh, it's 6 p.m. I guess we should, get something to eat then. Okay, we are sitting here. I hope she's happy. I mean, genuinely. Yeah, well. She gets along. I mean, all right.
Today's special is something I think you'll really love. Well, maybe not love exactly. More like, well, you'll find it interesting. It's garlic smashed potatoes and pistachio cream.
It sounds delicious, actually.
Baked potatoes and ice cream for dessert. But Tony, who was juggling the garlic, slipped on the banana that my gal Sal dropped. Tony's garlic landed on the potatoes, and Tony landed on Tessie. Tessie landed on the potatoes, and they were really smashed. So that was okay. Then Rover found that Tessie had set the ice cream on the stove, and it had all melted. Fortunately, no one likes smashed potatoes without gravy, so things worked out just fine.
It tastes mighty peculiar. It's the name of the meals here. All right. Where are the best places to leave mystic magnets? Can you drop them literally? I think you can drop them anywhere, but do you have this? Wonder what the Yelp reviews for this place is. Well, if there's no tourists, there are no too many Yelp reviews. Concerning Scott Murphy, Lori, we had him over to the house once. We'll look at each other. Never again. Both smile and hold up your game boxes. That's apocryphal. Actually, yes. I don't think we ever had Scott Murphy over. I think you paid too much for this meal. Did you write all this dialogue? Yes, all the dialogue, not all the messages on these the walls and things. It's a fine sign. 9? I wrote some of them, though, but I didn't write all of them. Current inside copy was hilarious, though. Huh. It's getting evening. Let us go. We don't want to go out, do we? No. We sure changed directions easily. We're heading north? That doesn't look like north to me. Ooh, okay. Yes, the problem with this and why this thing is so big is because we could not have the characters, we wanted to have this 3D character system. We found out the computers didn't work very well. And the cameras had to be pulled back and the whole art had to be done 3 times, yes. I heard a rumor that a thief can leave it in the bank and have a cheap way to get in after hours. I don't know. I have not tried that. Are there any major changes in the design process since this game was for Windows instead of DOS? No, we didn't. Other than... Corey's falling asleep. We didn't actually have any real changes.
I'll let you play and I'll nap.
I see. He's going to nap for us. I'm just going to explore and we'll yak. Yes. I'm sure somebody knows whether or not you can leave it. The stores are kind of closing up. Securely barred and cannot be opened. Well, the fact we're a mage means we won't be able to, and this thing's all closed up. We may have to go to bed. Seems to be the Centaur Weaponsmith's shop home. Yeah. Corey and I have the same New Year's Eve plans. Wow. Yeah, you have something in common with Corey.
Well, I got to bed at my usual 1 or 2 in the morning and woke up at 7.
No. I think the music for this is gorgeous, and yes, I'm about ready for a nap myself. I've been going to bed early. So let's try not to get killed, but let's take a look at this lovely sea scene. Look at that sky. It has stars. Look at that boat. It looks like it's a floating pony, inflatable pony, but no. And there is Science Island. I think the reason it's designed like this is so that they can actually blow it up. Launch it into space someday. Pylons. The perspective looks a little off here, but this was wonderful. The pencil drawing for this scene was absolutely amazing, and all of these things had to be constructed. you know, and it took forever. They were using the big, huge, dedicated workstations / Mayas for these things, and dedicated software and hardware to create these. I don't know. Can we do anything? Oh, we have to figure out the puzzle here, I think. Okay. To activate cable card, release gears on windmill, release brake, set brake on as gondola arrives, enter gondola, release brake again.
Everybody take notes.
Yeah, because I won't remember. All right, let's go over here. Was the budget large for this era? Yes, it was large for this year. It had no budget, really.
Well, there was original budget was, I believe, either 1.5 or 1.8 million. And they figured they'd get it done in about 18 months to 2 years. And we ended up blowing through both of those.
Yeah. But, I mean, this was the only project that they were doing at
Entertainment.
Yosemite Entertainment. And so, therefore, we pretty much had all their budget for anything. And that's why the sounds were very nice, too. I just wish it had been full screen with the icons, just like in previous games. There is a way to get those icons up.
Okay, escape. Go to controls. Go to border window. Okay.
There we go. This is the border.
There's the hero, the compass, the date and time.
Your equipment, and then your click and look or do.
There it is.
And we actually had a whole series of icons along here, if you've ever seen this thing. I didn't realize it was so well funded. Well, it was, because again, this was Yosemite Entertainment's only project at this point in time. I'm not sure they had the Realm prior to this, and this was going to be World of Quest for Glory in the Realm interface, and then that kind of died down. I didn't talk to him for a while. We had talked to him about the beginning and asked, well, did they have any code in the Realm to do this game? And they didn't.
They didn't have a scripting system for
doing game
quests
or anything.
Quest system.
So therefore, we kind of dropped out of it. Corey went to work someplace else, and the next time I know, they were coming back and they wanted to pull this off and do this as a game, a multiplayer standalone game. Happy New Year! If it is for you two, no, we're another 2 hours, 3 hours.
We got almost 3 hours to go.
We have 3 hours. I have vague memories of the multiplayer. Yes, that demo we showed earlier has the multiplayer version in it. So we better run through this town and get to bed, because it's dark. And we don't have a watch on us, but we do have a compass, so we can tell where we're going. And in theory, we will remember the way to get there. And that guard's still out there. Start.
Dead Parrot is open.
Ah, the Dead Parrot is open. Well, we can go into the Parrot. This is huge. It shouldn't have been this huge, but again, everything got expanded because we needed to keep the heroes smaller and in the thing correctly. Let's see.
Anyway, my estimate for the final budget in this, and we had was about $4.5 million. It started as like 1.8 million, and Jay Usher was our producer and champion that whole time, and he was constantly convincing corporate up in Bellevue, Washington, to put more funds into the project, so that it could be, a real state-of-the-art top game for the time.
Place to be, stranger. You'll like it here. Rumors is it you want to be known? Well, matey, dead men tell no tales, nor do I. Be seeing you around, I be sure.
So yes, this is the game that has the best story for the rogue, really. And apparently the best gameplay for the warrior, too, I was told.
That we're a wizard.
Is overweight and underdressed, but she has a merry and rather wicked smile. She looks like she likes what she sees.
She looks like she likes what she sees,
and she's looking at you. Here's looking at you, kid.
Well, Nawar, look who walked in.
This is Budar.
What can I do for you, tall, blonde, and handsome?
I know what I'd like to do for him.
My name is Budar. If you see something you like, just let me know.
If you like what you see, let me know.
Yes, we did get edited. We could not be as salacious as I would have liked with these two.
Yeah, one of Mae West's classic lines is that a gun in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me?
A banana in your pocket,
Yeah.
or whatever it is.
I don't think it was a gun in your pocket. And so he tried to put a variation of that line in here, and it got axed
Yeah, only time I got edited.
as this came.
Yes.
And that was about 3 months before release date. The general manager of Yosemite Entertainment decided to play the game through thoroughly and demand multiple changes to it, voices, lines, and so on. And was one of the reasons why this ran over yet again past a Thanksgiving.
Yes, the artwork had to be redone 3 times. This engine had to be redone 3 times. The voices for Elsa and Gnome Anne and some of the lines for Nawar had to be edited. So,
Which in hindsight doesn't seem like that much. Well, the art changes was.
the art changes were huge.
That
They had to
added
be
at least a year,
entirely
probably 2 years
redone.
to the schedule.
Oh, let's see.
What's that man see the table?
He was a
Signature?
Rusty. He was a Rusty's. And there we have.
Kenny Mounty?
Short man with a shifty look is familiar to you. The last time you saw him, he was being dragged away by the guards of Rasir. He is Ogarte, the seller of information.
Garte.
This
This is Peter Lorre.
Yes, yes.
That looks like something's wrong with the model.
I know, it just looks that way. He looks very familiar. You dealt with him before in the city of Rasir. He is Senor Ferrari, a most suspicious gentleman. Well, last time you saw him was right after his water broke. Ooh, stinky Ferrari! Calling it a night, says Belxar. Can't keep my eyes open anymore.
Well, neither can I. It's my fault.
Happy 2023.
I'm putting everybody to sleep.
Happy gaming. Be well all. Happy New Year. Let's hope next year is more, less interesting and happier than this year.
How about healthier? Let's make it
happier and healthier.
Let's go for a healthy 2023. I think that'd be a pretty good start.
Yeah. Greet Ugarte.
It's good to see you again. We parted the last time under most unfortunate circumstances. I was afraid I would not see you or anything else again. Fortunately, I got lucky.
Speedy Gonzalez?
Yeah, Speedy Gonzalez. That's what I was thinking. It sounds more Spanish. Does not give me the Peter Lorre.
Shame.
Yeah, I know.
I am doing rather well for myself here in Silmaria.
Voice actors in Hollywood ought to be able to do a Peter Lorre accent.
Everybody should do
I
that,
just want
yes.
to know as well. Silmaria has her little secrets.
Little
and I'm
secrets.
enjoying finding them. This island is not the pretty little resort it seems to be. There are many dangers for the unwary here. You wish to know rumors? I make a living from selling rumors. However, since we are such old friends, I would be happy to share a little of my knowledge with you. There is talk that there will soon be an invasion of this island. Already, many people have left. I will be happy to provide letters of transit should you care to leave here too.
Letters of Transit. Gee, where did that come from?
Where did that get swiped out of? Yes.
So we went to a workshop by Robert McKee on story structure for films, and part of that is we spent an entire day of that dissecting Casablanca. And the first thing he went is showed us the opening introductory scene, which was a World War II style newsreel, talking about how refugees went from Germany to Casablanca, and they needed letters of transit to get out. And he says, "So what do you think about that?" And what's going on here? And he says, "Well, this is an example of the big lie, because none of that actually made any sense whatsoever."
Yeah, why were they down there in Casablanca? It made no sense.
And how would a letter of transit get a fugitive away from the Nazis? So it was all just for the sake of setting up the plot of the story, and because it's told in that very serious newsreel style, you just accept it.
Yes, it becomes the storyline believable. So,
farewell, my friend. If you have any need of my services in the future, you can usually find me here at the inn.
So he calls it the big lie because it says small lies, people catch and are offended by. But if you do a really audacious big lie, you can get away with it.
Rumor has it that you could
Certain
be
political candidates have
I am the owner of this
managed to
dead
do that
parrot inn.
in recent times.
I'm a man of vast influence, and I'm certain we should get to know each other better.
yeah, so I'm happy with Ferrari's voice.
Yes.
And, of course, my lines
It's
are
always a
designed
pleasure
to be
meet old
spoken
friends in
like
new
his.
places.
In that voice, yes.
Not.
Lori hears the voices in her head.
I was
she does
forced
it.
to leave Rasir not long after you did.
So,
When the Sultan of Shapir
game
took us
designers
to
hear
Dover,
voices in their
he did not
head.
approve of the way I did business. The Dead Parrot Inn is an oasis in this dreary little kingdom. It is a place to relax, refresh yourself from your busy day. If you are skilled, you can earn some money at the Wheel of Fortune. If you are lucky, you can make some real money betting on the combat held each night at the arena. If you are very, very skilled, you can make even more money by fighting in the arena and backing your winnings with a few well-placed bets. All in all, you will find plenty to amuse yourself here at the Dead Parrot.
Don't click.
Okay, don't click. Okay.
Yes. So the question was the Blackbird and Spielberg, the Brigand's Den, the real one?
Yes, we decided it did.
We decided that was the real one?
Uh-huh.
But it got misplaced along the way.
And the Brigands did steal it from a Doodle-Doo. And therefore, it's been traveling all over the place. And it winds up here. I've never seen Casablanca, so I never realized he was meant to sound like, yes. So you couldn't really tell in Quest for Glory 2. And you can't tell by the art style in this one. I really dislike the character designs in this.
That is my biggest complaint about this. Backgrounds are pretty decent. Occasionally a little too plain, but they're not bad.
I don't like the
But
textures.
the characters just look primitive.
They look terrible. They drive me crazy.
Part of it is that when these characters were designed to be rendered in voxels, there was no limit on the number of polygons for the character.
Yeah, and it was much better designed. I don't mind Hero's face on this, but this has been cleaned up for that.
Yeah, so they had to down convert in order to go to a polygon system, and the polygon engine was written in just a few months.
Yeah. The Ubi Pred says, a little late, but Happy New Year. Well, it's not late yet. It is not late for us. We have another few hours before we will say Happy New Year, but we will say Happy New Year to you. Ask about Silmaria.
Oh, I think there's a little
Silmaria
restaurant.
reminds
That's
me of
latte.
Rasir when Ardavis first took over. The warning signs are there that things will get worse here before they get better. How fortunate for Silmaria that you are here. Ugarte has his uses.
I am a businessman, and I've always had my sources for information. If you need to know something, I'm certain I can find out what you want to know. For a modest fee, of course.
Alright, there we have our characters. We have our cast. We have our interesting characters. My favorite is Wolfie, and I actually really liked writing Orestes too. Orestes was a really fun character. And I loved working with the actor. Actor was great.
Who played Orestes?
Okay.
Was he a famous person?
Yeah, I think so. And I think he played Wolfie as well, but I can't remember for sure. It's been too many years. All right, let's get to the key in.
What's that key in number 6? Is it the open spell or is that the key to your room? Can't tell.
I got this thing up.
No one responds to your knock. Snowman is either asleep or helping the cooks prepare the next big meal. You hope she's asleep. You can't use it that way. Well, you could click the door and say use your key.
I will. Yeah, we get to come in. Nobody's up, but the fire's still going.
There's a stage.
There is a stage. We could
Maybe Shima will dance later.
Maybe, but probably not. All right, we have unlock the door and go in, and we'll go to our bed, and we will jump
on the bed.
Because
That's proving it's a serious game.
Jumping on the bed.
I mean,
One
so far
fell off and broke his head.
everything has been very serious up to that point, except for Anagrama.
I would say yes. Other than that, and Wolfie's voice, and what Wolfie was saying, relatively free of bed bugs. Let us go to sleep. Sleep until morning, because it's already evening.
It's 10 minutes before midnight. I'm between pretty well if I manage to get to bed at 10 minutes before midnight.
Yeah, really.
Usually I stop gaming about that time, then it takes me about an hour or two to get
You don't
into
stop
bed.
gaming at that point.
Yes, I do.
Very often.
Sometimes.
Wake much refreshed early the next morning. IMDb, Doug Stone. Okay, so no, he wasn't the one I was thinking of. The one who did Wolfie is not Doug Stone.
Who did Wolfie?
Yeah.
Lifting a small corner of the rug, you discover that a huge quantity of dust has been swept under it.
Okay. I hate the...
Aloha, boy.
the
Boy,
movement of the
you're
neck.
a sight for sure eyes since I landed here.
On the hero?
Uh-huh. Yeah,
And I can order a meal?
I guess so.
And you auto sit down. How sophisticated.
Yeah. 8 a.m. is considered early. I like this alternate reality. Okay, it says Doug Stone was Abdullah Orestes, Gort, Ugarte, and Wolfie.
Yep.
Okay.
The cooks have fixed something really special. Pancakes topped with fruit. They started to make a salmon souffle, but they didn't have any salmon. They did get a good deal from Andre on some anchovies, though. Sal wanted to make a blueberry pie, but Merrick was selling bananas and grapes, so she made those into a pie instead. Just as Rover was taking the souffle out of the oven, Tony called Tessie a frumpy old toadstool, so she threw the pie at him. She got him square on the face, and the fruit pie pan fell on the souffle, squashing it flat. So now we have anchovy pancakes and baked fruit. Hope you like it.
And so that's why souffles sometimes fall.
Yes, because somebody falls on top of them. Yes. But there you have a fulfilling breakfast.
ATM Ashin.
Yes. Thank you so much for streaming. It's wonderful to see you playing Quest for Glory. I'm glad. Yes, you must head out. Well, Happy New Year. And, yes.
And don't give out too many $100 bills.
Yes, I'm pretty sleepy since I was drinking at a bar, so I'm going to head home to bed. Love you guys. Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year, everybody. Let's say every Happy New Year to people, and let's hope next year is even better than this year. It's not a high bar to set, but yeah, it wasn't a bad year for some people.
It was definitely a traumatic year for us.
It was a different year for us. It had its ups and it had its downs. All right.
Many illnesses.
Yeah. Bye, everybody. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Yes. Oh, that's the...
Where is it? At the bank?
If this is not an emergency, do not disturb us. Go away.
Is it an emergency?
It was not. And you have a hands
Is that
off.
the guard?
That's a guard. So this is a guard tower that raises and lowers the portcullis.
Is that when we can't go out?
Yeah. Well, no, we can get them to open the portcullis. But I wish this door is really securely.
Really, most sincerely secured.
Yes. Knock again. I see. Do we want to piss people off right now? Good. Oh, you know what we haven't done?
Across the bridge? Into the waterfall?
We haven't saved our game!
Oh! Hey, that was the same problem I had when I played the QFT2 VGA, and discovered that it was deadly. Yeah, why don't we save it? Go ahead.
Okay.
Escape, probably. Let's not done with that. Escape.
Which should be.
Save game, top right. Zappy Boy.
Day 2.
Visits Silmaria.
Okay. All right, we're going to save that game. Just cause.
Namaste. And may you be having a pleasant day. Welcome very much. It is always a better day when I see you. Business has been rather slow today. I am thinking that not many people have been breaking their amphora. I make very strong amphora, which is good for those that buy them, but bad for me that sells them. Let me be thinking. It has been said that the one who had the old king killed wished to take over all of Silmaria. Oh, this is a very bad person. I do not think he would make a good king.
So when I was 16 and attending school in Berlin, Germany, I went with the 12th grade class on a visit to Italy.
Good day.
And at one point they sent me out to get some wine, and it turned out you had to take your own bottle that was effectively recycled Coke bottles and stuff that they would fill up with wine for you. But I was not used to the fact the glass was very, very thin on those bottles. And I did, in fact, break my amphora.
You did?
I did. I broke the
It
bottle.
wasn't a real amphora, though.
No, it was a glass bottle.
Ah, okay. We have found a new building that we can go in.
It is the bank.
We have entered the bank.
And welcome to the First Bank of Silmaria. This is the safest place to keep your savings secure from pickpockets and thieves. Would you like to leave your money with me?
That'd be a good idea.
It's you. I was told you were coming. Your friend set up a savings account in your name. Hefty sum of 500 drachmas. You've got some generous friends, let me tell you.
That's nice. Much like our backers for Hero U.
Hi there. Have you invested in your future? This is the place to save. I'm Sam the banker man. I own and run this bank. Would you like to make a deposit? The First Bank of Silmaria will keep your money safe and secure. Drachmas can get heavy when you carry too much of it, and you make yourself a target for every cut purse around. The Right of Rulership Fund is set up for the competition to become King of Silmaria. You need to contribute 1,000 drachmas in order to enter the Right of Rulership.
Not to mention what
Sam the Beggar Man? I think he was.
Yes, he was called Sam the Beggar Man when he was in
Secure safe in all of Silmaria.
See if
Is equipped with the latest in modern
see if there's
locks.
if you scroll down.
Complex strap guaranteed to
see if
fry
there's,
the robber foolish enough to try it.
Yeah, you
Thanks
could
to your
I
good
would tell
friend,
about yourself.
you've already got
I would tell about your
500
friends.
drachmas in your account. That lion guy said that he and Erasmus the wizard were starting the savings account for you. They wanted you to enter the Right of Rulership. Man, you have strange taste in friends. They sure make good ones. Silmaria is a great place to settle down and save a little for the future. Too many people forget how important a savings account can be.
I do like
Adventurers.
He's
Adventurers think they can fight monsters forever. Next thing they know, they are begging in alleyways. A sad fate for a once respectable hero. So save today to keep the alleys away, I always say.
Save today to keep the alleys away.
I thought you looked familiar. Yeah, we met in Spielberg, where I was working the alley as a professional panhandler. It wasn't long after you left Spielberg that the pass cleared, and the tourists flocked back to town. I made a small fortune and said bye-bye to those cold climes. Came to Silmaria and needed some place to stash my cash. So I started my own bank. Seemed appropriate after all. I'm still asking others for their money.
Oh, I like that.
Our banking hours are dawn to dusk daily. When you save here, you know your money is safe.
As safe as that's safe.
Jeez, it's just like, wow, clearly you need to be the thief in this game. Because, honestly, you can't go that way.
Συγγνώμη, δεν καταλαβαίνω.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
That guard's showing off his caps. It's like
Yeah.
they'd take an arrow to them.
Yeah.
That wasn't a meme at this point, though.
I don't think I ever clicked that dialogue option when he comes right and says he was the beggar. Yeah. Silmaria is Thieves' retirement plan. They're banking on it, yes. Yeah, really. This has got so much possibilities for thieves here.
Beggars will be bankers.
Uh-huh. All right. Okay. Get through there. There's the thing.
I think we have to get out of town and fight some.
Oh, Rakesh! Rakesh, he is here!
Fight some monsters so we can get rich.
It is good to see you here in Marit. This island is already in need of your skills. I fear that it will need more heroism from you as things continue. You left behind most of your equipment when last I saw you. I am sorry, but I was unable to bring most of it. I can, however, give you this.
Ooh! What did he give us? Is that the thing number 7?
I am pleased to see you again, Prince of Shapir. I was summoned here by my son Chakra, who has made this island his home.
Ah.
We are a long way from Tarna. My life mate Krisha will be pleased to learn that you are well, and now in Silmaria.
What about Chakra?
Chakra has his own magic shop in the town square, and I am staying with him there. It has been a while since I had last seen him, and he has grown much. Tarna's enjoying the peace you brought to our land. Your friends Yesufu and Yohari are married now.
Johari,
And
huh?
Uhura's child grows
Yesufu.
strong and proud like his mother. You are missed there. Krisha has a new apprentice she is instructing in the magical arts, or she would have joined us here. She said there is a strong magic surrounding this island. I suggest you speak with Chakra about
Ooh, make notes.
Yeah.
There is an
Talk to
invading
us,
army
ask
of
Chakra about
Vesperian
magic.
mercenaries on Marit. No one is certain how large this force is yet. The skills you use to bring peace in Tarna might be useful here. However, there are very disturbing signs here. I do not yet know.
So this is definitely a game where you should be, have a journal.
Well, not necessarily, since you're gonna be.
For Silmaria, you
Spoon fed it all anyway.
Yeah, you're gonna be spoon fed.
The Centaur and I have
Same.
remained good friends over the years. He is a wise counsel and has guided 2 kings in Silmaria. He will soon guide a 3rd when the rites
The
of
dialogue
rulership
box is
are
hard to
over.
find, but Chakra was mentioned in Quest for Glory 3. Ooh, I didn't know that. This conversation makes me feel so much FOMO when I was
Fear of missing out.
Fear of missing out when I was playing Quest for Glory 5, since this was my first Quest for Glory 5 game. Ah. Yeah, you have more yaks. You could spend, the whole game talking to people, clearly.
You can tell him about what you did in Mordavia since you last saw him.
Mm-hmm. You could. You might.
It is for the best that Ad Abyss has been destroyed forever. If the Dark One had been summoned, the entire world would have been endangered. I hope sincerely that whatever menaces Silmaria is but a shadow of the
Now you're
Dark
out.
One.
Okay.
I should have done that earlier.
Enjoy this city, my friend. It is beautiful. This is why we are heroes, you and I. That such places remain beautiful and the people remain safe.
He gave us our catapin.
Oh, that catapin was a
You put on the catapin.
cool.
All right.
Doesn't
and
need to be in our bar though.
I know.
Can we throw it away?
Nothing happens. Oh.
Gotta get out.
I don't think we can. I don't think that's the interface. I think we have to
Bring up the inventory?
Inventory.
Equipment. Yeah.
That way. Okay. Interesting. Honestly.
Well, it must be important.
Mask
to everyone to be there.
Trinity was my first King's Quest game, and I didn't feel that much missing out. It barely made references to previous King's Quest. I mean, it did not make a whole lot of
Yeah,
references.
Mask of Eternity was widely panned by fans of the King's Quest series that said it just was not really a King's Quest game. So many spells are not in our bar.
Yeah. Dazzle spell. Is it?
It would probably work.
I see. Dazzling teeth.
Thank you.
Calm spell. Calm down. It's only ones and zeros.
Calm
Quiet
down.
spell.
It's only ones and zeros.
Check magic. These are fun. Levitate. Mask of Eternity was widely accepted by fans of the Mask of Eternity series.
Oh, there we go.
Ah, there we go. If it was your
It's
first
consistent in one game.
Yeah, well, yeah. If you're open, okay, that's cool. The fetch.
It's kind of fun. It's supposed to be last.
Well, yep, like me.
Trigger.
Force
Reminds me
bolt.
of Rod Serling in the Twilight Zone.
The flame dart. Yep. Frost.
Frostbite apparently, I think Frostbite needs to be in the bar because apparently Frostbite is the OP one.
Is the OP? Okay, fine. Let's take the key out of the bar. Back to inventory.
That's very good.
Alright, and put only spells down here. Let's see if we can transfer these around. Okay. We lost the other one, but spells. Alright, we have that. We have a
Protect magic.
no, let's see, back to spells.
Oh, it's protection spell.
That's a protection spell. Do we have the zap spell? We should have zap spell for sure here.
Yeah.
Hello! Happy New Year, Limitax. Yes, what's up?
Happy
We
New
are
Year!
playing Quest for Glory 5.
Dragon Fire.
Yes, which was released
1998.
98, 99?
It was 98.
Okay.
November of 98.
No, yes, almost 99.
Or maybe December of 98.
It was December. It didn't.
It was December, yeah.
Yes, because after all,
I
working on it over Thanksgiving weekend. It was released maybe it would be on the shelves the 1st of December.
maybe. Or
If
maybe
lucky.
maybe in production the first week of December.
Could be.
Because they were still working on it.
All right, what do we need here? Levitate.
Should have been finished in August to make it out in time for
really.
Christmas.
Okay, trigger spell, fetch spell, open spell. What is the most useful ones? I mean,
Calm.
clearly.
There you have calm.
I have calm here. Hide spell sounds good. I don't know about you. Done. We should use a zap spell on our
Dagger.
How do we
Yourself.
do that? Yeah, see what our inventory.
Yeah, it looked like it worked.
Okay, good. Dragonfire was better though than Mask of Eternity. Being it was my first Quest for Glory game, it had more depth. Each felt like an interesting episode. That's how we were actually designing it. The other
I can already see there are a vast number of story threads in here. By
Yes.
talking to people, you can get a lot of hints for different directions, ways to go. So very open-ended, very wide in that sense.
It's wide. I mean, not only the spaces are wide, but the story is wide. Everybody's deep. All of the characters have backstories, of course, at this point. I mean, many of them were in previous games. Yeah, there we go. A big yawn. That's fine.
I've been doing this for the last hour.
I know. Well, when you are not falling asleep. I didn't think you guys would still be. We're going to be here till midnight.
We're going to be here till midnight our time on the
Yeah.
West Coast of
Right, so we have a couple of hours
We have,
yet to go.
Yeah, I said it runs 6.5 hours till 12:30.
Yeah,
So-
so we'll be hanging out. If you guys want to hang out with us, that's your...
We're probably close to a break time, though.
well, no, we haven't done
We're
anything,
6:30
but I
then.
was going to say, well, you could
You
take
can
a
keep
break.
playing.
I can keep playing, and I can keep talking, but I was going to say something about something here, and I've forgotten because it got distracted off of it.
Quiche.
Not about a Rakesh, but about game design and game design theory. The other theory that was influencing this game was the fact that we had a friend who was working in Japan on the Japanese RPGs, and he was telling us the rules of how you make a Japanese.
Was that Roe Adams III?
Was it who?
Roe Adams III?
Roe Adams, yes, Roe
Yeah.
Adams. He was saying, what did Roe Adams do for his...
Well, he worked on a number of games. He worked on Wizardry 3, I think it was. Was it 4? Wizardry 4, The Revenge of Wyrdna. It might have been 3. No, it was 4.
4.
It was Wizardry 4, and he worked on the number 4s of multiple series. He worked on Ultima 4. I don't know if he worked on King's Quest 4, but he just, for some reason, kept being on the 4th edition of games. So he role-playing game designer, and got into. The other one was Robert Woodhead, who was the co-creator of Wizardry.
The reason I bring this up, that
Yes.
he worked in Japan, and he talked to us about how you go about designing games for Japan, and he said that Japanese have a limited time every day devoted to gameplay.
Yeah, they worked long hours and they have very long commutes, and so they had maybe an hour that they could devote to gameplay. So he said basically games had to be designed in half-hour or one-hour chunks so that you would have a complete and satisfying experience in that amount of time and be able to save your position and come back the next day.
So that is how I went about designing this game, is that there were events that you could do that would be fulfilling. I mean, like the first day, you get to talk to people, you get to go to the inn, you meet all these people. That is your first day. It's a nice, complete day of the activity that didn't do much, but it gets you across the game. And so that is how I went about designing this game. That's why it's a little different from previous games. The idea that you would have only a little bit of time. You wouldn't have to play this continually all the way through and like you can't stop. It gives you a chance to enjoy the game and do it at your own pace.
And the other thing that Laurie came up with, starting with Quest for Glory 2, and that she's used in all the games since then, is the event system. So basically you have scenes of the game, and prior to Quest for Glory, or really prior to Quest for Glory 2, a scene of game had a single purpose. It's like in all the King's Quests, there's a scene where you meet with the dwarves, and a scene where you meet the three bears or whatever. In Quest for Glory, scenes have are a scene. They're a place, not a place and time, an event. So each scene has multiple events. So you have like the theft event, or the assassination event, or the meeting people event, or whatever, and then the dialogue for the scene is all tied to what event you're in. So you can go into your bedroom, let's say go into the inn, and each day different things will happen in the inn. Or during the rites of rulership, each rite of rulership affects the events in any scene relevant to it.
When this room was first designed, this was the bazaar area, and it was a huge area.
Very open.
Very open. There was none of this linear back and forth. It was an entire open corridor, and you could walk across here to the other section of the thing. And it was only when we put it together that we discovered the technology couldn't handle it.
Yeah, that was actually the killer for the voxels, was with the voxel technology. You can move your character to the extreme foreground, so he filled up half the screen, and all of a sudden the frame rate went down to like 1 frame per second on a moderate speed computer. And so we did two things. One is we abandoned voxels and went to polygons. Two is we went to lower polygon count, which is why the characters aren't as sophisticated looking as they were in the demo. And three is we prevented characters from getting far enough into the foreground they got too large.
So that's how I get to the other area. I can't remember how I get to certain. I don't want to go up there. There's nothing up there, is there?
Well, I don't know. There could be. Went all the way around.
I did.
Oh, and get back the stairs.
That's how you get around. Jeez. Well, what do you know? I knew there was
It
another.
did get pretty big, actually.
Yes, it did, because this is the 3D.
Yeah. So with it's a polygon 3D.
Polygon as opposed to
This
voxel.
banner is securely attached. You open the door and walk right into the apothecary.
Wow.
Walk right in.
Oh, Julinar, look! It's that prince person who told me about you. I'll never forget him. I can't tell you how happy I am that you told me about Julinar back in Tarna. Whatever your name is.
That voice is right.
Yes.
Welcome to our apothecary. I believe we have met before, although I was in quite another form at the time.
Oh, that's right. Julinar was a tree when you last saw her, wasn't she? Well, it's good to see you again.
All right. Arlo Hero says it's the first quest for glory that had the technology to more fully capture the adventure experience with the music graphics, the sound of the sea as you walk on the beach, the way the camera follows you as you walk off in the distance. I'm not complaining about the earliers, but this one made such a great use of technology available to that it really captured the spirit of Quest for Glory more fully. How can anyone complain about this game? I can complain about this game because of some of the other things, but this is where I wanted to go. This was exactly what I thought Quest for Glory should be like.
Yeah, I have to laugh. I frequently have fans say, well, you obviously, this game was rushed, and you obviously didn't have enough budget for it. I said, no, it had 5 times the budget of any of the previous games, or, triple the budget anyway, triple the budget of the previous games, and it took 3 times as long to do, so it was neither rushed nor was the budget low, but it was so ambitious. There's so much going on here, and trying to do all the things that Laurie had wanted to do in the previous games. That it's just a really big effort. We had a huge team on it, and it took longer because there's a lot going on here.
There is a lot going on here, and there's all these characters, all their interactions with you.
It is a great pleasure to see you. You have been most kind to me. It is good to be human again. In the form of a tree, you can learn great wisdom, but it is the knowledge born of solitude. I now enjoy greatly the company of others. I am mastering the arts of healing both the body and the soul. Salim is a man of great kindness and heart. I am deeply happy with him.
You think Julinar and Arana have met at some point? They did not. No, they could be very good friends, and yes, they would be once Arana gets over.
Once Arana is rescued, yes.
Well, rescued, and she gets to readapt to the idea of being around people.
Yeah.
Remember, both Katrina and Arana have a long recovery for what their traumas that they've been through in life, and it does take a while. But
with Salim's knowledge of potions and pills and my healing abilities, we have much business here.
So you found a sneaky thief route into the Minos' palace, huh?
It's climbing in through a toilet.
And then having to fight the island guards anyway.
Oh, well.
That must have been,
this land is so much more alive than the deserts I grew up in. It is so green and lush that it soothes the soul.
You said it, Julinar. Plants make people happy.
Plants make people happy. She
if
used to be a plant.
Injured, I will be honored to heal you.
And despite the lessons of this game, Laurie and I never became vegetarians.
Hi, it's so good to see you.
No, but I have a lot of plants right now.
It does have a lot of plants.
Yes.
Enormous garden in the courtyard.
Yeah. Well, not enormous. It's a small courtyard, but it has a lot of plants. Yes.
It's a densely populated.
Yeah, it's a densely populated with succulents.
I'm trying to figure out if I can get past you in any way.
No, you can't without me getting up. So get up.
You.
All right.
Yikes.
You get to see me. My shirt. There you go. 30 years of Quest for Glory.
30 years of glory.
30 years of glory. Yes. Let's see. Ask
I
what
left Tarna and went all the way to Shapir by boat. I followed your directions, and there I found Julinar, all alone in the desert, just like you told me. I guess even trees get lonely.
So if anyone in Gloriana, do they go? No. People in this region go to Gloriana.
Really perked up with my kind words. Then I awoke one night and the tree was gone. There sat the girl of my dreams in her place. I was totally thrilled, even if I did kind of miss the tree. We've been together ever since.
If you are in Spielberg and things like that, up there you go to Hell, or Valhalla, or the equivalent. Yes. Yes. Oh, if anyone dies and they go to Hades. Yes. Yes. I mean, yes. This area goes to Hades. Yeah. If you're lucky, you go to Gloriana. You know. So each region has their own mythos. So you certainly don't do that down in Tarna. You go to neither down in Tarna. You go to, your spirit goes to wherever, whether it winds up
doing a good business here.
inhabiting some place,
Plants love
or
this
you
place and grow really well. We like
drift
making
off.
people happy too.
Does the universe have the trope of human belief creates God? Yes, the universe does have the trope of belief is power, and it creates the world. And so, the more people that believe,
This is such a wonderfully
more things that
cosmic
happen.
place to be. I'm really glad we came here. Come back soon. You need to mellow out
Which
a
realm
little
of
more.
gods
Put
has
some
a hold, I
flowers in
guess.
your hair.
Yes.
That sort of thing.
In Tarna, although the architecture in that resembles Egypt, the mythologies were brought over there. So some of the mythology of Egyptian mythology winds up there, but it also has all of the mythologies of the Simbani people, which of course are the Maasai tribes and things like that, that all influenced the religions and the past and the present of that area. Happy Central New Year! Yes, Happy New Year to the Central folk! May you have a better New Year this year than you did last year! Gee, that melody that she's playing sounds familiar. And then we have this juggler! Looks like he's juggling bananas.
Welcome, welcome, stranger. I am Marak. And
I was
this
reading
is
an
my
article
stand
once that
of
talked
food.
about how people who have
If you
had
find
near-death
yourself
experience
suffering from
tend
the pangs
to
of
describe
hunger,
similars,
or desire
experiences
just a
similar to
snack
what their
to brighten
society
your day,
believes. With a
you
tribe,
have
with
come
like
to
a
the
tribe with a
proper place.
mythology
May I
of
aid you
sailing
in
down a
any
river
way?
to get to the
Just
other side
let me
will
know,
describe having
for
those
I am
experiences.
at your service.
This is not the white light that our culture describes, but the suggestion is that these descriptions are only the first stage as the soul starts to cross over, and that we ultimately do go to the same place once it's over. It's a good thought. I mean, obviously, our lives, our way of being is colored by our culture, and you certainly wouldn't want that bright light if you don't live in a culture that has bright lights all the time and things like that. So, it makes sense that you would see it as your mythology is. Your brain will see what it wants to see at that point. I mean, it's very comforting, really. I would prefer to see, like death there. Death, i.e., in the Discworld type of sense. Who came and is going to help me cross over. What is this one? Oh, magic shop, I guess, because it's got a big eye there. Yeah, I should know that. Oop, we come in. And it's big room again. Very big room. Really strange. We are a magic user. And so this cave-like room with a real cool ball there. I did think the Quest for Glory 5 acting was a little more dry, but they read the lines accurately, whereas the Quest for Glory 4 acting felt more real, but the actors ad-libbed and oftentimes the lines didn't match the text. Was there anything done differently with the voice direction between the two games? Yes, exactly. Water streams are life, and I guess water streams are death. Well, yeah, if you're living on the water, by the water, it affects your whole thing. The voice direction. For Quest for Glory 4, for Gabriel Knight, and whatever else was going, and I guess King's Quest, when they had the professional actors, they were all done by Stu Rosen as the director. And he was a professional who was a professional director in Hollywood for voice acting, and he knew everybody, and I mean everybody who was ever an actor. Stu was a great character, smoked constantly, and just
ate constantly,
but knew everybody and knew how to get voice actors to perform. And then we had this guy.
Yeah, well, I had some great lessons from Stu, like,
Okay.
If you basically want to say a line with an angry tone of voice and clench your fists, so fists in front of you and clench them, and that alters the tone of your voice and makes you sound angrier. And ways of making it more open, relaxed and so on. But one time an actress came in and said, "Oh no, I forgot my reading glasses," and he says, "What strength are there?" And he opens up a case that had, half a dozen readers of different strengths for actors that forgot them. So, wonderful at his job of direction. Anyway, so you were going on.
And the one we had for this one, which I don't remember his name offhand anyway, acted like this was a job, that he was doing this. He didn't look like he enjoyed this stuff at all, or that he knew games, and I'm sure this was the first real game he had ever done. And I don't think he acted like he really, enjoyed what he was doing here. I was there for a couple, from some of the first sessions of the thing, and then some of the remakes. And it just didn't have the same atmosphere or joie de vivre that Stu gave to these things. And that makes a difference. Everything in a game is, it's a synergy of all the people that work on the game. And I didn't feel like this guy gave a lot of synergy to the game, added a lot to it. But we had some good voices. I mean, as I said, the Wolfie voice is just so fun, and the guy could read these things cold. And it was great working with him. And then there was the time when we had the one actor come in, and it had Yassas, it had some of the Greek words, and he said, "Oh, my mother is Greek." And she'd know these words, and I said, "Well, could we get her pronunciation of these words, because I only had them from the phrase book and the phonetic translation of them, and so I wasn't sure that our actors were saying things right." So basically he called up his mother, and we had her say all the main phrases that were in Greek so that we had the right pronunciation, and that was a really fun experience, and it was the right way to do it. But I didn't think that the director really had that kind of ability to bring this information or this stuff out from the actors. And so, yes, I find it rather dry, but we do have good actors. I mean, there's no doubt about it, but I don't feel like they...
Where's that place? That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
I don't remember it.
This is a magic shop.
Ah, wow.
Ah, okay. That's something best left untouched.
So this is a good-looking game. I just thought the characters...
I don't like the too many text. Yeah. Things in a magic shop are best looking. Okay. Sh and G are the most important in Greece. Are you to spell the language in Greece?
Of your arrival. I am Chakra Sultana, and this is the magic shop of Silmaria.
Yes, that's the only negative thing I'll say about this game is the dry acting. I'll go along with that. It feels dry, and as I said, Peter Lorre is an iconic voice, and giving me a Speedy Gonzales voice is just not going to make it for me. I mean, yeah. Okay. We have found.
Greetings unto you, wizard. I am a wizard like yourself. I apprentice with my mother, Krisha, and the enchantress Aziza of Shapir. I am specializing in object enchantment.
So yes, he worked with Aziza, and eventually he and she get back together and do a few adventures.
Did you answer the question about the ad-libbing?
What about the ad-libbing?
There's just really just one scene where the ad...
Right, yes.
Yeah, Hans Franz and Yvonne ad-lib in one scene because the actors asked if they could do that. I'd say, sure, have fun with it. So there's not ad-libbing throughout the rest of the game. Maybe mistakes, but no ad-lib.
The enchantress Aziza is a very good teacher. She demands precision and dedication to the art of magic. I had to work very hard to please her, but I learned much. I use mystic magnets and have made a magical charm bracelet that enhances a wizard's skills. I also create mana pills and mana potions. The mystic magnets are a pair. You set one in a place of safety, a bedroom for example. You have only to use the other magnet upon yourself to teleport instantly back to the room with the other magnet. As you can tell, this can save your life when you are in danger.
This was the idea of the broken token of folklore and folk music.
Folk songs, yeah.
Folk songs. The broken token would always connect you to the other person. You'd break the coin or things in half, and then they would know when you died or something like that. And
or 20 years later when, the guy had gone off to make his fortune, he comes back so that his,
so
loved one would recognize him and he
it.
would know her.
Let's see.
People change over that much time.
Mary Just, this game came out exactly at the right time, at the same time I was on a huge Greek music phase, and I was listening to stuff by Manos H something and
Theodorakis.
So I was learning bits about the language, and when I saw Kokino
Bukamiso,
Bukamiso and I realized what the name was, I was raft way too much.
It means literally red shirt, and it's a reference to the red shirts in original Star Trek, where any crewman that was wearing a red uniform was inevitably died.
Hi, Mary. Hope you're feeling well.
Or better, at least.
And yes, and looking forward to the new year. So we wanted to give teleportation in this game, but we wanted it controlled in a way we could handle it. And the idea of doing the broken token type of thing, COVID still has you in your throat. Yeah. The old curse of red shirt. Haha, yes, exactly. It was a joke. We knew Port Kokino was going to be the first one offed, and so therefore I went with that name. And besides, it seems like a reasonable name. You still don't know. Kokino sounds like very, very, you could be a first name, Sounds like it. You never know. So yes, we tried to have as much humor in here. I tried to put in things like, a bilingual humor. Have you thought of making the same sort of game code that's like Quest for Glory 5? No. Well, Road to Redemption was supposed to be like Quest for Glory 4 or 2, more like 3 and 4.
No, in a way, Hero U Road to Redemption is like Quest for Glory 5.
And now, Road to Redemption wound up being more like this.
Yeah, now see, we remember Quest for Glory 5 as, oh my god, budget overruns, time overruns.
Well, yes, we didn't want to say that.
And we did that all over again with Hero U. It took us 5.5 years.
We learned our lesson with 5, and then we wound up doing it all over on our own on 4, on Road to Redemption.
Started with the Unity development expert that we hired that said, you really got to make this in 3D.
Yeah.
And he said, we don't want to do that. It'll take too long.
We tried very hard to do it in 2D. We tried to create the whole Quest for Glory experience.
Yeah.
And then, how many assets were used in 5? Were reused in 5.
Reused?
Not much reused.
Nothing.
Everything was redone. Everything, as I said, got done 3 times with the backgrounds. The characters were redone twice.
I mean, there's concepts of the spells and the characters and some of the objects,
stories, but
none of the art resources got reused.
Yeah. And, I really kind of liked this background. I mean, I liked the border system that we'd come up with. I thought the icons are iconic. This is Terry Robinson's influence. He really came up with the style that we've got going here. And he had really the characters, and the character designs on this were gorgeous. The pencil sketches were wonderful. But once you get into making, 3D art, we were in primitive times then. It was very difficult. Yes, they tried to do the models in voxels. We did all the characters in voxels. This thing was entirely animated in voxels. That the original multiplayer demo that we had is done with voxels. Until we actually tested it and found out voxels break down. They don't work when you come close to the screen,
Or
you have many characters on screen.
Or alternatively, the problem was that we had a custom voxel engine that was developed on the spot over the course of a few months by our lead engineer, who was also writing most of the game and so on. We didn't even have a scripting engine at that point, so the rest of the team was sitting in their hands. Didn't know they didn't know C++.
They didn't know C++.
Or
There are many
C++,
magical
yeah.
items
Yep.
and weapons to be found here. Many merchants sell such items.
So
Consider you to be trustworthy.
basically, Eric, was overworked. He was did a great job on it, but there's a reason why you use somebody else's game engine. Something like Unreal Tournament or Unity 3D has a dedicated staff of dozens or hundreds of people that have worked on improving it through multiple generations over a course of years or decades, and you just can't duplicate that on an engine that's designed for one game.
Yep.
And an
And
engine
of
that's
course-
been used by hundreds or thousands of games has just had so much testing and so much optimization put into it, it's going to be better.
And the programmer, Eric, is an absolute genius when it comes to creating things. And he said he could have improved the voxel engine and if he was given another 2 months. But the decision for making that decision of whether to get him to do the improvements or to throw everything out and try again took 7 months to actually make. That again, the programmers aren't doing anything. The artists are working on it, trying to get this game done, and then the art all gets thrown out, and they have to start from scratch.
Or at least
again.
all the renders, yeah, because they, they
No,
designed,
renders.
no,
The characters all had to be redone,
so that they could work
yeah.
with fewer
polygons.
yeah.
So yeah. What's your view on how far the wizard skills are by Quest for Glory 5?
How far or fair?
I don't know how far it says. Yes, Chakra calls him an experienced wizard and says he won't carry many more spells that he doesn't already know, but clearly isn't at the Adavisa's level of serving the Dark Master 70 years while learning the magic that controls men's minds, or casting complex rituals that require candles laid over a polygon on the floor. Those are different styles of magic.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
It's exactly, the style of magic. Ritual magic is a style. Aziza's magic is a style of magic. Her ability to see things and scry and that's all a different type of style. And yes, all those
Categories.
Categories
of magic.
And that's why you have wit, where people go and they spend 10 years, 20 years all learning spells. So what your hero is a practical magic user. He uses magic as tools. He is not a true wizard, but he is a spellcaster, really.
So yeah.
Gloriana, that would
was
be cool.
the idea about merging all games to get 5 games together to make one massive game. No, we would never have the time, the budget, resources to do that. The way you would have to do something like that to make an open world Quest for Glory is you have to stop thinking in terms of the game designer, and instead you think of basically, you have the directors, you have people creating the story Bible and the character Bibles and so on. You have World of Warcraft.
That is
we have
what
a team.
World of Warcraft did.
You have a team of massive numbers of writers and designers, each working on a different piece of it. And World of Warcraft occasionally falls down in having different interfaces for the same type of puzzle in different areas, or having
the same puzzle.
storylines that don't feel consistent.
Different programmers do the same puzzle in 2 different places, and the interface is slightly off, and the timing is off. And timing is critical on some things.
You go up to a magical portal in World of Warcraft, and sometimes you walk into it, and sometimes you have to click on it, and sometimes you have to use an item on it. So there's about 3 or 4 different interfaces for that. So, these inconsistencies will creep in, but really Blizzard has done an amazing job of minimizing that. And to make an open world Quest for Glory, we would have to have that massive team. We would have to have, a dozen at least writers and designers.
And it's harder to
hundreds
do
of
in
developers.
an open world, unless it's a single player, like these are. An open world doesn't work because you have problems with storytelling. It's very hard to tell a consistent story when, or get a lot of believability when you have you're told you are the only one who could save this princess, and everybody there's 30 people all trying to save the princesses.
Yeah, there's a series of videos, I can't remember the name of the channel, but there's ones that mock that entire thing, and
I mean,
they
when
have
you
the
first,
quest giver, and all the people walk up to her. We get told exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
You're the only one who can solve this.
Mm-hmm. So yes, Mary, he is less academically inclined and is more to field work magic dude. Yeah. Have you thought if Activision did it without your say so? What would the term of that be? That would be perfectly within their rights because they could do it, but they're never going to do it because it's very hard to do it. Nobody but World of Warcraft and a couple of others have really pulled it off and continued to make it. Arlo says, that's interesting. I didn't think of my wizard as more practical, hands-on, almost less interested in magic, less of a wizard almost. Rather, I viewed it like Einstein flunking arithmetic. Choosing to leave wit and learn from a variety of experiences in the real world was the reason he was on his way to becoming a magical genius. That is kind of the premise of Master of the Five Magics, the book by Lyndon Hardy. It was a really good book, and it is about a guy who winds up being a dilettante rather than focusing on the 5 major schools of magic.
Yeah, so all the magic users in this world have specialties. There's alchemists, wizards, sorcerers, enchanters, and so on. You apprentice with one of them, and you become very, very skilled over the course of years or decades at your one particular thing. And our character just keeps trying and keeps getting kicked out.
Yeah.
You'll never learn it. And it turns out that it's because he was destined for the first to be the Archmage.
And then there was that story, the Egyptian story about the young apprentice that was really written in Egypt, and told the one that there was an apprentice that was,
the one that was the paperback books we had.
I can see it. Chickpea was the name of the character, but there was it translated to Chickpea. At any rate, it told the story of somebody doing that in ancient Egypt, and I'm not sure, those weren't really old stories, were they?
No, they weren't.
But they were based off of Egyptology.
They were kind of metaphorical.
Yes.
And they
magically
but
metaphorical.
These books, reading these books, you actually learned a little bit of English language. They showed you some of the hieroglyphics. And,
it learned you about the culture, but I can't remember the name of them, so I can't. Let's see. I prefer single-player games, and Mary says, and I lost it because it scrolled, and I can't get off that screen. So
you'd have to say done.
I have to say done?
Yeah, click done.
Done. Oh. That'll let me get over here? No, I can't get off the screen. No, I can't. I can...
You could hit the Windows key, but this will minimize.
Oh, well. Minimize is okay. We can bring it back, can't we?
Yeah.
All right, yes. Let's see. Single-player D games where you can invite your friends to be party members. MMOs are... also scrolled off. Immense immersion breakers for me, even in role-playing servers, for the same reasons you laid out. Yes, your stories. World of Warcraft is doing a great job in trying to. I mean, you can stand in a place and you're seeing one thing, and the person next to you sees something different because you're in a different phase of a story. Absolutely incredible. What they're doing.
Yes, the game design technology behind that.
So that you can actually tell a single person story, even though you're in an MMO. But to do that is absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah. I mean, we largely play World of Warcraft as if it were a single player game, except that they've done a great job of putting together some content where you really want to be with other players. So the dungeons require a team, the raids require a bigger team. They've got new things that...
we'll talk about this forever if we let it.
Only a minute.
Okay.
There's the Assault and Dragonbane Cape, and there's the Community Feast is the fun one, where you have about 30 or 40 or 50 players all standing around, and the head chef is shouting out orders for each individual player, and over the course of it, you're making the ultimate feast.
Yes, that's a really interesting, immersive, crazy thing. We thought of making a D&D style Quest for Glory game? Not tabletop, of course. Well,
we periodically have people come to us and have adapted Quest for Glory to tabletop, and I've actually got the full set of game rules that one person sent me.
And when I was running DM, a lot of the stories were set in this world, the same world as our hero here, and so therefore it had events and things that wind up being incorporated into the game. MMO instances are always incredibly immersion breaking. Technology wasn't capable of creating fully dynamic worlds, although I'm feeling that AI generation stuff will make this possible soon. Yeah, a tabletop Quest for Glory adaptation would be very cool. Yeah, and I know people that have and turned the system there. And
yeah, back in the year 99 or 2000, we were working with a group called Explorati, and we were trying to make a massively multiplayer immersive world, and we had some ideas like having players contribute content to it and then going through being vetted and rewritten by the staff. But we had the idea of instancing in order to be able to have people have different experiences without the latency that you have from having too many people in place and stuff like that. And that was that was a few years before World of Warcraft.
Yes,
but
also having the concept of you could go to a room and then you could enter the haunted house and you could have a solo experience in this multiplayer game and solve the haunted house scenario while you were playing it. And so we were doing a lot of interesting things, but it did not survive the light of day.
Yeah, we didn't have the $50 or $100 million budget of games like EverQuest and WoW.
So, Webhead Spidey says, I felt that exactly. There are many I am the only hero who can save the day with Elder Scrolls Online. There is a literal quest saying I can only save everyone, and in the meantime, other players around are being told the same thing. And I'm like, hey, wait a minute, that I was the hero. Yeah, really.
My problem is urgency, because a lot of the quests are basically, you've got to save this guy, he's in trouble and they're going to, roast him over a spit.
Yeah.
And then you say,
ooh,
okay,
side
that's
quest.
Nice. Yeah, it's like, I got to work in my fishing.
I've got to pick my flower. It's like, yeah, it's hard to keep that sustained immersion in the game as that, yes. But some don't like the tabletop style, but an interactive style D&D RPG. Yeah.
Well, the problem with tabletop gaming is that one person is always ends up being the star, because you always have one player who is more aggressive and more active and exciting. Of course, you want to have that player play because they're the ones really putting the energy in. But the rest of the players are sitting there saying, "I want to do something too."
Yeah.
And then they finally get around to their term, and they're like, let me look up what my stats are. I don't know what my to-hit roll is, And so there's a reason they're not the star, but it's no fun that way.
Yeah.
So it's really, really hard to balance live games, giving every player, the chance to be the star.
What about a Quest for Glory game, not MMO, but JRPG style? That we could see, you could do something like that. Why did you choose Erasmus as the wizard's name? Were you just looking for the name of somebody for Renaissance, or was something more? And is he actually Desiderius? Desiderius.
From Rotterdam. Okay, probably, maybe. So he originally started out, Erasmus was the character that, from a friend, told us an anecdote about a mighty, that he had heard about a mighty wizard deciding that he was bored with being the most powerful wizard in the world and wanted to have an exciting life as a hobbit thief.
That was Richard, and he did not hear somebody else. He made it up.
No, he told me that he heard that story.
Okay.
And in fact, I think I told him part of the story originally.
I don't think so.
But he came up with the names Erasmus and Fenris for it, I believe.
No, I came up with Fenris.
Oh,
I mean, because he was going to just tell Erasmus, and when I was making a comic book, I needed somebody for Erasmus to talk to, and I came up with Fenris so that we had this conversation ability to tell the story in conversation. So yes, I drew the comic, and we had Erasmus from that, and I think it was mostly that the name was a funny name. It was a humorous kind of sounding name that was not familiar to most people, and so therefore it had no preconceptions.
However, since Richard has a degree in European history,
he probably knew about Erasmus.
Desiderius Erasmus,
yes,
and that's
right.
probably where we pulled the name from.
Right.
But it works. It just sounds right.
That was my experience in Ultima 7, actually. Thank goodness that game was not on a timer, because I spent so much time baking bread in Britannia that Britannia would have been doomed. Yes. Yes. There are several engines specialized for the JRPG experience. Yeah, I mean,
It would feel like cultural appropriation, like we're not Japanese enough.
No, but Mary, you're doing those games, aren't you? I mean, that game is still coming along, and it's in a JRPG style. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, Mary Jest is working on the Legend of Sparkle Muff. It's a boss fight. The Legend of Sparkle Muff, or something very similar like that. And it has a JRPG style graphics and combat feel.
And so I'm really looking forward to seeing how that plays out. Would that Quest for Glory has some parkour elements, or at least parkour skills that can be unlocked. That would be interesting. We could never pull it off until now. It was not physically possible. And even then, when we were trying to do Road to Redemption, we couldn't have pulled it off then either. But we have to have skilled programmers and a whole 3D area that's designed to accommodate that.
The most difficult room to develop in Road to Redemption is the library. And that took us months, and we actually lost a programmer over it as one of the attempts didn't pan out. And the idea of having stacks that you can go in front of or behind and above and below turns out to be really crazy to implement. And the problem is that you can have all the 3D geometry you want, but the user interface is on a flat screen. So when the player points and clicks at something, you have to work out what is he pointing and clicking at.
Yeah.
So that library just literally took months and headache after headache.
And redesign.
So
things like
parkour,
that,
just multiply that by 100 or so.
Was there any backstory on the Frost Giant that you could give the apples to? I thought the giant could be used in future games. He seemed lonely. Other than the fact that was going to be, we thought of leading into actually having a game set up there, which, of course...
Which Heroine's Quest did.
Heroine's Quest did, and they even referenced Bragi in it. So that's the sequel you're looking for if you want that. Play that game. It's free. It's on Steam, isn't it? So
yeah, it's on Steam. It's free.
That's your game, yeah.
And basically, that's what any fan with far more time than sense can do, or vast amounts of money that we don't have. Is you can don't call it Quest for Glory, then you'll get sued by Activision. But do like we did with Road to Redemption. Make something in that spirit, and make any references you want to characters in the previous games, as long as you don't actually copy their art or any assets from it. And that's what kind of Heroine's Quest is.
Yes, that's what it is.
They said, okay, this is set with Norse mythology. Well, let's do a whole game about Norse mythology.
Yep. So Sumatra says, honestly, I always loved when the game puts you on a timer, feeling the urgency of reaching to your goal before the time runs out. In the original Fallout, it did it very well. Quest for Glory 2 did that well as well. It's
pluses and minuses.
It's got pluses and minuses. I wanted that sense of urgency. I had the timer on for Road to Redemption. The problem is that you feel like you don't know when your timer is going to run out. You have too much anxiety. The trick is to balance that sense of urgency without that sense of anxiety that you might fail.
And the way World of Warcraft pulls it off, well, it's different ways, but one of them is for like the dragon riding races. You have a strict timer on it, but if you fail, you can repeat it.
Yeah.
If you go into a dungeon in World of Warcraft, and you don't make it on time, you burn your key. And you can't just go back and repeat it. So.
Arlo Hero says, so Erasmus wants to be a thief. He's an all-powerful archmage, and he is bored. He has been making magic and doing magic, and he sits back, and he's frankly, there's only so much Wizard's World you can play with Fenris, and you've got nothing better to do, and so he wants something that might be exciting, and the idea of actually having to pit yourself against, sneak and do things that require you to actually...
You might get caught.
Yeah. Oh, that sounds... He wants to role play being a thief. And so therefore, that's the whole premise, is that he was so bored, he wants to be a thief, he takes on the form, and then he has an adventure as a thief. But
and it's not that he really wants to be a thief. He
wants to have that adventure.
He wants adventure.
Yeah.
Wants to be an adventurer.
And there we catch up with Mary Jess's response to what we were talking about, the Song of Sparkle Muffin, pixel art. So much pixel art, yes. And, yes.
It is, of course, impossible to do a game of that scope with the budget you have.
Yeah.
But it's called labor of love.
Yes, and it's an experience you will learn. We all learn, and we all go through.
Doesn't necessarily mean you won't do it again.
I know, because people are masochists. Clearly, some of us. Let's see. Mary Jess has got a trailer. I'm sure he's responded to that. Heroine's Quest is excellent, as close to Quest for Glory 6 as you'll get, and you can see an update on my YouTube at youtube.com Mary Jess. The Kickstarter page has a campaign trailer, but most of the assets on the trailer has been updated and changed so that the word of mouth updates will have the most fat. Yeah, okay, good. That's the way to find out. I loved Heroine's Quest. I need to play that one again. Thank you for asking. If you ever brought Elsa back in a more higher budget Quest for Glory 1, I can totally see her going nuts with parkour. Yeah? Oh my god, I'm surprised.
It wouldn't be the same game, though. I mean, really, we did have real-time combat in Quest for Glory, but it was mostly a matter of, mashing the up arrow key or whatever. And
yeah.
It's not really like World of Warcraft, where you have the whole range of abilities. You're trying to decide every millisecond which one to do. Which I'm not very good at, by the way. So doing a parkour type experience, real, skill action sequence.
Yeah.
It would be an action game at that point.
Right.
It's not the same kind of storytelling game.
It takes a whole lot of work to do those. I mean, what was the games that did that? The Assassin's Creed?
Assassin's Creed, yeah.
Yeah, they looked like they'd actually managed it. And then there was some Star Wars. There's a Star Wars game out there that I watched because I certainly wasn't going to play it, but it was great, and it did parkour-like things. You moved as a Jedi, you jumped, you moved to places and that, and so I think they did it right, and it takes the kind of budget that's $3 billion. Yeah. Yes, I'm surprised Erasmus hasn't decided he will try his hand at songwriting afterwards, and then becomes an itinerant bard. He wouldn't think of it. Yeah, that would have been interesting, but he doesn't have the talent for it. It would be hideous. You do not want somebody that is all, he's right-brained, but he's also left-brained, but he's not creative. He is the kind of person that can put things together, but he can't, he is not creative, yes. I should have been naming my thief Erasmus all this time, yes. Has Erasmus ever turned evil in his life? No.
Nah, he really isn't capable of it. He's
well, no, he is neutral, though. I mean, it doesn't bother him to play cards with Baba Yaga. It's do unto others as they do unto you, and if they never do unto him, he doesn't mind. But he doesn't like people who are evil. He would never like Ottavies. It's not in his nature, and, yeah. Mary just says, it is called the perfect blend of love and insanity. As an opera singer, I have the insanity part well covered, yes. How old is Erasmus? How long can he live for? Wizards live a long time. The magic gives them, increased aging.
Yeah, I was actually told when we went to put up Laurie's visual novel, Summer Days Tilly's Tale, on Kickstarter, that I was going to ask for $200,000 originally, which seemed like a realistic budget for it, and I eventually got talked down for that and ended up asking for $100,000. I said, well, that's still way too high. You can't get more than like $20,000 for something like that. And I said, well, then I can't pay the artists that we have working on it, and we can't make a game.
Yep.
So we ended up eventually, getting $100,000, and of course, a third of that goes to fees and stuff. So, maybe 50 or 60 or 70,000 goes into the game, and it's really cost us about $250,000. So that's we just keep loaning money to the company.
Yeah. Quest for Glory 1 has one character who is a real-life person, Erasmus. Quest for Glory 2 has two characters who are real-life people, Omar and Harun al-Rashid. They're based off of the...
They're based on real people, people from...
They're not real people. They're based off of the Arabian Nights stories. Yes, Quest for Glory 3 should have had three characters who were real-life people. It had Laurel and Hardy.
Yeah, I was going to say Three Stooges.
Yeah, Quest for 4, yes, and 5.
Sanford and Son.
We had, of course, characters.
And Arne the Aardvark.
Yes, Sanford and Son and things like that. But we were having to be very, very careful because at that point in time, people were starting to copyright physical images of stars. And in fact, trademarking people like Marlene Dietrich and Charlie Chaplin.
Well, Sierra was actually...
because Sierra was sued, and they should never
Space
have...
Quest for having...
ZZ Top.
Yeah.
And that was stupid, because if Sierra had a decent lawyer, they could have said that was a right of parody, and that is protected under the law. But no, we lost the rights to use ZZ Top.
Yeah, I know what we should do during this well-planned-out marathon stream. We should do that chapter 21
not today.
of your story that got lost.
Terrible performer,
You could re-record
Erasmus. He would be absolutely gloriously awful, and no one would have the heart to tell him. Yeah, really. Right, and Baba Yaga isn't...
Oh, you mean like when Elon Musk takes up opera singing?
Yeah, really. And Baba Yaga isn't technically evil. She is like a Facebook relationship status. Complicated. I like that.
Complicated.
Yeah. Yes, Onion.
Is that actually available?
What?
Complicated? Can you put that on Facebook?
I don't think... Well, you can write it down if you... Relationship complicated. Yes. Okay, I just thought he might have dabbled in the dark arts before.
Oh, Jedi Fallen Order? Was that the one?
Yeah, I think so. The game was surprisingly good for an... Yeah, it looked great, and it was fine to watch as somebody else doing it. For example, Yoda knew about the dark side and heard about it when he was young. He almost turned to it. That's an interesting interpretation of it. Harun al-Rashid was a caliph of the Abbasid Caliphate, wasn't he? Probably because those names, Harun al-Rashid, were everywhere. They're not uncommon words.
Yeah, there was a whole Wikipedia article on that.
But it wasn't. But it was more after the Harun al-Rashid that was in the books and things like that. I found a book about Omar in the same bookstore where I bought about Erasmus. Oh, fun! He was a great. Yes, Omar Khayyam. Yes, the moving finger of time, as written, having moved on. Yes, he was a real poet. Yes, and he makes really good poetry, honestly. I had a book on that, too. Baba Yaga likes dark magic, so she's evil, but she keeps to herself, so she was neutral to others. Yes, as long as you don't muck with Baba Yaga, she would not muck with you. Till she zapped herself into a frog. She didn't zap herself into a frog. You did that. That's all you're doing because you brought that magic mirror to her.
How dare you?
With the knowledge of forethought and malice of forethought, because you knew what was going to happen and it was a reasonable assumption. She doesn't like trespassers. Yes. She likes her magic like she likes her chocolate extra dark. Yes, indeed. Yeah, indeed.
We're milk chocolate sorts ourselves.
I don't remember. How is she not a frog in future games? She got over it.
Yeah. It doesn't last forever.
No. Her spells don't last forever unless you eat them. I mean, really.
Yeah. So if you turn someone into a frog and throw them into a pot of boiling water and fricassee them, then they're probably not going to turn back into a hero afterwards. But if you turn them into a frog and toss them out, that probably wears off after.
I feel like Baba Yaga can be Loki in the Marvel movies, evil, but can be helpful when she wants to, and maybe becomes more good later on.
I think that term evil is just overused here. It's you just cannot apply concepts of good and evil to archetypal powers.
Yes, and true. And Loki is the manifestation of chaos, whereas Baba Yaga is not chaotic by nature. She's very
lawful, really. She's very consistent.
Lawful. She's consistent. She's not chaotic. Yeah. 'Twas just a flesh wound, yeah. A Baba Yaga neutral as well? Yes, well, no. By most people's standards, if she eats people and is willing to turn people into animals and have them for supper, she is kind of hitting that definition of what you'd call evil. Yes. The way Baba Yaga is depicted in the traditional story, she's not so much evil as she is simply dangerous. Yes, a massive force of nature, exactly. And people will run afoul of her if they disrespect her, but she will help others, like the story of
Vasilisa the Beautiful.
Yes, exactly. And that is one of the stories, of course, I pulled from. The other main interpretation of Baba Yaga was the boy's life illustrated story of 1978 or 78. It had a great story.
That was probably after I stopped reading it. Yeah.
Well, it was probably earlier than that then. Was Quest for Glory always meant to have puns in it, or did it start out more serious and devolved into what it is?
It started out more serious.
We wanted to tell a heroic tale.
And I'm looking, as Laurie's been playing through Quest for Glory 5, I'm saying, this is really a very serious game. There's, there's little silly bits, but not that much of them. Mm-hmm. It takes itself very seriously.
Right. So it was story. It's supposed to be very heroic. The grand adventure in that and all that. But you work with what you've got. The art style was not grand heroic. It was kind of cartoony.
Yeah, when Jeff Crow drew the town of Spielberg, we said, looked just like Laurie's, colored pencil drawings. We said, okay, this doesn't feel serious.
No.
And then when Bob Fishbach put in some look messages in the trees and stuff and put puns in them, and I said, you can do that?
Yeah, it was like became the synergy of the team, and then
it comes in pints.
Yeah, we had Jerry Moore as the artist, and Jerry was such a character, and I mean, he really brought the Cata to life in the first
very talented artist,
yes.
but also really into fantasy and fun.
So therefore, the games really are a synergy of the original team and what their talents were. And the fact we just ran with it. We kept that going, and that became the thing. What about the Magic Cellar? In Quest for Glory 1, the woman, did she have a backstory? Yes.
That's Zara.
So that's Zara. At the beginning of this series, for those of you who didn't manage to get here at the beginning, because it was hours and hours and hours ago, we talked about where are they now, and basically went through the history of who these characters were and asked who wanted to know what happened to them after the games. Zara was a half fairy, much like Arana. She had a very different backstory from Arana because, I get confused about Arana versus the other half fairy in Wizard's Way, but as a result, she knew more about the fairy way and things like that. But she had the ability to use human wizard magic, and so therefore she was kind of an outcast from her people.
But at the same time, she disdains mortals.
She disdains mortals, but she used mortal magic, and so therefore that's why she wound up using magic. She was in Spielberg because the ley lines in Spielberg were very powerful, and she was trying to actually find Arana's staff, and she didn't know where it wound up, and so she was using the magic there to try to find.
This is why Arana, was able to make such major magics there. That's why Erasmus decided to visit there.
Yes.
To winter there, and that's why Baba Yaga shows up there.
Yes, they're all
these people are attracted to
because that's a
powerful
nexus.
magic.
This is a nexus area. Let's see. The Coles are true storytellers and dig it into their own savings to keep writing their stories for others. Well, that's true. That is very true. We're not...
Actually, Lori is a true storyteller, and I just kind of go along for the ride because I like that she does it.
Don't lockpick her store. I will zap you. I will zap you. Yes, exactly. By the time 4 comes around, there is a very strong shift towards the more serious. It feels like that at the start of the transition. Exactly. We knew 4 was going to be this big, horror story type of thing. It was going to pull all of the horror tropes, and I didn't want to do, what Abbott and Costello meet Frankenstein, although I consider that one of the high points of horror movies. I wanted to do it serious. I wanted to get that comedy horror. Yes. 4 stands out on its own. 3 and 5 are similar to 1 and 2. Well, 5 I think is off on its own, and 1 and 2 are one group, and 3 is its own group. I think because that
3 and 4 kind of go together.
Yeah. That's where a great addition. In fact, that when you died, you could laugh about your mistake was great. Pardon me. That followed the King's Quest line that, how King's Quest was handling deaths and those stupid death messages. And, and every time you died, the one game had Roberta's face telling you how you were stupid to do that. And honestly, the fact is, at that point, we really had to have death in the game. Because you have to have consequences. If you do something stupid in a game, or that are, if you go out against a great monster when you're just got a knife in your hand, you're going to die. And so we wanted to have that kind of feeling that what you did, how you played this game was meaningful. Yeah. So we had to have death. And if we're going to have death, why don't we make it funny? I mean, there was that time when they put the picture of one of the first death messages that they had for one of Roberta's game had Roberta in the hot tub.
From the back cover of Software Adventure.
Front cover
of Software Adventure.
Software Adventure had Roberta in a hot tub, and they had digitized that and put that in the death message.
And in the death message, they lowered the water level a little bit so that her boobs were showing instead of
water. No, it was
pixelated.
Yeah, really.
Tiny.
And so therefore that got cut before the game actually went out, but it was hilarious. And so those were influences on that also went into how we did death messages too. Yes, we wanted you to not be totally unhappy when you died.
Now, prior to that, the purpose of death in an adventure game was not just for consequences. It was a matter of practicality. That you could only handle a certain amount of content, especially when games were floppy disk based. But even later, there's only so much time a writer has to work on the game. There's only so many branches and paths you can follow. So if a player tries to do something really off the wall, you've either got to say no, or you've got to say, game over.
Yep.
And game over is a pretty strong way of saying, don't go that way.
Is there a story behind the grave site in the garden? Was that her final resting place and the staff was there before? Honestly, initially, that was the thought. That stone was her grave and that all that was left was her staff. But when we were actually writing the game, it didn't make sense to do that, and instead it was a way of giving you a new spell.
And it was a storytelling thing that if you slept there, you had dreams that were influenced by the staff being there.
Well, no, that was in 4. But in 1, I think. I'm talking.
There's no staff.
There is a rock. There is a stone, a grave site in the garden, and the garden, I'm assuming, is.
And you move the stone, and there's a spell under it.
Yes. So I was assuming that was the one in 1, but likewise in 2, that has her staff in it. In 4, there is her staff there, and you can dream about her. What happened to Elsa's brother? Elsa's brother goes on to be the Baron of Spielberg.
Bernard, yes.
Yes. And honestly, you know,
it probably doesn't go well for anyone.
it
But
doesn't go well for anyone, and Elsa had to run away from home, dress as a man, and basically take over her brother's army when the enemies were coming, because Barnard didn't want to do that, and so she was the one that saved Spillberg Valley when the army was coming there. And
but after she goes to Silmaria, they had a pandemic that wipes out about 3/4 of the population because Barnard doesn't get around to.
that's not canon.
Oh.
That is not canon.
Okay.
Fine.
But it could
I
be.
think 3 and 5 go together the most. 4 is its own gem. I agree 4 is its own gem. 5, I would say, is, you know...
Well, there's another reason why 3 and 5 go together. 3 and 5 are entirely Laurie.
Okay,
1, 2, and 4 have Corey involved.
Yes. I think I have nightmares of Roberta's face staring down and scolding me for falling down the stairs yet again. That is weirdly funny. Yes. Not exactly. That's why I said, what was she thinking? I do not want my face associated when people are dying in the game. So yeah. 3, High Wizards and Quest for Glory 1. The one in Bandit Fort, Spillberg, and Erasma. Okay.
Yeah, except the one in the Bandit Fort isn't actually the High Wizard.
No.
He's a jester who does magic tricks and
Yes.
simulates doing magic.
Have you ever thought of making different ways to play the QFG games, like hero and anti-hero? We never had a chance at the time, and honestly, we'd never go back and try that.
Yeah.
I'm not fond
I mean, it could be fun.
I'm not fond of anti-hero concepts. I mean, I really do want to do... There's a kitty there. I want to pat the kitty. I do not want to kick the kitty. But I usually give people the option to kick that kitty, because they can find out what is the result of doing something like kicking a kid.
Well, I got the opportunity to lead Heroes Quest because the lead programmer that was assigned by Sierra said, I am not going to work on a game that has a thief as a hero. Thieves cannot be heroes. This is a bad moral lesson, and I will have nothing to do with it. So they said, hey, Corey, you're just about done with that interpreter project in Atari ST and Macintosh. Why don't you lead your wife's game? And I said, I'll do that.
Yes, I was just as happy to have him off. I did not want to argue with him. I remember Zara telling you Arana's final resting place was to the east. Let's see. Technically speaking, she was correct.
Mordavia is to the east of Spillberg.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and it's a different ley line system. Darn COVID, yes.
But she didn't actually get
Gets
to rest
everywhere.
because she went through into the chaos dimensions, and you don't get any rest there.
Right, she didn't have any rest. People at Spielberg should have worn their face masks. Yeah,
right.
I know.
Social
really.
digital distancing.
Yes, we all should socially digital distance, yes. Also, the music really came together in the game. Yesterday, I was cutting a fallen tree with a chainsaw, and I was humming the hero song in Quest for Glory 1 while cleaning the stables. Yes. Atari ST, that was my childhood. Well, for us, it was our livelihood. Yes.
Well, okay, so the Atari ST came out, and I thought it was really cool. And I heard they had this new thing called Gem on it that was going to have fonts and things. And my previous job had been working on desktop publishing systems, and I had really wanted to do, a small computer publishing system. And someone at a party told me that, I should go talk to this guy, Tim Oren, because he worked in digital research and developed Gem. And that's what got me into doing Stylist for the Atari ST. And that's what gave me the experience that Ken Williams was looking for, that hired me to do the Atari ST interpreter. So,
right. So
life's a whole series.
We would never be here but for Atari ST.
It's all coincidence and chance, yeah.
Yep. So Zara snooped around Arana's and couldn't rob it. She never found Arana's grave. She never got to Mordavia. She would have liked it, but she heard through the grapevine what happened to the Fairy Queen when she found the staff and that whole sequence. Mm-hmm. So the Fairy Queen knew where the staff was, couldn't get near it because of the magical protections, and so she needed to try to trick the hero into letting her have the staff.
Which is sort of a recap of Quest for Glory 2, when Otavis uses you to get into the Forbidden City, and get the.
Yeah, but there was nothing stopping Ottaviz except that it was dangerous, and he'd probably get himself killed.
Yeah.
So he had no
Well, he
gift
had
against doing it. Whereas
he had a partial prophecy that talked about
Yeah.
a hero being the only one who
Right.
could do that, so he believed
right,
that.
he believed the prophecy.
He didn't realize the prophecy was incomplete.
Yes. Silmaria knows all about social distancing. They have no man wandering around telling jokes and everybody just hides. Actually, it's when Punnybone comes back to town and that all happens. Yes, exactly.
And of course, Atari ST also had the greatest role-playing game, which was Dungeon Master.
Yeah, well, Dungeon Master was pretty good. Have to say, yes. So is a fairy circle in Quest for Glory a transporter for fairy folks and Zara ports between them? Remember the Dance to Death? Honestly, it wasn't, but that's a great idea, and I like the concept of it. I would use it, honestly. It seems
Warcraft did that in
reasonable.
Ardenweald.
Yes, it's a great way of doing it. The fairy circle is a transport. And
Yeah, Dungeon Master's magic system was pretty visionary.
It was. The whole system was.
And it was terrifying monsters. It was real-time monsters would come around corners after you, even though it was step-based in terms of movement.
When I was a kid in Arizona, growing up in the
You ate mushrooms?
I did not eat mushrooms, but in the spring, damned if there weren't mushroom rings on the fields of the school, and you knew they were wasn't very many mushrooms, but what there was this circle that was made where the grass was brighter, where there actually was grass, and that was so cool. And when I was a kid, I would make magical potions that consisted of sugar that was ground in my mortar and pestle and had food coloring in it to make fairy dust. So therefore, I wanted to have the fairies in it. The mushroom part, the magic mushroom part, came when somebody showed me how to do the psychedelic stuff.
Psilocybin.
What?
Psilocybin.
Yes, no. Some showed how to do the cycling, the color cycling, so that we could actually. It was the programmer that came up with the idea.
That
mushroom.
yes.
So that if you ate the mushroom, you could have this weird, funny effect, and so that's why we went with that. Yeah. Screaming mummies still haunt my dreams. Yeah. God. The other one that I dreamed of was, of course, Seventh Guest. And Seventh Guest, when we were playing, it was on a dark screen, and it was and
my computer was really slow.
And you moved like molasses in
Very
January.
slowly turned around,
and
we thought it was designed that way.
Yeah, we honestly thought that was so cool. It had this surreal, dreamlike sequence to it, and I dreamed about moving in that world, in that thing.
The other one was Dracula or Transylvania or something like that from Penguin Soft on the original Macintosh, and the disk drive made these eerie noises as you played that, I don't know how intentional it was, but...
Well, one of them, they actually they programmed it so that they could make those noises.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I was going to say something about...
Okay. Oh, Happy New Year for everybody that's...
Oh, yes, Happy New Year for Colorado.
To our merry jest.
Yes.
Happy New Year. You are in the new year.
All those people in the Rocky Mountain zone.
Yes,
it's a mountain time zone.
Arizona?
Arizona is sometimes in California time.
No, it's in
I think
California. It should be...
It's scattered. It's probably on that California +1 right now, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably midnight in
I
Arizona.
live in the future now. You do. You do indeed.
You're in a better year.
Yes.
A year in which some great games, and 2024 is also going to have some great games. But.
All right. So, is it somebody storyteller telling you his story or the heroes? Since he tells you different stories based on your character type. Well, clearly he's telling you your story and trying to give you your clues of what was going on. Why were ant trips never reused? Well, they were enforced because they were a throwaway joke in one. They were honestly never supposed to be there. They were an artist. Okay, gave the artists each a chance to make their own monster, and Jeff Crow made this thing that he based off a Romper Room romper
Romper dummy.
ball that you sat on, you bounced on, and so that was, clearly it had to bounce, and all of it fell out of that.
And so, came up with the idea, well, if it's bouncing like that, well, it's going to bounce clean off the screen.
Mm-hmm.
And then probably Laurie, came up with the idea that if you held your dagger or your sword in the air, if you didn't, it would just land on you and squash you. The joke did not end. It went on forever.
Yes, so therefore we did bring it back for Game 4 of the Baby Antwerps, but honestly, it was always going to be
just silliness.
Silliness, yes. Mary Jess says if you use a fairy ring as a transporter for the Fae, you could use effects similar to the Star Trek transporter room sparkles. That would work really well, and I thought, sparklies! Yes!
Okay, question was Zara banished from the fairy realm for being half? It's complicated.
She was banished because she could use wizard magic. Fairy magic is wild magic. They don't have rules to how you do magic. They do some rituals, but mostly it's comes from like people that are just really imaginative, and they visualize things and things happen. Or if you ever saw the Last Unicorn, and you saw the wizard in that one, their magic is a lot like his, except generally they can make their magic go the way they want it to.
Yeah, Smendrick says, magic, do what you will.
Yes.
And that was the only spell that he could consistently get to work.
Yes.
The first law of Frisbee, never make any remark more predictive than, "What's this?"
Smendrick, yes.
Really, the Fairy Queen, is holding on to her position and does not want anyone who is threatening to her. And Zara, having a magic that played by different rules, was a threat to her. Yeah. Irana was more despised than worried about.
But no, she was also a threat in the sense that Irana was extremely powerful, and this drove them all crazy.
Because she shouldn't be.
And she shouldn't be.
And she's not full fairy. How could she be that powerful?
She has the ability to do wizard magic as well. But, any mythology that really interests you today? We were going to use Oriental mythology and things
at
like
one point, but that was
Tanukis and things like that.
That was 20 or 30 years ago. So
yeah,
I might have more direct metaphor on world events in the game. Mm-hmm. Of course, Al Lowe tried to do one called Capital Punishment that never went anywhere. People decided
it was it was doing things like the whitewater, rafting, and nobody knows what whitewater is today. Yeah. So no. Yes, I adore The Last Unicorn, one of my favorite books of all time. I do. It's a gorgeous book. I wasn't as crazy about the animation because I didn't like the animation style. That group that did it was just made them too cartoony. But the script from The Last Unicorn cartoon is just awesome, and I forgive the style. Because it was so, Rankin Bass. It's so Rankin Bass with its character designs. They did Thundercats later on, really. Well, I think of them as doing, the Hobbit. Yes, they did the Hobbit cartoon. Have you thought about Moody Meeps? We've done a lot.
Really, the quirks have, there's a Moody. The quirk you work with in Hero Your Road to Redemption is really kind of depressed. He's trying to make a name for himself and become important. He's and it's hard work, and it's not really comfortable for him. So there's some moodiness to the Meeps there, the quirks.
Yes, we renamed the Meeps to the quirks because we were filing off the serial numbers, so we didn't have anything about.
Our lawyer was former counsel for Sierra, and he said, you really should make an attempt to not have anything that crosses over in Quest for Glory at all. And later we decided that that's silly.
Nobody's going to notice. Nobody cared.
Meep is just a word.
Yeah.
We could have had Meeps, no problem.
But we renamed them to Quirks. And I like the name Quirk. And we actually, the culture is different. The Meeps are the ones that live out in the forests and things like that. And Quirks tend to live in the cities and the the
Steal from people.
and well, no,
Or
they've
activities.
adapted to human society, whereas Meeps tend to, they don't want to be around humans. They will borrow from humans. They'll steal, apples and things. But yeah, Quest for Glory was dark as a game. Would you make another game just as dark?
Quest for 4.
Quest 4. It was as dark as a game. Would you make another game just as dark? Yes, I would. We've actually.
It's not that dark, really.
It isn't. But we've proposed some pretty dark games over the years. Honestly.
Which one?
Well,
Well,
I think
the diplomacy one.
Yes, the diplomacy one where
That basically you're on a spaceship, shuttlecraft effectively that crash lands, and you're with a group of other people, and it was going to be kind of like a party game where a different one of the people you're with each time is actually a traitor.
Yes, so
and
you could
was
replay
responsible
it.
for the
Yes,
crash landing.
yeah. So you had this whole murder mystery type of thing effect, and So we proposed games that were that. The spaceship Naglfar is another one where you wake up on an abandoned ship and you don't know what happened, and you have to piece together what was going on, and there are monsters on the ship. So yeah, Meeps are isolationist quirks. Yes, sort of there.
So it's really hard to say what would have happened if we'd ever actually had the opportunity to make these games.
Yeah. Because we proposed hundreds of games that never got made.
Dozens anyway.
All right, fine. Yes.
But
2 a.m.'s my limit, guy. Happy New Year's when you get
thanks
there.
for
Thank
coming.
you, Arlo. Thank you for
well.
contributing to this evening. Yes. Yes. The atmosphere outside the village and the dark revolving around Igor. And of course...
the swamps are pretty grim.
They are. And, of course, there's the whole Lovecraftian stuff that we brought in. And there is nothing darker than Lovecraft. So, yeah. But we sanitized it.
I kind of think in a way that went overboard on the jokes in Hero U. And part of that was bringing in Josh Mandel as a writer and giving him as an example the opening room that I had intentionally front-loaded with pun after pun after pun. And so it made the entire game like that. That wasn't the original intention. And part of it was not really remembering how Quest for Glory played out, and that really the puns are only here and there.
Mm-hmm. And the humor is in the characters, not in comedy actions.
Yes.
Generally. But when we have the Meeps and things like that, I mean, we had comedy events.
The hardest thing ever is if someone walks up to you and says, "Make me laugh." That's it.
I heard you could save Igor, but I failed doing so it's sad. Oh, that's sad. Yes, you can save Igor, and that's part of the point. Yeah. Quest for Glory was pretty hilarious at times. I'm glad. I mean, I loved the interactions with Dr. Cranium, and of course he was the parody of Dr. Brain.
And that whole section was mostly my idea.
Yes, it was mostly played for laughs. Yeah. What else did we have in there that was humorous?
Quest for Glory 4 was the first and only of the Quest for Glory series that I was a full-time co-designer and writer, and I didn't have any other responsibilities. No programming, no leadership responsibilities, other than, helping Lori co-direct. I think we're under attack.
Yes, I think the door closed, which says there's a breeze outside. Oh, hero, bye! Happy New Year! Yes. Could be a Yeti. Not likely. Our weather here is... Yes, it is wet outside. It is rainy. So we're getting actual weather this time. We missed the last storm that came through. But thank goodness for rain. We'll have snow in the mountains. And that is all good. Because we need that sort of thing. At any rate, let's see. I think we caught up with all comments. Actually, Mary, just what is the ETA on Sparkle? Because I can never remember the name, but I love the character style. I'm looking forward to seeing how the game plays out. But I know it's, Probably someone asked this earlier, but I was late. Have you been okay through the cold recently? Oh, we were fine. We're San Diego, and San Diego we had 70, I think it was 78 on Christmas Day, and fortunately it got cooler, and we're having rainstorms here. So we have had no problem, and we're never going anywhere anyway. We're stuck with, we take care of Corey's mother, who is suffering from severe dementia and old age at 98. So we don't actually, go out very often anyway. And we've not lost our electricity, so that. The full vertical slice for the Sparkle thing is mid to late 2023, and the combat demo will be released in early. That's really ambitious. Good luck with that. If I could make a PFG, a Pig 4 gaming style game in Unity as a top-down 2D, but assets would be hard to come by. Assets are accessible with Unity. You can buy them right off the Unity store. We were doing some of our early work for Rogue Redemption with Unity assets. Yeah. Good to hear. Keep hearing about people's houses covered in snow. Yes, yeah. What's it like where you are, Mary Jess? Because I imagine you're getting the storm in the way that you don't want to get it. Yes. But San Diego, we were lucky when we get rain. When we were living in Oakhurst is just supposed to get rain from this storm. But normally a storm of this thing would bring snow, but not this one. The RPG would be like Zelda. Yeah, that's quite a different style. Oh, Mary just says we haven't gotten a lot. We're in northern Colorado, so we haven't gotten slammed as hard as we might elsewhere. Really, you'd think that northern Colorado would be the one that got slammed, but yes. Eden Waith says, I'm finally getting around to playing Heroine's Quest. Lots of fun to play, especially the Norse mythology and comparing it to God of War Ragnarok. I'm glad to hear that. And it is an interesting game. It's a gorgeous game. And I really like, what's the other one that Alexander did? Mage's Initiation's good too. Okay, I thought it looked good and looked fun, but it didn't really get me as much as Quest for Infamy. Yes, that's it. Quest for Infamy is a great game. Yes, I don't even consider it as a spoof. It's a really good game, and this is where you get to play the maybe not so good person, and that's great. Yes. Better than last year where there was no snow in December and massive fire in Boulder County. God, yes. I want an Infamy too. Yeah, well, I don't think he has time to do that right now, but yeah. Oh, I'm stuck with a bug. Sadly, I can replay at some point and see if I continue this. Oh, that's too bad. Yes, there's nothing worse than getting stuck with a bug that is just going to destroy gameplay, which Quest for Glory 4 did all the time. Yes, originally. I felt the art in Infamy was the least consistent, but it had the most involved and entertaining story. Yeah, but it really did look good. Oh yes, Colorado, it either wants to burn you or drown you, no in-betweens. Well, that was kind of why we moved down here from Oakhurst, because every summer, the fires were getting closer and closer to our house, and you couldn't breathe, and we would have to come down here for many weeks at a time, just to get away from the smoke. Quest for Infamy had a voiced hero. Why didn't Quest for Glory? Depends on which Quest for Glory. We did not have Quest for Glory 3 could have had a hero. Could have had voices. Oh, why didn't we have a voiced hero, though? Mostly because my thought of the whole hero concept is this hero is your avatar. I can't put words into your mouth because it would break you from actually the immersion of the game if I said something stupid that you'd never say. Happy New Year, Highbury! I imagine it is New Year wherever you are. We're still waiting on it. It's still coming on yet. Mary Jess, I always thought the Quest for Infinity had a very defined personality, whereas the hero in Quest for Glory was more of a stand-in for the player. Exactly. He's your avatar. And I tried not to say things because I wanted you to, in your imagination, visualize what you were saying to people. Yes, so it's all about this kind of immersion. I had a disconnect in Mass Effect when my commander Shepard would say something absolutely boneheaded and I go, why did I say that? No, stop. I had the same problem in Star Wars, The Old Republic, because you had a choice of the kind of things you'd say on this wheel, and you'd say it, and then you say something and it's like, no, that's not what I meant to say. This is wrong. And you can't undo it because it was, that way a game. So yes, I did not want the player to get that feeling, that break to things. All right, Edenway says, still no flying cars in 2023. I think we'll need to wait till 2040 for that. Perhaps 2050. I don't know. I keep thinking about, do I want these people that I have seen driving cars in a two-dimensional world drive in 3D? And I really think that you have to change the people before you can have flying cars, unless you have them on wires and they're all, they go places on set things. The only voice my hero ever said were his grunts in Quest for Glory 5. Yes. We just need hoverboards in the meantime to tie us over. I agree, Highbury. We should have hoverboards. Mary Just, at one point I wanted to do a renegade in Mass Effect and wanted to cut off a journalist who was asking questions. And I thought my Shepard would go, no more questions, and walk off. And ended up punching the journalist in the gut. Okay, yeah. I thought Link was just an escaped mime, hence why he doesn't talk. Pet peeve for me is when the character says some unknown variation of what I chose. Yes. Yeah. It just, it's like, oh.
Yeah, okay, you choose something from the menu, and you have in mind what what that will do, and then it does something totally different, and it's like, oh my God, can I rewind?
Nope. That was
no, you can't rewind.
Yeah. I reckon we'll need to do some crazy anti-gravity science fiction nonsense before flying cars become viable. So noisy right now. Yeah, well, I think we'll do something magnetic, There's some really interesting stuff going on with magnets. But
well, an interesting thing in the whole politics, individualism versus social good thing is electric cars. Awesome. Self-driving technology, or assisted driving technology. We have a little bit of it on Lori's car, but Tesla has the getting very close to it. But that's all an individualistic type thing. To really make that work and to really be safe, it needs to be in the grid. The roads need to be smart. The cars need to be able to interact with to get on the roads.
When we were kids, that was what Disney proposed. They honestly
the monorail,
the monorail. They also had smart roads where it had sensors along the outside of the road that the car would detect, and it would keep the car centered between those two sensors, and it wouldn't have, and it would also have braking technology. This was in Disney's, vision of the future, made in the 60s.
One of the projects I supported, not Kickstarter. What's the other site that was crowdfunding?
The one that was the roads that had the...
Yeah, so anyway, I supported Solar Roads.
Solar Roads.
Solar Roads was basically making, I think, hex-shaped paving stones, effectively, that had a whole series of LEDs and electronics in it, and also a solar panel and self-heating system, so that they could go in areas where there's snow on the road makes the roads impassable, and It's pretty spooky out there.
Spooky wind out there, yeah.
And it's really creative idea. But the question is, can they? It has to be used en masse to be practical or to do its job.
Yeah.
But they were doing prototypes of this, and had some pretty interesting ideas for ways they could do it, like for crosswalks, that they could have programmable, the LEDs programmed to light up when a pedestrian's going across, or give a message, warning messages and stuff like that.
Heating the roads.
Yeah, heating the roads.
So that they would not have snow on them or get rid of things. But,
that the excess solar power could
eventually.
Excess solar power could be used to drive traffic lights and stuff like that. So with that, but that's something that really needs to be done on a government level. And unfortunately, the libertarian process, doesn't work well with, social services that are only efficient en masse.
Yeah. All right, different game, but what would have happened if you teamed up with Westwood in the Sierra devs and made a game that was like Quest for Glory 1, but with Carandia's style? We talked to the guy who ran Westwood for a
Lewis
bit.
Castle, yeah.
Yeah, he seemed interesting, but I don't know why we didn't go anywhere with
Well,
that.
we were supposed to, the headhunter that was, or the kind of integrator that was putting us together with them, wanted us to work on a Command & Conquer sequel. Or a Command & Conquer style game. And we just didn't really feel that we had the experience to do that.
My political leanings indicate I'm supposed to support mass transit and walking, but secretly I love driving my little car. I know, we're so used to that.
Yeah, we bought a new car a year and a half ago, and I was really looking at getting a hybrid or an electric vehicle, but the Honda CR-V that could have gotten that in white as a hybrid, but they had a blue one. And I promised Lori a blue car about 20 years ago, and finally got around to getting her one.
Yeah, I had a blue car. The Windstar was a beautiful car.
Yes,
I love the
that
Windstar.
was nice. That was teal.
Yeah, but this one's a blue car,
and
it's
blue.
Very comfortable. So it
is a luxury car. It is the best we've ever owned.
Again, it is what you want versus what you need. And I wanted a hybrid car and one that was great for the environment. Instead, I got one that was really comfortable and I enjoyed driving it, so it's horrible. Yes, Disney's original vision for Epcot Center was pretty impressive if you ever looked at the video. Then he died and the company decided not to do it as usual. He kept most of it in his head. And yeah, he had a lot of plans. The whole Epcot and Disney World was all going to be a living community and a retirement community, and people would just basically live there and things like that. It was really very cool. And I believe in manufactured cities like that. But then again, your problem is when it hits reality is all of that thing has been done before, and it becomes a company town, and the company has all the control over the employees, and therefore prices are set by the company and things like that. So it all goes to hell after all.
Elon on Twitter versus building our self-driving cars. I mean, Elon doesn't do the technology. It's a question of whether he hires good people. Now, the fact that he's firing everyone from Twitter is probably not a good sign for the engineering at
it does not.
Tesla.
It does not bode well. But other people were doing self-driving cars, so just because.
Yeah, I took a class on it from Stanford online. So Scion says the whole point of mass transit was to get gas-guzzling cars off the road, but we are getting electric cars, so do we really need mass transit? You need a hybrid solution. And I don't mean hybrid cars. I mean that for going from point to point rather far away, mass transit's the right way to go.
I would agree that the opposite. In a city, you need mass transit. The only way to get
because you number of people want to move. Yes.
You have all these people in one place. You cannot put cars. You cannot park them without things. So you need the mass transit in a commercial sense. You do not need it for the distance things. You can't. I mean, it won't work for any community to spread like all of California. So, but San Francisco, that needed it. And you practically got it. There are a lot of ways to get around in San Francisco and Oakland area. And
anyway, electric cars do need to be charged. Charging uses energy, and mass transit is hopefully more efficient per person at that than individual cars.
Yes. I can imagine a game like Quest for Glory, but style of KOTOR. I don't know. I haven't. I can't.
I played a little KOTOR. I played Star Wars: The Old Republic. I didn't play KOTOR.
I didn't play KOTOR very long. I didn't like the interface on it. I'm not sure about Tesla right now. Trying to avoid massive personal bias against the CEO. That's very difficult. The staff are always the drivers of progress, but one man can definitely drive a hype and make terrible decisions. Yes, and the fact that you have to sign a non-disclosure agreement to own a Tesla, so that if anything happens to your Tesla, you're not allowed to talk about it. Yeah, scary.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in San Francisco or London, England, London, UK, there's no place to park.
Yeah.
So really, if you want to go shopping or something, you get in a bus or you get in a light rail.
Self-driving matchbox cars. Yeah, really. Elon on Twitter is like Ernestine, the phone operator on the switchboard. Smashes elbows on the dashboard. We just lost Ohio. Yes. If you didn't watch Glass Onion really spoofs the Elon Musks of the world. It's not designed to be Elon Musk, but you sure hear him right now as he self-destructs. Yes. Mass transit is also for affordable accessibility. Yes, it means that, like our friend Kanita, who is sometimes here, has cerebral palsy. MS, multiple sclerosis. She can't drive right now, I'm pretty sure. Having a self-driving car gives her a life. Having mass transit means that she can do things, and anybody that's handicapped. So
and seniors.
And seniors. Yeah, you don't want 80-year-old seniors driving around because, believe me, it's a health hazard. Yeah.
We're not that far from there,
really?
So we kind of want this technology to be there in another 10 years.
I can imagine a Quest for Glory game like Zelda.
So can I.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My thing with Tesla and Elon and even SpaceX, give credit to the real people behind the Musk. Yes. Behind the Musk, yes. Musk is just a weird figurehead, but the people behind him should deserve appreciation. SpaceX is pretty exciting. I mean, they've got some great people working there. It's just that if Musk is not actually actively involved in running the company, then there's hope. And if he is, we can see the kind of decisions he made. And I do hear from people that worked for Musk that on other companies.
Happy New Year's and good night, Armory.
Ah, yeah. Yes. Let's see. My thing with I'm gonna hop off here. Yes.
Yeah. So the people working for Tesla, the people working on SpaceX, even the people working for NASA.
Yeah.
The point I want to make is that a lot of them are there because they have a passion for what they're doing and they really care about what they're doing. Just like in computer games.
A lot of them watch Star Trek as kids.
But there are also people who are there because it's very high-paying jobs. And it's great on your resume for
not so much those people.
I think there are.
And besides,
and we don't know.
We know people that work for the NASA things, the various groups. I mean, and we know that just because they're passionate, they're there because they wanted to, and they loved, the whole concept of Star Trek and that. But what was I going to say on that?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you throw me. You derailed me, yes, okay. Okay, fine. Glass Onion is definitely a takedown of billionaires like Elon. There's also a subtle statement of J.J. Abrams and Star Wars there. Okay, I didn't miss that one, but I think there's a lot in that movie worth watching. I'm pretty much over the notion that companies need some clown driving hype that contributes nothing else to bring the stock. Yeah, I don't think we need this, and it's more destructive than positive.
It's always the question of, whether people actually need to do any work or be useful, or if the people that are funding it should just collect their checks and be happy. I don't know. Elon spending $44 billion on Twitter and losing $200 billion after is truly something
It
else.
is. It's wonderful year of watching the self-destruction of people. Yes.
Now, I just read an article actually about the stock market and this whole growth over the last 40 years post-Reagan has basically been driven by some of the deregulation under the Reagan administration, which included companies were not allowed to buy back their own stock prior to that, and that they made it not only legal but encouraged, and that companies have artificially inflated the price of their stock, and that drives up the market. So people like us that are passive investors might get screwed if they actually start regulating those things. And I have to think about that because we basically are liberals, but at the same time, if suddenly the inheritance tax goes up to 90% and there are no loopholes and stuff like that, we'd be personally affected by it. But I would still think it would be the right thing to do.
Basically, Ed Norton is also J.J. Abrams, mystery boxes, etc. His company is rushing their product out, like Disney, and the Mona Lisa is Star Wars getting destroyed. Well, we don't want to spoil anything, but we will say that I love the whole mystery stuff that was going on. Yes, he didn't watch it. I watched it today.
No,
yeah.
It doesn't matter because I have a memory like a sieve.
Yes, I don't care.
I can watch it tomorrow.
Yes, yes. We were in a store once, and the people were talking about this new movie that came out, and Corey asked, "Okay, what were you?"
And they had the line, "I see dead people." I say, "Oh, what movie was that?"
Yeah, it's like, no, I don't want to hear it. Don't hear it. Of course, I didn't forget it. I remembered the punchline. Yeah. Yes, I remembered the punchline when I saw the movie.
There was weeks or a month later when we watched it.
Yeah.
I enjoyed the film and didn't think anything of that conversation.
A narcissist paying $44 billion to buy a criticism factory. It is so ironic, basically. What do you think the politics would be in Somalia? Universal health care from Julinar and Salim? It's kind of privatized health care, honestly. It would not be truly universal, but
You would purchase insurance from Ferrari. And,
yeah, he'd be glad to.
If you don't purchase the insurance, your building might burn down, or
yeah,
you might break a leg.
Yeah, that insurance. Yes, yes, indeed. So I don't think we have universal health care, but we do have privatized health care. And honestly, you have healing potions. What a difference that makes on the whole economy of the world. When you stop to think about things that we have in these games, magic, just the kind of magic things, it's going to alter all of society.
I've gone through long periods of time where I could not read fantasy fiction at all or science fiction because it was just, it was just throwing away these concepts that are so fantastic that it just kind of spoiled the illusion of reality that I just couldn't handle it.
Well, and also you've got to extrapolate what this means to society. If somebody is hurt and goes into Julinar and Salim's shop, the first thing is they're going to heal him. Well, we have stamina potions in real life. I don't think they, I wouldn't trust their side effects. Then again, the way heroes tended to, to gulp down healing potions and stamina potions, we don't know the long-term effects of those things in real life, in their world.
I could see Julinar and Salim kind of doing a co-op healing operation because they would give their healing to anyone who needs it.
Yep.
But they would say, we're really low on ingredients, man. Can you bring us some berries from this plant and leaves from that plant? And of course, then the person gets beat up by all the monsters around there and doesn't get healed again. But oh well.
Ferrari selling insurance, not a good idea. Yeah.
Yeah, no, the concept of insurance by the mafia was was basically the scam that they would go to businesses and say, you really want to buy our insurance or bad things might happen to you.
Yeah, when was the story where they had to actually start protecting the people from the other other mafia group, and so they wound up actually being
Actually
more
being-
protecting than they were being harmful. So it was an interesting.
They justified their existence.
Yes. But yeah,
That
there's
might have been Myth Adventures.
maybe, yeah, I don't know.
Or Terry Pratchett.
It might have been.
I think it's probably Terry Pratchett.
May have been. But
If you haven't read Terry Pratchett's Discworld
Yes.
series, you're missing out.
yes, it's a thing. Get ingredients for Salim, then still have to pay him for the potion. Well, yeah, but that's, somebody's got to pay for his, lifestyle. Yeah. You could see it's past midnight because of all the eccentric ideas coming to my mind. I realize that, or can't recall if we have, that we never saw cross-species relationships in the games. Like we never saw a cat dating a human, for example. What's the attitude towards that sort of thing in Gloriana?
Animation is expensive.
Yeah. Okay.
So we'd
Where
have
did you think unicorn?
and writing is hard.
Centaurs came from. After
So
all, really.
we're perfectly happy with that.
I like the Xanth theory of centaurs and things like that.
Yeah, that there was the water, the love potions from the water.
Yes, love
that
potion number
anyone
9.
who drank it could would fall in love with anybody and
Anything,
and
yes,
you'd
yeah.
be mutually fertile.
Leopard women dig humans. Leopard women are human, though. They really are shapeshifters that have the ability to change into humans. The attitude probably would be frowning because it would break mores. I honestly, I think that it does happen.
So are we done with this
I
game?
say, maybe. Yeah, probably.
Let me hit an
It's
escape key.
11:40. Okay, I'll hit an escape key, and we will shut down a save game. And
And this is,
you can just keep it. Zappy Boy visits Silmaria. Yeah.
All right, fine.
I also tried to propose to Sarah. Yes, I know, and I think in this world, in this day and age, it's just like Sean can date anybody he wants to. I would have it more open. I would have it the ability to at least, get an excuse why you can't do it. Like Andre, if you give flowers to not Andre, was it Andre? Andre, maybe. Andre, you can get.
Well, in Hero U, we did much more of that, where you can give
yes.
gifts to any of the male or the female characters.
Right.
and-
We tried to get along with that. We have a problem right now that we're going to have. So it's very G-rated. Is Tilly's Tale and Nefeo's Adventures. So, but you can still,
We haven't written if
pretend it. Well, no, it'll be more G. But again, you can make your own relationships there. You can just extrapolate on your own. You won't be discouraged from things like that.
And people were disappointed because they couldn't have relationships with Moira, say, and
Yeah.
or with the receptionist. There just isn't room for that much writing.
I do think Aeolus is the best boy. I really enjoyed writing Aeolus, and I think, he was my favorite ship.
Still in love with everybody.
And again, I don't see him long term with Esme because their motives, their self motives are too conflicting. Aeolus wants to, travel and be a star and actually be a performer and all this. And Esme would really like somebody stable who could give her a home and a place where she could, nest and that.
Lorie's father warned her never to get in a relationship with a programmer.
Receptionist reminded me of Janine Melnitz and Ghostbusters.
There might have been a reason for that.
There's a reason for that, yes.
Our
Indeed.
influences.
Yeah. She really was. That was my way I envisioned her voice. And pictured her way of talking, so she was definitely the influence there.
Why do we still have 23 viewers? Don't people have lives? Although in our case, we couldn't get outside anywhere because of the weather.
No, we wouldn't have gone out outside anyway. Let's see, we've got one. Yes. Yeah.
Do-do-do-do-do-do.
So let's see, what else? From what I can tell about Quest for Glory 5 being serious, I can tell, especially when it went to a more T rating. Well, yes. It should have been a more T rating if it hadn't, struck out some of our lines, our more salacious lines. And, And it's not like they were really anything, so...
It was just salacious.
Salacious, yes. And, but that's that. It's also that we had gambling in the game, and we did have drinking, so that made it a teen. Yeah. All right, it's cold outside. There's no more, that's... Oh, yeah. It's almost 3, and I'm wired. That's why I'm here. Yeah, well...
And we're happy you are.
We are glad you joined us and stayed here and help continue this conversation. Well into Sunday here. Yeah, we still have 20 minutes for Sunday for us.
It's getting there.
It's getting there. Yeah, we're
I did
counting
manage
down
to
the thing.
slip Mom the insurer and
Good.
some water, but she has not had enough to eat today.
No. Happy New Year, everyone. Yes, Happy New Year to you. Everybody's looking forward to a better New Year. There's a meme of...
she was awake, though.
Good. Of what have these past 3 years have been, and it's like, wow, it's been one year after another that has been a something year, a year to kick us in the mouth at times. So yeah, Happy New Year! Yes. So look, there's all the cute icons to do that, and you're doing pixel art. Yeah, that's. Yep, one pixel at a time.
It's kind of shocking that for the last 10 or 15 years that we're running out of time to save the environment and save the planet, and that only recently people pointed out that it's exactly the same things that people were saying 40 or 50 years ago, that we were running out of time, and the clock just keeps getting the hours turn into minutes, the minutes turn into seconds.
Yes, but changes were made. It was running out of time in London. When all the streets were covered in horse manure and the skies were black and smoky. And something changed and fixed the problem. So if we keep fixing a problem, then, yes, maybe
there's hope?
Yes, maybe there's hope. Yeah, really.
Maybe there's hope. The world might not quite be destroyed in our lifetime.
Yes, we're hoping, yes. The last 3 years, always look on the bright side of life.
Do-do, 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 do-do.
Yes. How difficult would it be to create another Quest for Glory in the style of Quest for Glory 3, 4? Too difficult.
Well,
Honestly,
for us.
Yes.
For us, it would be too difficult because basically we're lazy old people now with other responsibilities.
No, it's because we tried it with Road to Redemption. We honestly tried to go that style. We couldn't find an engine that would work.
Yeah,
we couldn't create what Sierra had. And none of the tools that are out there could do it the same. Nobody did it better. And we can't do it. So we wound up doing something slightly different, yes. More like Quest for Glory 5, in fact. Yep. But it was...
And I'm not sure we'd be satisfied with Quest for Glory 4
no, I really...
today.
I really liked what Road to Redemption was doing, and it's got some problems, and I don't care for some of the movement systems, and I don't care for the combat system as much as I should. But it was going in the right direction, and it's a much beautiful game, lovelier game than Quest for Glory 5. So yeah.
Well, thank you, Mouse.
Thank you. Yes.
And I really quite loved Road to Redemption.
Yes, I'm really proud.
We've gotten that feedback from now. At first, when Road to Redemption came out, we got a lot of negative feedback in the first month or two. And people were saying, "I don't know what this thing is. It's got all this class, structure of having to go to classes and stuff. There's no time to do anything." It's boring. There's hardly any space here. So they hadn't gotten to the parts of the game where they could open up the world and get to more area.
Yeah.
And
it says something to me about me in my first run was, how many ways can I screw up? And then I went, oh, now I must get the optimal ending. Yeah.
Yes.
Too many people wanted another Quest for Glory, yes.
And we couldn't do another Quest for Glory.
And we did. We honestly tried. Although, initially with our first Kickstarter, we were trying to do something very simple.
Yeah, we're going to do a chess game type thing, like a roguelike, top-down board game, effectively.
Yeah.
And then put story on top of that. And people didn't want that.
And so we had to adapt to what people wanted.
And our lead programmer didn't want to do what our art director wanted, our lead artist wanted.
So yes.
So at that point, so we went through about 30 people in the course of the game.
Trying to
With a core
adapt
team of about a dozen.
to what the tools would do and what our artists could pull off. Yes, combat wasn't my cup of tea, but everything else was great. Yeah, the art direction with Road to Redemption was beautiful. As someone who likes Quest for Glory art for direction, I was pleased with Hero U's art. Yes, I'm very pleased with Hero U's art.
Yeah, our original plans on combat were to have a priority system, to have different actions take different amounts of time and stuff, and we just kept running into reasons why that was really difficult
the
to pull
things
off.
that didn't work was the ability to really do what I wanted to do with the combat and the rogue, is to be able to set traps in the environment and
before you started
combat, so that you could really, your combat was all thought driven, and it's all pre-planning and setting things in motion, and like a Rube Goldberg, we waited for the
puzzle combat.
Yes, the drat to get caught in this trap, and then when he got out, he'd be going to the next thing and get caught in that, and that was the way I envisioned that combat, and having things like spring-loaded traps that would make the drat fly up in the air and things like that. So yeah, we should have added the parkour in the way.
Yeah, that would solve it.
Yeah, that solves everything. Yes, indeed.
And part of it is we wanted to have a realistic, reasonable, at least, economy, which means just giving you infinite traps would have been boring.
Yes, and you can't carry that much.
Yeah, so too many trade-offs and not enough people working on it.
Yeah, exactly. And when it was basically just 4 people at any really time things. Have you ever played any of the Ultima games? We played Ultima 4. Ultima 4.
That's for the Avatar.
That was my favorite. I did enjoy that game.
I played
Ultima. I played the beginning.
I played Ultima 2.
Yeah. And I consider them they were the inspiration for Quest for Glory, because I was so frustrated with an Ultima game, because it had so much promise in storytelling, and all it was little guys on the screen doing jumping jacks, and that was the interactions. And,
so, that's funny, because, you talk about is that the art or is it the gameplay? Well, Ultima really had pretty good gameplay, but the art just, broke the immersion entirely.
Yeah. I love and understand combat in both Quest for Glory and Hero U. Both work for my money. Zelda for SNES is my favorite game. Mage's Initiation came close. Great.
That's interesting.
Yeah, there was a bit of a trade-off indeed. Ultima 7 is great, the best in the series, I think, and that's when the series came into its own in aspects of art and systems. I don't think we played 7.
I think I did play 7, and I kind of didn't like the 3D look and so on. Was just didn't feel good.
Well, yes. Any of the early 3D stuff just looks too primitive to my mind. But that's just a taste thing. And then, of course, our ultimate role-playing game was always Dungeon Master. So what can you say? We were really primitive at that point. 7 was 2D. 8 and 9 were 3D and not good. Oh, that's too...
Okay.
Yeah, okay. What did we also... of course, I think one of the best 3D games was Star Wars: The Old Republic, but that's just
which is massively multiplayer.
Yes, technically it was massively multiplayer.
As far as we played, it was single player.
It was single player, and it was story driven, and had great voices and great characters.
And occasionally we got together with other players to do
but and such, honestly, I never did.
Well, you didn't do ops, but you did the flashpoints.
I only did a few flashpoints. I could play it as a solo game. It was my hobby. But then they ruined it, so yeah. Okay, so did King Justinian have a queen and children? That's a very interesting point. Yes, he had a queen. She was not alive at this time. Justinian is a little old if you look at the video.
Pictures, yep.
Yes. So he had a queen. He had children, but they did not make it to adulthood, and nor did his wife. Yes. KOTOR lets you play a cat race, I think. Yes, it did, but it kind of did. It let you make your face look like a cat race.
Was that the Chiss?
That was no, the Chiss were the blue face people.
Oh, okay.
But it did not let you have a backstory that was anything other than generic. So you could make them look like a cat person, but you were just the same character whether you were a cat person or a other thing. What is it, Twi'lek or anything else? Yes, you could be another one, but it didn't affect the game. And yet, if you played a Twi'lek or any of the
KOTOR or Swatter?
Oh, a Swatter. Oh,
It
yeah.
says-
Oh,
it
he's
says
talking
KOTOR.
KOTOR. Yeah, but I think it'd probably be the same thing. So if King Justinian had had children, then there would have been no rights of rulership. No.
Not clear.
You would have a right of rulership. Your child has to prove that he is worthy of being king. Of course, he doesn't have to pay the 1,000 gold piece entry fee.
Because his dad pays
his
it.
dad does it.
Or
But,
treasury.
yes, the children have to earn the right of rulership in Silmaria, which is what I was thinking about when it comes to heroes' kids. When your hero ends the game and decides to marry somebody and has his child, that child will have to actually do the same thing. He will have to go through the rites of rulership. He'll have to prove that he is a hero first and then go through the rites of rulership because, honestly...
Because they don't want no Baron Bernards.
No, they don't want no Barnards. And also, it's because your character as a hero is going to, yes, Wednesday Addams. I will keep that in mind. Yes, that should be canon.
Lori has seen Wednesday. I've not.
I didn't know. I can just see that. A little Wednesday is a little grimmer than Katrina's child would be, and I have to say that whole thing was a little grimmer at times than I care for. I'm pretty sure that dumping piranhas in a swimming pool is
spoilers.
Is not you could watch in the preview, so you don't not really spoil. Is not exactly safe and sane, so to speak. But yeah, I really can see her now. That's hilarious, and I will visualize that from now on. So yes, think of your children. Think of what they would, who you married.
Think of the children.
Exactly, and who you would have married, and then what their lives would have been like. And then they had to go on an adventure themselves because they couldn't sit home because their parents are not the kind of people that sit home. Even if your wife is Nawar, she doesn't believe in letting her kids be freeloaders. After all, she knows what it was like. Yes, she knows what it was like being in a harem. She does not want her kids to wind up in that same situation. So yeah. Whereas the hero plus Irana equals Mary Poppins. Maybe not.
A few years down the line.
Really? Yeah. Mary Poppins, read those books. Mary Poppins was not Mary Poppins after all.
Alas.
Yes, Mary Poppins was quite a character in the books, and they are worth reading. I read most of the books in the series, and there's some really weird, interesting stuff that went on there. Yes, frighteningly powerful cosmic being, exactly.
What parents lead to Bert?
Huh?
Bert the Chimney Sweep?
I see. No. So King Justinian had completed the rites of rulership at one point then. Yes, he had. But it was a long time ago. Now,
And there may have been other ways to win than on raw power.
Yes. The rights do change depending upon the situation. They are not the same way. They aren't the same rights always. They are geared to what the situation is.
Yes, there's the right of literature in which you are able to play Shakespeare convincingly.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So let's see. And there is a theory, at least in one theory, is that the hero is the son of the previous ruler of Silmaria. And that this is coming full circle. And that comes down to whether you believe the books are canon, which they kind of are. So in one universe, yes, indeed, the previous ruler of Silmaria, before the kingdom got before he got overthrown, had the 4 kids, and the 4 kids wind up coming back to Silmaria in the end. So that's, one universe of this. Friend wants to play multiplayer. Time to have my mother insulted by teenagers. Happy New Year's everywhere! Oh yeah, well, is that still a thing? I don't hear too much of that, but yeah, I'm sure. Mary Poppins was a very subversive as a character. Agree. 3 minutes till midnight, 2 minutes to midnight, 1 minute to midnight, my clock. Yes, the Gloriani multiverse, exactly. Okay.
A few hours ago.
Yes, we'll show revelers ring in the new way in Dubai. Look at that. You know what? There is the, what is it? This is the Parisian court just before the revolution. I mean, this is Dubai. This is Elon
excess
Musk
personified.
Yes, Elon Musk and a glass
excess
onion.
exemplified.
Yes, exactly. So, any rate, yeah. I can say Happy New Year, everybody. We're going to have a better year next year. It's going to be different this year. 2023. It's an awful odd number. So, but we'll survive it. And things will get better as they get worse in other ways. Honestly.
Yeah.
It's life. Such as
and
life is.
you'll get to play Summer Days Telly's Tale, and initially everybody will bitch mightily that it's no Hero U.
It is no Hero U, yes. Happy New Year. Oh, thank you.
Noise at a Quest for Glory. Happy New Year.
Yes,
Hey.
and all of you, let's have a good time, and let's enjoy ourselves, and let's play more games next year. And look at that. I saw New Zealand, and you can go on YouTube, and you can see all these places having their wonderful fireworks and things, and you can remember what it would be like to be outside in wherever you are and think, I'm glad I'm sitting in my house watching these fireworks from my living room. Yeah, really. Okay. Happy New Year. There we go. We need out dancing. Honestly, I need to animate that thing. Yes. And now I am playing ABBA's Happy New Year, surprising absolutely nobody else. Yes, yes. But so appropriate. Yes. And,
I just picked up the first one.
I know.
It seemed kind of right.
So, at any rate, let's come back to us. Oh, okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Fireworks in Dubai. Everybody wants the fireworks in Dubai. Well, that's because there's more money put into that one than any other one. So
I can't get rid of it.
You can go back to webcam here, and we can.
We can wish everyone a Happy New Year.
Yes, we will wish everybody a Happy New Year, and to mysterious folks, where you can go back to the desktop. Yeah, there we go. And these mysterious folks will wish you also a Happy New Year.
Yeah, they're waiting for the hero so they can say Happy New Year.
Yes, they want to surprise him with
fireworks.
Fireworks and confetti.
No, fireworks.
So, at any rate,
Advisa's fireworks are not.
Thank all of you for joining us. It's been a fun evening. We really enjoyed having you come over and join in. And yes,
notwithstanding the fact that I got a little bit of a nap in there, it didn't really feel like 6 hours, did it?
No, it didn't. Here's hoping my voice returns. Yes, I certainly hope so. This is stupid.
Yeah, Janice Ian is retired from singing after 5 or 6 decades. Lost her voice.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people have regained their voice after a while. So yeah,
there's always hope. There's always hope.
All the best to everyone in this
Ears
new year.
open.
Yes, always happy to be here. I'm glad. Yeah, wow, it's late there. Oh,
Hey, what about Henry the Hermit? What happened to him?
After he is Ermit for life.
Did he join ABBA?
Ermit life forever.
Did he go from being a member of Ermin's Hermits to a member of ABBA?
Yeah. Ears open, as Henry says.
Yep.
Thankfully, no work today or tomorrow. Yeah, well.
I work every day.
Yes, it's a never-ending
And
thing.
even my gaming has worked lately. But I figure I'll be kicked out of my raiding guild pretty soon, and then I can go back to being a filthy casual.
And on vacay as of the 4th, according to the MagFest. That should be interesting.
Heading MagFest, okay.
Apparently, COVID can linger in the voice for up to 5 months. Oh, yuck. Yes, honestly though, better the voice than the brain. I know people that were so fuzzy they could not work for 6 months and things like that. And so, if I always had a choice, I didn't want to. My brain was the most important and most valuable thing I had.
Well, the other problem with having COVID or related illnesses is that you wake up one morning with a little throat tickle and you're terrified.
Yeah.
And, it's here it is, starting up again.
If I had got fuzzy brain, how would I ever know the difference?
I don't know.
Corey would never know, yeah.
Huh?
Yeah,
I did have I did play some bridge this morning and made some mistakes and said, let's play another bridge game and avoid those. And the very first hand, I had a hand with 6 or 7 diamonds and I opened 1 diamond. Except after my partner responded, I saw that even though I have bid verification set, that I'd actually opened 1 club and I spent the rest of the auction fighting the inevitable disaster that was about to occur.
I see. Great.
My partner raised my club singleton with his 6-card suit.
Oh, fun.
And I ended up in Reno Trump and making 7 for a top because it flummoxed the opponents too.
I see.
They didn't catch the races.
Oh, well. So you never know. So at any rate, again, Happy New Year. I hope everybody is well and gets better and that we, make the next year even more exciting and a better place to be.
And be the change you want to see in the world. So, in other words, do stuff that matters. And even just in your daily life, your job, whatever, try to do things just a little bit better and help other people just a little bit more, just a tiny bit.
A little more kindness in the world
Doesn't
can
hurt.
make a whole lot of difference in somebody's life.
And maybe we'll get more games
So,
done.
thank you, Mary Jess, for showing up. Thank everybody for showing up. And we will see you in another couple weeks when we have another session that isn't a marathon.
Oh, and Mary Jess, you're also learning the lesson that we learned that making games is really, really hard when you're sick because that's some of our big delays over the last couple of years were periods where we just were not functioning well.
Yeah.
So you just have to fight through it, work through it.
Yep. And keep the
Get
vision.
better.
Yes, keep your vision. Have a great night, everybody. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God, I do know that now. Oh,
And,
yes.
because
yes,
I kind of
exactly.
wished you were done with your game so we could get you to finish our Lori's book, but...
Yeah, Corey wants somebody else to do it. Yeah, we want you to do your work
probably
like
could do
you
it. I
had
could
done
probably do
before. We really appreciated everything you gave us, so really.
All right. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Mouse put wrappers on the 19 or 20 of Lori's chapters of her book that we put out so far. And
It's not like
and
I
there's
couldn't
5
do that.
chapters
Yes,
to go.
I
that,
could do that,
that
actually,
Lori
but
could
I
do
haven't
easily
had time.
enough. We just
Yes.
need to finish it.
Yeah. We can record it again. I'll send you a message. We can record some of it. We may have to, but...
Yeah, I'm just figuring when maybe our next
But at
stream
any
we'll
rate,
do the rest.
this month that we are
When's our
starting
next
right
stream?
now, our next stream is in 2 weeks.
2 weeks. 2 weeks from today. You
But
heard it
this
here.
month we are working on getting Tilly out to the public and all out to you people. So Tilly's Tale end of this month. And that is our main priority
So
right
it will
now.
be January 14th, if that's a Saturday.
You did check it one time. You're talking about our next stream.
Our next stream.
Is the 14th.
January 14th will be our next stream.
And then the 28th we'll have a
pre-launch
pre-launch stream and a
the
celebration.
Tuesday the 31st will be the official launch. And I need to spend January getting all the press releases and stuff like that out to people.
Yep, and we will get it out to you people. So you will get to play this interesting, different game and enjoy the different characters.
It's an interactive visual novel. So it's an adventure game, but it's all done in still pictures and words. There's not you don't get to walk around and stuff, but you do get to navigate around because there's a map. So you are playing an adventure game, but it's in
It's a distillation.
choose your own adventure style.
Yes, yeah. So, at any rate, ta-ta now. Good night, and Happy
Thank
New
you
Year
for coming.
again.
Happy New Year's. Happy 2023, everyone.
Yeah, okay. Choose. Yes, I know. I could tell. It's a nice one. Bye-bye.
Okay, let's go on break. And then we'll give a little bit of that as we keep maundering on. And then pretty soon I will click the end stream button. Bye-bye all.
Bye-bye.